Gir Foundation is actively engaged in the service of nature and wildlife since 1982. Since then, ecological education and research have remained the main mandates of our foundation, and as a part of it, we carry out various international seminars, conferences, IFS officers training, etc. So in the same tradition, once again, Gir Foundation has come up with one more insightful learning experience by bringing the spearheading wetland experts and learners across the length and breadth of the globe on a common platform. This program is in accordance with this year's World Wetland Day's theme, that is wetlands and human well-being. So not taking much time, may I now request Director Gir Foundation, Dr. R.K. Sugur, to deliver a formal welcome address. Sir, please.
Good morning to all. I welcome all the participants who are gathered here, and they are given respect to our invitation. As you know, this is our continuous effort to disseminate and promote the knowledge on the wetland, which is supposed to be a young science, especially at university level. The one of the objective, last time also we have briefed, one of the objective is to bring the new techniques to the wetland study so that it can become a popular subject in the college and students. So to keep that tradition live, last time we have hosted this in the theme of especially on the studying the invertebrate. So it is the most technical subject. Even in the mud also we have a life, so that we can't treat the mud as a waste. So this time the theme for the international year is that wetland and the human well-being. So to align with the theme, this time Gir Foundation has thought that how to quantify and how to put a value to the ecological services which we are supposed to be getting from the wetland, and more so with the field staff. Because whenever there is when you heard the word wetland or talao, immediately comes to mind that कुछ bird होंगे, पक्षी होंगे, दूरबीन लेके, photo लेके आ जाएंगे. But it is not so. It is beyond that, and there are several techniques have been formulated at world level, and we identified the resource person on the similar fashion. If you know or you go through our brochure, so we have called such a person who are actually managing these big wetland in getting the lot of economic services. The one is Loktak at Manipur, the second one is at Chilka Lake, all of you are aware, and the third one is the Gulf of Mannar. So we have, and another one is this Bombay Creek. I really heard about this creek. Now it has become a popular ecotourism spot in Bombay. So we called the person who is handling that entire affairs. So we tried to pool the officers and the scientific persons who are actually managing and quantifying and realizing the benefit of these eco-services. So for this function, there was a bit, not confusion, but because of some what you call bureaucratic or you call administrative setup, that today the question hour is specially on forest department. So all my senior officers are there in the assembly along with our minister. So minister has given me time in the afternoon. So they will come and bless the occasion and also release our souvenir and books and videos also. So they will come at the afternoon. So I hope that this tempo will be maintained till evening 4:30. And for this function, I contacted the Srivastava sir, the Vice Chancellor, MS University. He readily agreed. So on the behalf of Gir Foundation, all the participants, I welcome you. And Srivastava sir is with Gir Foundation since last year. So we hope the university, MS University support will be there with the Gir Foundation. Especially in the, you heard about this Save Wetland campaign. So under that, we have tried to collaborate with them to ground truthing of the wetlands. So that was the big exercise taken at the national level. Just to what we are doing for the Forest Survey of India, they will come and carry out a ground truthing of a particular forest type. So similarly, the wetland ground truthing has also been started, especially with app. So there is one ArcGIS 123 app is there by Government of India. You go to a particular wetland and you will fill up the information asked in the format and you will upload from the site itself. Even if it is not there internet, it will be uploaded when you come into the contact with the internet. So that kind of work we are trying to do with the MS University, and I hope this interaction will be continue. Thank you, sir, for accepting our invitation, and it will be there. And second one is most unexpected and to my surprise, the Gujarat National Law University. When first time the Shant Kumar sir met me, so I really wondered कि यार law में forest और हम क्या करेंगे, and especially in the wetland. But to my utter surprise, his institute is more engaging in such kind of things with the help of the students. So recently they have opened eco clubs also at their university level. And I think last 2 weeks back, mostly the DCF Ahmedabad knows, the entire student was went to the Nal Sarovar and they spent their time in observing the wetland activity and bird activity also. So I requested him also to join us for the today's function. He readily agreed. And on behalf of GIR Foundation, I welcome you, sir. And the third person, Mr. Mark. So when we are searching for an international expert who is specially can quantify these eco-services, that was our main motto, how to quantify and how to give a value to that so that statistically it can accepted at the global and national level. So after our search, we got the reference from Delhi people. Mark is the best person and he has studied so many wetlands at global level. And more so he is he has studied the wetlands than us in India. So you ask him any wetland in India, he knows the most of the wetlands ecology as well as the eco services they are offering. So we hope the experience and expertise of Mark will benefit especially to the frontline staff, that is our field level staff, so that they can quantify the services and put a value to that. And similarly, the students. So we invited approximately 50 students from different universities. So I welcome Mark also and hope that interaction with him will be fruitful and memorable to all of you. And last but not least, my own friend, Mr. Sanjay Srivastav. So because of all these assembly work, those आना था नहीं आया, जो आया नहीं है, तो last moment I requested him. I expressed my gratitude to him for accepting our invitation, and I also welcome you all. And my retired officers who are always dealing with the GIR Foundation and supporting us, I welcome all of them, especially Jagdish Prasad sir, who is the executive committee member also, and the resource persons who came all the way from different places of India, and my frontline staff, DCF, CCFs, and the university professors and students. So I welcome you all. Hope that this will become a memorable exercise, all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for opening the event and revealing the intricacies of insightful journey, learning journey of wetland. Thank you once again. So let us have a glimpse of the event in nutshell. So may I now request the technical team to play the video of curtain raiser of the whole program. Technical team is requested to play the video.
In the rich tapestry of India, Gujarat shines with a unique melody, a land where ancient traditions harmonize seamlessly with contemporary aspirations. Nestled within its heart lies a concealed chorus, a symphony of life unfolding within the aquatic ecosystem, the wetlands. Our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, a leader of environmental stewardship, recognizes the irreplaceable value of this ecosystem. The GIR Foundation is a nodal agency that has been instrumental in these efforts, and they have made significant progress in wetland conservation. Their work includes conducting ecological monitoring, raising awareness and collaborating with stakeholders. The government's commitment to wetland conservation is evident in the Save Wetlands campaign and other initiatives, highlighting the importance of local communities in conserving the wetland ecosystem. Central government announced the Amrit Dharohar scheme, which will promote their unique conservation values. The Amrit Dharohar scheme, launched in June 2023, presents a groundbreaking initiative for India's ecologically sensitive wetlands, particularly those designated as Ramsar sites. This initiative will be implemented over the next 3 years to encourage optimal use of wetlands and enhance biodiversity, carbon stock, ecotourism opportunities and income generation for local communities. It empowers communities and organizations like the Gir Foundation to contribute. Recognizing the unique value of Gujarat's wetlands, the Gir Foundation is preparing documentations for 26 wetlands, including nationally important wetlands and important bird areas. These documentations, encompassing socio-economic surveys, ensure comprehensive understanding and informed protection. A total of 6 ecological monitoring reports of important wetlands, Nar Sarovar, Pariyej, Kaneval, Vatwana, Khijadia, Charidhand, Thor, Kaj and Gosabara, and 3 reports of estuaries, Sabarmati, Mahi, Narmada, Tapi, Ambika and Purna have been prepared by Gir Foundation for the tenure 2016-2021. The Chief Minister of Gujarat, Mr. Bhupendra Patel, a champion of their preservation, recognizes their vital role in securing the state's future. As the world celebrates World Wetlands Day, Gujarat takes center stage, embracing the theme of wetlands and human well-being. Gir Foundation is organizing an international one-day wetland seminar on 13 February 2024 at Mahatma Mandir, Gandhinagar, and 3 days technical workshop on exploring wetland ecosystem services for human well-being, which will be conducted from 14th to 16th February 2024 at Vatwana Wetland, a Ramsar site near Vadodara. Gir Foundation will host renowned experts like Professor Mark Everard to share knowledge and empower participants to become champion of these vital ecosystems. The 3-day technical workshop held at the Ramsar listed Vatwana wetland will be a hands-on immersion into the practical aspects of wetland management. Workshops equip participants with tools like rapid assessment of wetland ecosystem services to assess, value and manage these invaluable services. Participants will acquire valuable insights into the following key aspects: identifying beneficiaries of wetland services, valuing the economic and social benefits, making informed decisions for sustainable management, utilizing the rapid assessment of wetland ecosystem services. Let us join forces to reaffirm our commitment to the preservation and protection of Gujarat's wetlands, securing a legacy of beauty, biodiversity and resilience for generations that follow.
Thank you. So all participants ready to explore the unexplored? All right. So now, to mark the beginning of the program, may I request the dignitaries to light the lamp. Dignitaries are requested to do the honor. Beaming with brightness, the light of lamp will make our morning still brighter.
शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते
Thank you. Dignitaries can take their seat. To proceed further, we would like to felicitate our distinguished dignitaries. So in the tradition of welcoming our guest, I would first of all request Director Gir Foundation, Dr. R.K. Sugur, to felicitate our guest, Dr. V.K. Srivastava, Vice Chancellor, Maharaja Sayajirao University of Baroda, Vadodara. I would request the team to felicitate, to proceed further for felicitation. This is indeed a momentous moment for us to welcome our dignitaries. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us. Thank you, sir. I would request Shri R.P. Gehlot, sir, Deputy Director, Research and Development, to felicitate Shri Santa Kumar, sir, Director, Gujarat National Law University. May I again request Shri R.P. Gehlot, sir, Deputy Director, Gir Foundation, to felicitate Professor Mark Everard. May I now request Shri R.B. Solanki, Deputy Director, Ecological Education, Gir Foundation, to felicitate Shri S.K. Srivastava, sir, APCCF, Chaika. May I again request Shri R.B. Solanki, sir, to felicitate our Director, Shri R.K. Sugur, sir. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. So now, to proceed further, we are going to hear something from all our dignitaries. In this tradition, first of all, I would request our Chief Resource Person, Dr. Mark Everard, Associate Professor, University of West of England, Bristol, to say a few words. Sir, you are requested to address the gathering.
Shubprabat, honourable guests, and Dhanyavad to everyone for participating in this celebration. Thank you to Gir Foundation for giving me the chance to be part of the celebration of World Wetlands Day. So, you're going to hear a lot from me. I'll try and keep it brief, but why do wetlands matter? Well, they're beautiful places and they have wonderful wildlife, and that's of inherent value. But I often think in terms of nouns and verbs. Nouns are the things that we see. The verbs are what they do. And it's what wetlands do that really matters. You know, they provide for us for food and for water and for biochemicals, but they also regulate the air and the diseases and the climate and flooding and drought. And they give us non-material benefits aesthetically, spiritually, and educationally. And under the covers, the things that we rarely measure, but that really, really matter, is the way they work to maintain the integrity of the world we live in. They build soil, they cycle nutrients, they cycle water, and they provide habitat for wildlife. Often because we don't use them directly, we ignore them. And yet that is the hidden wealth of wetlands. It's what they do. And just for the last few seconds, just to reflect that there's 8.1 billion of us, two-legged people on the world, and there's 1.4 billion in India. And every metric of the natural world is crashing, really, really fast. Soil, water, biodiversity, climate. So we need to learn to change the way we think about wealth. It's not what we take from nature, but it's to respect the fact that wealth is in what wetlands, forests, coasts, and all these ecosystems do. To turn around our way of acting and thinking, to value what is there, what it is doing, instead of just the money we make from exploiting it. And that's probably a central message. To think systemically and to think that we are part of nature and nature is part of us. and to explore wetland ecosystem services for human well-being really is the mission for particularly you young people at the back. You will change the world and alter the pathway that we've created that is maybe not quite so sustainable. So thank you. Dhanyavad.
Thank you so much, sir, for your words. I would now request Shri S.K. Srivastava, sir, APCC of JICA, to address the gathering. Sir is requested to do the honor.
मंच पर उपस्थित तमाम डिग्नेटरीज, फ्रंट रोज पर बैठे मेरे साथीगण, हमारे सीनियर रिटायर्ड आईएफएस ऑफिसर्स और हॉल में बैठे फील्ड से आए स्टाफ, बाकी मेहमानगण, मित्रों, सबसे पहले तो मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि गिर फाउंडेशन एक इंटरनेशनल वेटलैंड सेमिनार आयोजित कर रहा है और मैं गिर फाउंडेशन को इसके लिए बधाई देना चाहूँगा। हम सब जानते हैं कि वेटलैंड जो है, हम लोग एक नेचुरल रिसोर्स मैनेज कर रहे हैं। फॉरेस्ट में तरह तरह के जितने भी हमारे टाइप ऑफ फॉरेस्ट आते हैं, टाइप ऑफ एरियाज आते हैं, उसमें बायोडाइवर्सिटी के एंगल से देखा तो सबसे ज़्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट वेटलैंड्स होते हैं। और उसकी एक एस्टिमेशन है कि गुजरात में करीब 14,000 प्लस छोटे बड़े वेटलैंड्स हैं। 8 काफ़ी इम्पोर्टेंट, जिसे वेटलैंड्स ऑफ नेशनल इम्पोर्टेंस कहा जाता है। वेटलैंड्स जो है सभी जानते हैं कि बायोडाइवर्सिटी के लिए इम्पोर्टेंट है, बट हम लोग जो कि एक मैनेजर की तरह काम करते हैं, हमें ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है उसके इकोनॉमिक वैल्यूज़ को समझने की। हो सकता है उसको पूरी तरह से क्वांटिफाई ना कर पाएँ, फिर भी एक ब्रॉड आइडिया हमें होना चाहिए कि कितनी इम्पोर्टेंट ये है। और उससे ज़्यादा है उसमें थ्रेट्स क्या हैं, इश्यूज़ क्या हैं, हम कैसे उसको मैनेज कर सकते हैं। मित्रों, जब भी मैं फॉरेस्ट स्टाफ, खासकर फील्ड स्टाफ से बात करता हूँ, मैं एक चीज़ ज़रूर कहता हूँ कि हमारी सर्विस जो है, बेसिकली हम उन लोगों के लिए बोलने के लिए सर्विस में हैं जिनकी अपनी कोई आवाज़ नहीं है। पेड़ हुए, पक्षी हुए, पौधे हुए, जानवर हुए, हम शायद उन्हीं के लिए नौकरी कर रहे हैं कि उनकी कोई आवाज़ नहीं है, उनके लिए कोई बोलता नहीं है, ना उनकी वोटिंग राइट्स है। तो इसलिए हमारी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी ज़्यादा बन जाती है। वेटलैंड्स जो हैं, यहाँ पर काफ़ी ज़्यादा संख्या में बायोडाइवर्सिटी है, जिसमें फ्लोरा तो है ही है, फॉनल बायोडाइवर्सिटी भी बहुत है। अभी रिसेंटली हमने एक वेटलैंड में बर्ड सेंसस किया, उसके फिगर्स अभी कंपाइल हो रहे हैं, बट अराउंड 380 प्लस बर्ड स्पीसीज मिली हैं, उसमें से मोस्टली माइग्रेटरी होती हैं। तो ये एरियाज़ जो हैं डेफिनेटली काफ़ी इम्पॉर्टेंट है और ये चीज़ हमें लोगों तक भी पहुंचानी है, क्योंकि हम लोगों तक तभी पहुंचा पाएंगे, पहले तो हमें खुद उसकी वैल्यू पता होनी चाहिए। अगर हम उसको एक सिर्फ पानी का तालाब समझते हैं तो शायद उतनी वैल्यू हम नहीं कर पाएंगे। लेकिन पानी के तालाब के साथ साथ वहाँ हम क्या प्रोटेक्ट कर रहे हैं, कितने लोगों का हम घर बचा रहे हैं, कितने लोगों का हम वहाँ पर फूड चेन को कंट्रोल कर रहे हैं, वो चीज़ हमको पता होनी चाहिए। नॉलेज अपनी जगह है, नॉलेज से ज़्यादा इम्पॉर्टेंट है सेंसिटाइजेशन। वी शुड बी सेंसिटिव कि वहाँ पर जो चीज़ हम बचा रहे हैं उसकी सेंसिटिविटी हमको होना चाहिए। जब हम सेंसिटिविटी हमारे अंदर आ जाएगी तभी हम लोगों को शायद पूरी ढंग से बता पाएंगे कितनी इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ है और क्यों प्रोटेक्ट करना चाहिए। वेटलैंड्स में जो थ्रेट्स होते हैं, पॉल्यूशन होता है, हैबिटेट डिस्ट्रक्शन होता है, ओवर एक्सप्लॉयटेशन होता है एंड हंटिंग डेफिनेटली होती है। आप लोग में से काफ़ी लोगों ने ऐसे एरिया में काम किया है, तो आप जानते हैं ये सब होते हुए भी अगर आप कभी पॉलिटिकल बॉसेस से बात करें या आउटसाइड फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट के लोगों से बात करें तो वो दे डू नॉट रियलाइज कि बात क्या कर रहे हैं। उनको लगता है इतने सारे पक्षी हैं, उसमें से एक आध मर गया तो क्या हो गया, एक आध का किलिंग हो गया क्या हो गया। तो वो चीज़ जो है लोगों तक भी पहुंचानी जरूरी है, और उसके लिए हमें भी उसको समझना जरूरी है। तो आज के जो ये सेमिनार हो रहा है, इसमें आप पूरे ध्यान से इसको देखिए, खासकर जो फील्ड स्टाफ है, इसको कैसे किन किन टेक्निक से एक इकोनॉमिक वैल्यू दी जा सकती है। तो मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि आप लोग को इससे फ़ायदा मिलेगा, और हम लोग जिस काम के लिए एक सर्विस में हैं, हम शायद बेहतर काम कर पाएंगे। थैंक यू।
Thank you so much, sir. Thanks for your noble gesture to reveal efforts of Gir Foundation. एक बहुत ही मार्मिक बात कही सर ने कि हम स्पीचलेस कंपोनेंट ऑफ नेचर की आवाज़ है, उनके लिए काम करते हैं। तो सर, आपके गाइडेंस से हम प्रयत्न करेंगे कि ऐसे प्रोग्राम के द्वारा हम वेटलैंड की आवाज़ बन पाएं सर। थैंक यू वंस अगेन। So now, to proceed further, may I request Dr. S. Santakumaran, Director, Gujarat National Law University, to render the encouraging address. Sir, please.
The host for this conference, Dr. R.K. Sugurji, the chief guest, Professor Vijay Kumar Srivastava, Honorable Vice Chancellor, MS University, Baroda, Professor Mark, a distinguished resource person who had done a commendable work in the field of quantifying the ecosystem services of wetlands from University of Western England, Bristol, UK, learned friend Mr. Sanjay Srivastava, all the distinguished officers from the Forest Department, both serving and retired, and all the distinguished delegates for this conference who have assembled here. I deem it a great privilege and honor to be a part of this event, and I am extremely grateful to Professor Dr. R.K. Sukur for thinking about me and for involving Gujarat National Law University to be a part of this wonderful event. I was surprised when Dr. Sukur said that he was surprised about GNLU doing some activities on conservation. In fact, today, whatever is left in this earth which is conserved is because of the law. And it's because of the judgments of the Supreme Court which has been implemented. So the role of law in the conservation of all these ecosystem service providers, the components of nature, is very, very significant, and therefore any law university need to be a part of this kind of an activity. I am extremely glad that you gave us this wonderful opportunity, and we wish to work very closely with the Gujarat Ecological Education and Research Foundation in conserving and managing the environmental resources. We all know that until 2010, India did not have any law for conservation of wetlands. Though we signed the Ramsar Convention in 1981, Ramsar is, I think young students there, they need to know why this convention is known as Ramsar Convention, or why these heritage sites are known as Ramsar sites. Because it is a UNESCO convention which happened in a city called Ramsar in Iran. So that is why this convention is called Ramsar Convention, signed in 1981. And India is a very active signatory to this convention and wanted to play a very active role in conservation of wetlands. Then started the activities of protecting, conserving the wetlands in India as Ramsar sites. But then the pace with which it was happening was not quite satisfactory. And as I said, until 2010, we did not even have a law to define what is a wetland and how to conserve and manage this wetland. In 2020, we had the Wetland Conservation and Management Rules 2010, which was a rule made under the Environment Protection Act 1986, under which attempts were made to conserve, and then that law felt that needs to be revised based on our experiences, based on the inputs given by all of you who have been playing a very pivotal role in protecting the wetlands. So the law was finally amended, and now we have the 2017 rules on wetland conservation and management. So there are two important things that I don't know whether you have a copy of these rules. I wish that we should give them a copy of the rules so that they know what the law talks about conservation and management of wetlands in India. In fact, this is a major challenge for India because if you look at the inventory of wetlands, which was done by ISRO long back in 2011, you will see that there are close to 2 lakh wetlands in India. Each state must be having tens of thousands of wetlands. I hope all of you, because you are all concerned about this subject, I hope you must have also looked into the website developed specifically for conservation of knowledge sharing on wetlands called the indianwetlands.in. So that has plenty of resources. Whatever you need to know on wetland, it's there, called indianwetlands.in. So you will see that in spite of we signing this Ramsar Convention in 1981 and took a pledge to conserve our wetlands, we have done very little. We have done very little. But the glad part is, of this sad story is, that for the last 6, 7, 8 years, you see a tremendous importance being given on wetland conservation, especially after the declaration of the National Plan for Conservation of Aquatic Ecosystems. So after that, there is a tremendous push from the Union government, encouraging the state governments to take conservative measures, to take measures to conserve the wetlands. And the central government also very liberally supports the state governments by providing adequate funds to conserve and manage the wetland services. But as on date, according to the website indianwetlands.in, 80 Ramsar sites are there, and few hundreds of other wetlands are being conserved under the project, in spite of we having close to 2 lakh wetlands, as identified by ISRO. So there is, the point that I would want to drive home today is that we have plenty of work to do on field to conserve the wetlands. Whatever we have done is very, very minuscule compared to the volume of wetlands that we have in this country. We are blessed by nature to have such volume of wetland, because in fact, Professor Mark and Mr. Vijay Srivastav, Mr. Sanjay Srivastav had already mentioned about the benefits of wetlands. I don't want to repeat how the wetlands is going to benefit. But my only suggestion to the organizers of this conference is, let's not confine to the human well-being alone. Because exploring the wetland ecosystem should be for the benefit of the entire universe, not only for human beings. This anthropocentric activism has actually spoiled, and it actually, it is discouraging a lot of good things happening. Let's not keep anthropocentrism in the middle. Human being is one of the beings nature has created, and therefore, if we need to protect the ecosystem, if we need to protect the ecology, we need to care for each and every small organism, including the microorganisms, which benefits the ecosystem at large. But therefore, I only wish to say that let's work together, let's all unite together, let's create a national movement to ensure that this momentum, what is picked today, should be a national momentum, and it should become a national movement in ensuring that we all work towards conserving and managing the wetlands. And for that, we need to actually quantify the ecosystem services. And I hope GAIR Foundation will be doing a commendable work in quantifying the ecosystem services so that at least we know in terms of economic value that what is that we are losing. So with these few words, I once again place on record my sincere appreciations and congratulations to Dr. R.K. Sugur and the GAIR Foundation for organizing such a thought-provoking event, which will in fact provide opportunities for all of us, at least for the next 3 days, to think about wetlands. Otherwise, we look at wetlands, like Dr. R.K. Sugur said, to look at wetlands as a tourist spot. It's not only a tourist spot, it is one of the ecosystem services that it provides out of the 9 ecosystem services that a wetland can provide to the nature. So with these few words, I once again place on record my sincere appreciations and congratulations to Dr. Sugur and GAIR Foundation for organizing this. So let's think big about how do we conserve the wetlands and how do we ensure that all the 2 lakh wetlands are conserved in this country. With these few words, I express my sincere gratitude to all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your resourceful address and elucidating the importance of laws and legislation in conserving the Amrit Dharohar of our country. So to proceed further, may I now request Dr. V.K. Srivastava, Vice Chancellor, Maharaja Sayajirao University of Baroda, Vadodara. Sir, please.
As Professor Mark has started with Indian knowledge system by saying Suprabhat, so we are say the originator, so I will also follow the same. Suprabhat. जोर से बोलिए सुप्रभात.
सुप्रभात सर.
आज के इस कार्यक्रम में उपस्थित हमारे GNLU के डायरेक्टर प्रोफेसर शांता कुमार, गिर फाउंडेशन के डायरेक्टर और PCCF श्री R.K. सुगुर जी, हमारे विदेश से आए हुए मेहमान प्रोफेसर मार्क, मंच पर उपस्थित हमारे फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट से श्री संजय श्रीवास्तव जी, फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट के विभिन्न अधिकारीगण, हमारे सभी विश्वविद्यालयों से आए हुए सभी प्रतिभागी मित्रों, देवियों और सज्जनों, आज का ये जो कार्यक्रम है, ये मुझे ये देखकर बहुत खुशी हो रही है कि ये जो एक्टिविटी है वेटलैंड को लेकर के, अभी ये हर साल की एक एक्टिविटी के रूप में उभर करके आगे आ रही है. इसके लिए मैं गिर फाउंडेशन और खास करके श्री R.K. सुगुर जी को धन्यवाद व्यक्त करता हूँ कि आपने इसको एक रेगुलर एक्टिविटी के रूप में लेकर के ये जो एक कदम बढ़ाया है, ये शैक्षणिक जगत के लिए अपने आप में एक अहम कदम है, क्योंकि इसमें विद्यार्थियों का जुड़ना बहुत आवश्यक है. फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट अपने आप में तो कुछ काम करते ही हैं, जो भी काम करते हैं, लेकिन उसमें एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशंस और यूनिवर्सिटी का जुड़ना बहुत ही आवश्यक होता है, क्योंकि आप राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति की बात भी करें तो उसमें आप देखेंगे कि एक्सपीरियंशियल लर्निंग पे खास जोर दिया गया है. और हमारे विद्यार्थियों को अगर सरकार के विभागों से इस प्रकार का सहयोग मिले तो NEP के अमलीकरण में भी एक हम लोगों को खास मदद मिल सकती है. आज का जो थीम है एक्सप्लोरिंग वेटलैंड इकोसिस्टम सर्विसेज फॉर ह्यूमन वेलबींग, शॉर्ट में अगर इसको बोलें तो आप बोलेंगे कि वेटलैंड की मानव कल्याण में क्या भूमिका है, किस प्रकार से वेटलैंड मानव कल्याण की भूमिका अदा कर सकते हैं. तो इस संदर्भ में मैं कहना चाहूँगा, वर्ल्ड विदाउट वेटलैंड वुड बी a world without fresh water. अगर वेटलैंड नहीं है तो ये पूरा जो विश्व है ये शुद्ध पानी के बिना है, आप यहाँ तक कह सकते हैं। और आजकल हम लोग जब भी ग्रीन इन्वेस्टमेंट की बात करते हैं तो उस ग्रीन इन्वेस्टमेंट में इन्वेस्टिंग इन द सस्टेनेबल यूज ऑफ वेटलैंड मीन्स इन्वेस्टिंग इन द फ्यूचर ऑफ ह्यूमन वेलबींग। अगर आप सच में मानव कल्याण की बात करना चाहते हैं तो ऐसी जगह पर इन्वेस्टमेंट, जिसको हम लोग आजकल ग्रीन इन्वेस्टमेंट के फॉर्म में भी जान रहे हैं, अगर ऐसी जगह पर ये इन्वेस्टमेंट हुआ तो निश्चित रूप से ये कारगर होगा। यहां पर एक खास बात मैं कहना चाहूंगा, आप किसी भी प्रोजेक्ट में अगर जन जागरण अभियान चलाना चाहते हैं, से फॉर एग्जांपल वेटलैंड, तो दो प्रश्न यहां पर बहुत ही स्वाभाविक रूप से जाने जाते हैं। आप किसी भी प्रोजेक्ट को किसी भी अधिकारी को समझाएं या किसी भी व्यक्ति को समझाएं या किसी भी फंडिंग एजेंसी को समझाएं तो उसमें दो सवाल बहुत नेचुरल आते हैं कि इस प्रोजेक्ट में मारू शू અને પછી છેલ્લે મારે શું। तो इन दो सवालों का जवाब मैं अपने इन वक्तव्य के माध्यम से आपको देना चाहूंगा कि वेटलैंड में मारू शू और मारे शू दोनों चीजों का जो रहस्य है वो छुपा हुआ है। तो आइए जानते हैं कि आपको वेटलैंड से मिलता क्या है। वेटलैंड आपको फ्रेश वाटर देता है, वेटलैंड आपका जो वाटर सप्लाई चेन है उसको मेंटेन करता है, वेटलैंड आपको फूड रेगुलेशन की दिशा में एक अहम रोल प्ले करता है, वेटलैंड आपका न्यूट्रिएंट साइकिल मेंटेन करता है, वेटलैंड आपको बायोकेमिकल्स भी देता है, वेटलैंड आपको जेनरिक मिनरल्स भी देता है। यानी कि इस प्रकार से मारे शू और मारू शू का कुछ जवाब तो आपको मिल गया होगा। उसके अलावा भी कुछ और चीजें हैं जो आपको वेटलैंड प्रदान करता है, जैसे कि क्लाइमेट रेगुलेशन में भी वेटलैंड की अहम भूमिका होती है। वाटर रेगुलेशन के बारे में आप देखें, ग्राउंड वाटर रिचार्ज के क्षेत्र में अगर देखें तो जैसा कि अभी आपको हमारे जीएनएलयू के वाइस चांसलर साहब ने बताया कि 2 लाख वेटलैंड से, तो आप समझ सकते हैं कि ग्राउंड वाटर रिचार्ज अगर वेटलैंड के थ्रू हो तो जो भी वाटर क्राइसिस की जो समस्या है उसका निश्चित रूप से हम लोग एक हल वेटलैंड के माध्यम से निकाल सकते हैं, और जो कि नीड ऑफ आवर है, इसकी हम सभी को बहुत जरूरत है। दूसरा, अगर आप देखिए तो वेटलैंड हमारे पशु पक्षियों के लिए जन्नत है। जैसे कि हम बोलते हैं कि अगर मानव जाति को कहीं पर जन्नत पे जाना है तो हम लोग कहाँ जाते हैं? हम लोग यूजुअली कश्मीर जाते हैं। कश्मीर को हम लोग जन्नत बोलते हैं। इसी तरह से अगर आप देखिए तो जितने वेटलैंड हैं वो हमारे सारे पशु पक्षियों के लिए जन्नत हैं, उनके लिए हेवन है। आप देखिए नल सरोवर में भी कितनी माइग्रेटरी बर्ड्स पूरे विश्व से वहां पर आते हैं और वहां आकर के जन्नत का जो स्वर्ग का जो अनुभव है उनके लिए वो निश्चित तौर पे वहां पे अनुभव करते हैं। एक और चीज जो हम लोगों को वेटलैंड से मिलती है, जिसको हम लोग कल्चरल हेरिटेज के फॉर्म में जान सकते हैं। वेटलैंड हमको क्या देते हैं, उसमें अगर आप देखें तो वेटलैंड से हम लोगों को स्पिरिचुअल और इंस्पिरेशनल थिंग्स भी मिलती हैं। अभी मैं हाल में ही कुछ दिनों पहले एक रिसर्च पेपर पढ़ रहा था, उसमें एक साइंटिस्ट ने ऐसा क्लेम किया है कि हम लोग नॉर्मली जो मेडिटेशन करते हैं कमरे के अंदर बैठ करके एसी चला करके, यूजुअल प्रैक्टिस आज के टाइम में शहरों में यही है कि हम योगा तो करते हैं लेकिन हम योगा घर में एसी चला करके आराम से करते हैं। लेकिन अगर वो सेम योगा किसी वेटलैंड के पास और सनराइज के टाइम किया जाए तो उसका जो असर है वो 2 गुना होता है। ये हमारी शोध की क्षमता है, जिससे लोग वैज्ञानिक हमारे खास करके विद्यार्थी मित्रों को बताना चाहेंगे कि इस टाइप की बैक टू बेसिक्स के कॉन्सेप्ट को यूज करके आप किस प्रकार से शोध कर सकते हैं, जिससे आप वेटलैंड की इंपॉर्टेंस समझाइए। वेटलैंड का संरक्षण कब होगा? जब हम वेटलैंड के महत्व को समझेंगे। वेटलैंड हमको दे क्या रहा है, मारेशु और मारूशु का जवाब जब हमको मिलेगा तभी हम वेटलैंड के प्रति आकर्षित होंगे। और ये जो एक योग उसी पेपर में आगे ऐसा भी लिखा गया है कि आजकल आदमी का जो मीन्स मन मस्तिष्क है वो काफी इम्बैलेंस फील कर रहा है हार्मोनल चेंजेस की वजह से। क्लाइमेटिक कंडीशंस ऐसी हो रही हैं, फूड ऐसा हम लोग खा रहे हैं, जंक फूड ज्यादा कंज्यूम कर रहे हैं, जिससे हम लोगों को गुस्सा बहुत आता है। यहाँ पे बहुत सारे अधिकारी बैठे हुए हैं, सभी अपने अपने स्टाफ पे गुस्सा कभी ना कभी करते हैं, उसका एक्सटेंट काफी ज्यादा बढ़ जाता है। उसको कैसे कंट्रोल करे, उसके लिए भी इस रिसर्च पेपर में लिखा हुआ था। ये रिसर्च पेपर आगे बताता है कि अगर हम अपने गुस्से को काबू करना चाहते हैं, काबू में करना चाहते हैं, तो हम लोग मेडिटेशंस को, पंच महाभूत के जो आधार हैं, उन पांचों आधारों को अगर ध्यान में रखते हुए हम लोग योगा करें या मेडिटेशन करें, तो हम लोग अपने गुस्से को काफी हद तक काबू कर सकते हैं। पीछे बैठे वाले लोगों के लिए काफी खुशी की खबर है कि आपके बॉसेस आप पे अभी कम गुस्सा करेंगे। कैसे करेंगे वो मैंने उनको बता दिया। आगे इसके देखें तो बहुत सारा इसका एडवांटेज वेटलैंड का है। आजकल हम लोग, जैसा कि सुगुर साहब ने इन पिक्चर्स के माध्यम से बताया है, हम लोग रिक्रिएशनल पर्पस के लिए भी वेटलैंड्स का यूज कर रहे हैं। हम कभी भी अपनी छुट्टियां हैं बिताना चाहते हैं, हम जाते हैं, थोल जाते हैं, नल सरोवर जाते हैं, वहां जाकर के अपने परिवार के साथ एक मनोरंजन के स्थल, टूरिस्ट स्पॉट के तौर पर भी हम लोग वेटलैंड का इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं, जो कि अपने आप में वेटलैंड का महत्व बताता है। मैं हमेशा से अपने वक्तव्य में 5 जा की बात करता हूं, 5 J's की बात करता हूं। वो है जल, जंगल, जमीन, जन और जानवर। इसमें से वेटलैंड स्पेसिफिक है जल की साइड पर, लेकिन ये अगर आप देखिए, ये सारे एक दूसरे के साथ इंटरकनेक्टेड है। जल, जमीन, जंगल, जन और जानवर की अगर बात करें तो ये पांचों एक दूसरे से इंटरकनेक्टेड है। और जल एक ऐसा है इन पांचों में से जिसकी आवश्यकता सभी को है। जल की आवश्यकता जमीन को भी है, जल की आवश्यकता जंगल को भी है, जल की आवश्यकता जन को भी है, जल की आवश्यकता जानवर को भी है। यानी कि वेटलैंड का जो स्वरूप है, वेटलैंड का जो महत्व है, अपने आप में सर्वाधिक है। हम अगर देखें तो ये जल, जमीन, जंगल, जन और जानवर, ये सभी मिलकर के वेटलैंड के महत्व को खास करके और ज्यादा बढ़ा देते हैं। कि हम देखते हैं कि सारा का सारा ये जो इकोसिस्टम है, ये पंच महाभूत पर आधारित है। इसलिए इसका संरक्षण करना हमारा इंडिविजुअल सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी के तहत हमारा दायित्व हो जाता है, और हम लोगों को इसको पूरा करने के लिए कटिबद्ध होना चाहिए। ज्यादा समय नहीं लेते हुए अंत में मैं अपनी बात को, वेटलैंड के महत्व को फिर से मारेशु का जवाब देते हुए, इसको वेटलैंड के महत्व को मैं मुकेश जी के एक गाने के माध्यम से, उनकी कुछ चंद पंक्तियों के माध्यम से आपके समक्ष रखना चाहूंगा। आप सभी लोगों ने वो गाना सुना होगा, उसको जस्ट रिकलेक्ट कीजिएगा और उसका परसेप्शन अपने दिमाग में कैसे वेटलैंड का महत्व है जरा उसको देखिएगा। आपने ये गाना सुना होगा, इस गाने के बोल कुछ इस प्रकार हैं। ओहरे ताल मिले नदी के जल में, नदी मिले सागर में। ओहरे ताल मिले नदी के जल में, नदी मिले सागर में। सागर मिले कौन से जल में, कोई जाने ना। सागर मिले कौन से जल में, कोई जाने ना। ओहरे ताल मिले नदी के जल में, नदी मिले सागर में। इतना ही नहीं, उसके आगे की पंक्तियां भी देखिए, जो मैं पंच महाभूत की परिकल्पना आपको दिखाना चाहता हूं, उसकी ओर इंगित करती है। आगे के शब्द हैं, सूरज को धरती तरसे, धरती को चंद्रमा। आपने ये जो समुद्र में वेव्स को फॉर्मेशन देखा होगा, डेट इज से द अट्रैक्शन बिटवीन सी एंड मून। बिकॉज ऑफ डेट यू आर फाइंडिंग ऑन सम ऑस्पिशियस ओकेजन वी आर गेटिंग दिस ज्वार भाटा सॉर्ट ऑफ थिंग्स। सूरज को धरती तरसे, धरती को चंद्रमा, पानी में सीप जैसे प्यासी हर आत्मा। एक बूंद की कीमत, उस समय जिस कवि ने इस पंक्तियों को लिखा होगा, आज हम लोग वेटलैंड का महत्व तो नहीं समझ रहे हैं, लेकिन एक बूंद की जो उन्होंने परिकल्पना की वो देखिए। पानी में सीप जैसे प्यासी हर आत्मा, बूंद छुपी किस बादल में, कोई जाने ना। यानी कि आप एक बूंद की अगर इतनी कीमत है, तो वेटलैंड में तो कितनी सारी बूंदें हैं, उसका आप महत्व समझिए। अंत में बूंद से ही मैं मेरी बात को समाप्त करूंगा। बूंद कुछ 3 प्रकार से आप देख सकते हैं। बूंद का विश्लेषण, एक ड्रॉप, a single drop of water can be explained in 3 different ways. पहला, एक पानी की बूंद जिसको हम डोसे के तवे पर डालते हैं और फौरन उसका वाष्पीकरण हो जाता है, यानी कि उसका अस्तित्व समाप्त हो जाता है। वही पानी की एक बूंद, उस पानी की बूंद को अगर हम कमल के फूल के ऊपर डालते हैं तो वो कमल के फूल की शोभा बढ़ा देती। दूसरी उसकी खूबसूरती देखिए, पहली पानी की सेम बूंद थी, उसको डोसे के तवे पे डाला, उसका वाष्पीकरण हो गया, उसका अस्तित्व समाप्त हो गया। वही पानी की बूंद कमल के फूल पर अगर जाती है तो कमल के फूल की सुंदरता और बढ़ा देती है। वही पानी की बूंद अगर स्वाति नक्षत्र में शीप में जाती है तो वही पानी की बूंद मोती बन जाती है। यहां बैठे हुए सभी विद्यार्थियों को मैं उसी मोती के रूप में देखना चाहता हूं। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ मैं अपनी बात पूरी करता हूं। जय हिंद, जय भारत, जय जय गरवी गुजरात।
Thank you so much, sir, for revealing the 360-degree view of wetland services and taking us back to basic. Thank you once again to ignite, accelerate, and taking us forward in the direction of operational excellence to review the wetland services. So, कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ाते हुए हम चाहेंगे कि हम जो डिग्निटरीज ने हमें वक्त और अपनी प्रेजेंस दी है उनको उनका मोमेंटो देख के अभिवादन करें। तो इसके लिए सबसे पहले मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी श्री आर के सुगूर सर को कि वे वी के श्रीवास्तव सर वाइस चांसलर MSU बड़ौदा का शाल उठा के स्वागत करें। Thank you, sir. Now I would request Shri R.P. Gehlot, sir, Deputy Director, Research and Development, Gate Foundation, to present memento to Dr. S. Santakumaran, Director, GNLU. Once again, I would request Shri R.P. Gehlot, sir, to present the memento to Professor Mark Everett, Associate Professor, University of West of England, Bristol. May I request Shri R.B. Solanki, sir, Deputy Director, Ecological Education, Gate Foundation, to present memento to Shri S.K. Srivastava, sir, APCCF, JICA. Thank you so much to all of you for being with us. May I again request Shri R.B. Solanki, sir, to present a memento to our director, Shri R.K. Sugur, sir. Thank you so much to all of you, not only for your words, but your august presence. And now, I would request Shri R.B. Solanki, sir, Deputy Director, Gate Foundation, to deliver a formal vote of thanks.
Hello. Good morning, respected officers and all the participants. At the end of our formal inaugural function of International Wetland Seminar 2024 from Gate Foundations, I would like to express my sincere gratitude and thanks towards our chief guest and Vice Chancellor of MS University, Dr. V.K. Srivastava sir, and other dignitaries on the dais for sparing their times and gracing the occasion of the inaugural function program. I would also like to express my sincere thanks towards our respected retired officers, our respected CCFs, DCF and CF sirs, all the forest departments participants, university students, university professors, NGO members, eco clubs members, and other invitee members for sparing their time and for participating in the events. Hopefully these events will be fruitful and will be very useful in the field as well as our professional careers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. So with this, we declare our inaugural session complete here, and we shall proceed towards our first technical session now. So, dignitaries are requested to do the honor. everyone is requested to be settled. We are going to commence our first technical session. For the whole day, we have 3 technical sessions, and each session is having 3 lectures. So, I invite the session chair, Shri Bharat Pathak sir, to take his seat on dais. I would request the session chair, Shri Bharat Pathak sir, to take his seat on dais. I would also invite all the 3 speakers of first technical session to take their seat on dais. Professor Mark Everett is requested to take his seat on dais. Shri S.V. Rama Rao sir, APCCF Mangrove Cell, is also requested to take his seat on dais. And our third speaker of this first technical session, Dr. L. Venkatachalam, Officiating Director and RBI Chair Professor, MIDS Chennai, is also requested to take his seat on dais. Participants are requested to be settled. We are going to start our first technical session, and the session chair or moderator for our first technical session is Shri Bharat Pathak sir. Sir is a retired Indian Forest Service officer, and sir had given remarkable contribution towards wildlife conservation at various forest divisions he appointed during his tenure. One of them is at Gir National Park and Sanctuary, the heart of Gujarat's wildlife and a stronghold of flagship species, the Asiatic lions. He has also served as Director Gir Foundation during 2010 to 2016, wherein Sir carried out a multifaceted project on marine wetlands, which is very much relevant to our today's topic. That is Integrated Coastal Zone Management Project along the Gujarat Coastal Zone. And it is included, this project also included coral transplantation in it. Sir retired from Gir Foundation as Director and Additional Principal Chief Conservator of Forests. So not taking much time, we will proceed further towards our session. May I now request Shri Bharat Pathak sir to begin the session. I hand over the session to Shri Pathak sir. Over to you, sir.
आप सबको मेरा नमस्कार and good morning. we are behind schedule, but we'll try to make whatever time is available to us more useful for everybody. I would not be taking much of your time because 3 experts of the subject are here. And we are actually eager to listen to them with great details. They would be guiding us for the core theme of the subject. Guidelines, wetland conservation management guidelines, they have 2 important, a few of the 2 important guidelines. One is the wise use and the other one is the maintaining ecological integrity. Now what is this wise use? Which use is wise and which use is not wise? This I think we should be able to say very clearly with scientific evidences. So this theme is all about that. What is the wise use? Wise use, I believe that, and I think in the introductory inaugural section also, many of the speakers, they said that wise use is one which actually is able to assess, and it is based on the assessment, proper scientific assessment of all types of values. All types of values. The speakers are experts and they will be speaking about different types of services and their values. And the second criteria for considering any use to be wise use is the sustainability. So these are the key words or the key phrases which we are going to understand during this session. Thank you very much. I now request Professor Mark. Professor Mark, he was one of the speakers in the inaugural session and he was introduced also, but still I would like to introduce him here. He has worked all over the world. Just now I had an interaction and he said that he has worked all over the world for the wetland conservation and wetland research. He has a PhD from University of London and presently serving as an associate professor of ecosystem services at the University of the West of England. He is an associate member of the Science Communication Unit and core member of the Sustainable Economic Research Group, the sustainability criteria part. His remarkable contribution is towards ecosystem-based approaches, include initiatives such as Novel ROWES. We would like to know what is it, RAWES, tool development and co-drafting resolution adopting it as an international standard of the Ramsar Commission. He has written 41 books. He has published 139 international well-referred papers, 3 roles as editor of academic referred journals, 1 role as an editor of an academic referred book, and the contribution, his contribution goes on like that. He is truly the world expert in the field of wetland. I invite Professor Mark here. Thank you so much.
Namaste, Fir. May England say ek parasitic tancha vaigyanikun, and my Hindi is very bad, so I will speak in English. I also, I like to prowl. I work a lot on fish and they migrate, so I will migrate around. This is working okay? Yes? Okay, and if anyone knows about Mahasya, I do a lot of work with Mahasya fishes, so please come and speak to me if you know about Mahasya, because I've worked all over India, Bhutan, Sri Lanka on these fishes. Okay, now look, I am going to, oh, hold on.
Excuse me, sir.
The presentation needs to start at the beginning.
Excuse me, sir. सर ऐसा कह रहे हैं जिन्होंने महाशीर फिश पे काम किया वो आगे आ जाएं. उनसे सर इंटरेक्ट करेंगे ऐसे.
Can the people doing the presentation, this is in the middle of the presentation, can you take it right back to the beginning, please? Yes? Yeah. Always best to start at the beginning. Dhanyavad. Okay. Ecosystem services, wetland ecosystem services for human well-being. Okay, so what are wetland ecosystem services? There is a lot of expertise in the room and a lot of people beginning their journey, so excuse me those that know this inside out, but we're all on this journey together, so I thought I'd start from the beginning. And the beginning is to understand systems. We inherently understand systems. If you go to system science journals, they're very complicated, but we kind of understand systems. If I were to turn up here with a carrier bag full of body parts, and I'd say, I brought Dr. Segura into the room. Here he is. Here's his kidneys and his lungs and his brain and his eyes and his blood and everything. The first thing you'd say, apart from arresting me, is, well, that's not Dr. Segura. Dr. Segura is the things that are more than the parts. And we know this, and we understand systems well when we think about the way atoms work. We know we need all the bits. Proteins are inherently very simple chemicals because the amino acids are relatively simple, and according to the way they join and fold and their electrochemical properties, they can be keratin, they can be hormones, they can be enzymes, they can be many things. But together they are the system. They're catalytic, structural, whatever. But actually they're very simple. And the way cells work, the way the universe works, the way colonial animals work, we're expert systems thinkers. And we know that we're driving through town, and if we stop at the red lights and go on the green ones, we don't kill too many people. We're naturally systems thinkers. And since I'm in India, I have to mention cricket. And we know that there are 22 people and some sticks and a ball, but no two games of cricket are the same. So we are inherently expert systems thinkers without going into systems theory. The properties of systems are that you need all the bits. They need to interact in the right way. And if that happens, if you're reading this, you can see that the letters form words, and the words form sentences, and the sentences form paragraphs, and they convey meaning, and they convey potentially emotion in the same way that lines of notes can convey all sorts of emotions as music. This is systems thinking. And if we have them, we have these magical properties called emergent properties. And ecosystem services are very much the emergent properties of ecosystems. If all the bits are there, if they're interacting, then they're producing magic. And that magic is called ecosystem services. So we go back to the origins, really, of where it all started. And this is a papyrus swamp in East Africa. And back in the 80s, Uganda was coming out of 17 years of civil war. And it was trying to reconstruct. And there were two things going. It became the first country in the world with a wetland strategy, and one of the first in the world with a sustainable development strategy. So it's very progressive. At the same time, the World Bank was ploughing money in for people to drain wetlands, to produce first world commodities. So they were producing wheat and they were producing rice. But the systems weren't resilient, and they just basically degraded into clay basins within a couple of years. So there were two world views happening. Those of us in the wetland strategy side of things were saying that is just one value system, first world economics. So we started talking to people. And yes, the way people use wetlands does produce commodity products. Flood retreating agriculture, the cropping of fish, the cropping of birds, and so forth. But they did so many more things. Basic life support, the economic resources, the quality of life, future security. The double rains of East Africa meant that there was a tick-tock as the water came in, came out. And that was the basis of people's spiritual connections, the community forming. There was so much more wealth in the wetlands than the World Bank view of what wealth meant. And this is really where we started some of the early papers on the topic. And of course, we move on to the Millennium Assessment, the global assessment of wetland, of ecosystem services generally, and the definition that ecosystem services are the benefits people obtain from ecosystems. So from those early roots, the mountain people developed their classifications, the desert people, the coastal systems people, everyone was inventing their own classifications. It was an exciting time to be in the world of ecosystems. But with the Millennium Assessment, it was necessary to harmonize the classification so that we could compare different habitats and different bioregions on the same terms. And you'll be familiar with the four main clusters of provisioning, regulating, cultural and supporting services, and one or two things that were not in the original classifications that we all use today, so energy harvesting as a provisioning service and so forth. What do we mean by provisioning services? These are the things that we take from ecosystems, so food and water and fuel, biochemicals like this lovely neem tree. The regulating services, well, the tree is providing shade, the floodplain is buffering flood and drought, pollination, coastal defense, and so forth. The cultural values, they're educational, they're spiritual, they're aesthetic, they're tourism, and these things called supporting services, habitat for wildlife, soil formation, the cycling of water, nutrients, and so forth. Back in, well, a good few years ago, I did a public understanding of ecosystem service program in the UK. And it was really quite interesting. What we did, we just simplified the words a little bit. Provisioning service, that's stuff we take from nature. Regulating services are the way nature maintains itself. Cultural services are the way it enriches us in less physical ways. And the supporting services are the internal life support processes. Now, I spent 22 years in government in the UK. And what I found is it was very difficult to communicate systems to people in government because they all had a discipline. Flood defense, water, food production. And they saw the world through their particular lens. But when we spoke to people, literally, general public, they understood supporting services and the system much better than the specialists. Recognizing that the supporting services are the 90% of an iceberg that you never see because it's below the surface. If you just look at the things that we take from nature, then you overlook the value of nature. And that's an important concept. This is one of the representations that I rather like of ecosystem services because it recognizes that the provisioning, regulating, cultural are the tips of the iceberg. But nature's ability to continue to produce those benefits rests under the surface. And if we erode those, then in the long term, we erode the things that we benefit most directly from. And I have an ongoing discussion, well, argument might be a better word, with traditional neoclassical economists who say we shouldn't value the supporting services because we don't trade in them, we don't take from them, we don't exchange them. Well, that's a bit like saying I only value you from what you do for me. And that sort of relationship with nature is inherently corrosive. We need to find ways of recognizing the value of those things that we don't necessarily take and exploit, because after all, that is life support. So that's an ongoing discussion, to put it sort of tactfully, that I have with neoclassical economists. So different perspectives on wetlands. So there we are with a wetland. What do we see? Well, we see different things according to who we are. The farmer might see it as a place for crops, the bird watcher to see birds, the fisherman to harvest fish, the artist as an aesthetic place, the insurance broker, well, maybe he can sell some flood regulation services, the engineer, what can I build here? Wetland managers, you have a nightmare job because you have to balance all of those things because different people see things according to their own perspectives, value systems. They value things in different ways, and most people simply don't have this systems view, which is what we need to inculcate into the world. Systems-based decision-making really matters. Ecosystems function to produce benefits that we gain from. So there is the geodiversity, the biodiversity, with all sorts of chemical, physical, biological, and other functions happening within it. They produce the services. The services produce for us benefits. So Vadvana produces fresh water. We can abstract that fresh water and we can use that fresh water as a benefit. And then we value that sometimes in the economy, sometimes not in the economy. I prefer to think of it this way, concentric. That nature is there on the outside, biodiversity, geodiversity. That has a range of functions that produce services, that produce benefits, and some of them we trade in. Now the danger there is if we don't respect everything when we trade in it, inevitably there are feedback loops, and we degrade the system. We are like a parasite on the system. So there are our Millennium Assessment classifications of ecosystem services, and the key message is it's an interconnected system. We are all systems thinkers, we've established that. But do we think and plan and manage our ecosystems as if they were integrated systems? By and large, we don't. We cherry pick. We pick the ripe cherry off the top of the bowl and ignore the rest. And in certainly the Western world, and in, well, pretty much the world really, we tend to regard soil and the earth's surface as a place to create, produce, sell food, and the sea a place to scrape out food. The earth's crust is a place to mine geological deposits put there over millennia, and forests as a place to harvest wood fiber. And they are economically rewarded. Hold on, I got carried away there. They're economically rewarded. And so the market drives us to do that. And yet, so many things are not in the market. There's natural beauty, there's biodiversity, there's nature's food cycles, there's the water cycle, water quality, purification, renewability, soil formation, air quality, climate. Those things you don't trade. And yet nature is doing them 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 364 days a year, 360, however many. It's leap year, isn't it? One more day this year than it did last year. But nature's doing that all the time. And if we don't trade in it, there is a risk that we destroy it. Seem to be a bit stuck here. Yep. Hi, guys. There you go. So cherry-picking ecosystem services. What happens? This is a Hoover Dam. This is the world's first large dam, according to the ICOL classification. So an engineer came along there and said, well, we can get some benefits from it. We call them ecosystem services these days. So if we build that, well, let's look at the ecosystem service classification. There you go. And if we said, let's score this like traffic lights. If it's green, it's good, and if it's amber, it's neutral, and if it's red, it's not. So we can quantify the fresh water we get from it. We can quantify the energy, hydropower we get from it. Whoops, no one thought about the other services, which tend to be degraded, the biochemicals, the genetic resources happening in that catchment. Well, what about the regulating services? Oh dear. What about the cultural services? Well, some things change. The nature of the catchment changes. So the benefits of recreation and tourism change, and the social relations. There are plenty more engineers there. But everything else, unfortunately, tends to be undermined. So this is why we need to systems think. Because to the neoclassical economists, well, great, we get water, we get hydropower, and happy days. Doesn't everyone win? And the answer is no, they don't. We degrade the ecology, we degrade the social distribution of benefits, and ultimately economics, because every service is about winners, losers, beneficiaries, victims. So who benefits from these services? All of these services aren't just about nature doing things of altruistic interest. They're about you, me, our spiritual values, our recreational values, our tangible, marketable values, all of these values. So all services have linked beneficiaries, and if we don't account for them, probably linked victims. So go back to our wetland system, what do we see? And let this sort of play through again. We see things very differently, but we need to move to a situation where we see the whole and see that we are part of a bigger whole. I'm just going to talk a little bit about flagship species because I've worked quite a lot on them around India particularly. So let's start off with the bug and the hati that are very familiar. I'm also working, as I mentioned earlier, on marcia fishes, particularly in Chhattisgarh at the moment. Water is a critical resource, so why didn't they have an aquatic flagship species? It sort of didn't make sense. So we're trying to do some work there. The flagship species tell us not only what is underneath the surface in terms of the rest of the ecosystem that sustains them, but also that if the ecosystem is functional enough for its flagships, it's also producing a wealth of ecosystem services. So we need to link our conservation thinking to our human well-being thinking. Often the conservation thinking is adjunct to, and let's get on with the economy somewhere else. They are the same thing. But we need to be careful as well, because, again, just reflecting on the way the flagships are perceived in some places in India, for the white academic a long way away from India, oh, you guys have to protect your species, that really matters. But if you live in a village, the tiger might be taking your cattle and the elephant might be eating your crops, and protecting the fish might take away from my food security. So we need to think differently, to ask, are these flagships telling us a lot about the system as a whole? We need to select our flagships quite carefully. Developing the wetland strategy for Sri Lanka, we did a lot of metrics of biodiversity, ecosystem functioning, a lot of rules assessments, amongst other things. And we found that the best bird numbers were in the most polluted sites because they were eating the flies and all sorts of other stuff that was on the dead water. So we need to be careful about how we automatically think that good biodiversity is a good metric for ecosystem services. So valuing the benefits of wetlands, and I know that we're very interested in valuation, but valuation, importantly, is a plural concept. And this is always an interesting discussion with the traditional economist. Value isn't just about the rupees and the yen and the shilingi and the dollars and the pounds. They're exchange values. They're essentially how we can trade. But ecosystems are not just things that we should be thinking about trading. Many services are incommensurable, not parallel with even basic quantification, let alone monetization. And I have published for UK government valuation methods. For example, the spiritual value of a place you can measure by travel cost methods. You know, 1,000 people come from such a radius and they spend this much, and therefore there's a big positive figure for the spiritual value. That isn't the value. That's a very, very crude representation of the value. So we have to somehow represent that value in different ways and parallel ways. And there are all sorts of economic tools out there. Total economic valuation you'll probably be familiar with. direct valuation, indirect values, use values, non-values, option values, and so forth. And that can get very, very esoteric and not very useful. So we tried to dumb it down even more to make it useful in the real world. And we can value things semi-quantitatively in terms of the second tier down, value transfer. We did this study on this system, and with these assumptions we can import these values. Or we can go the full fat version and do a proper, quantitative valuation. The risk is then we just value the things that we want to value and we ignore the rest. So the semi-quantitative value is much quicker and easier, but also importantly, far more useful when it comes to thinking of the system rather than detailed tradable bits of the system. And this is all background to this thing called RAWS, Rapid Assessment of Wetland Ecosystem Services, that's been mentioned a few times already. Now, there was a commitment by Ramsar signatories, of which India is one amongst 175-ish nation states around the world, that wetland ecosystem services would be assessed in Ramsar sites and more generally. When we checked after this probably 10, 15-year-old commitment, me and my colleague Rob, we found about 8 wetlands globally had been done. And we also found that they were the 8 that we'd done. So people really weren't doing ecosystem service assessment. And it's not that they didn't want to, it's just that the tools were not enabling them to. So yes, there were commitments, but the commitments to value or to reflect ecosystem services were not being delivered. So the tools that were available generally were not useful, and this was the problem. Firstly, they were not systemic. A lot of them say, well, what are the important services and let's quantify them. And implicitly that means let's ignore everything else. So ecosystem service tools that don't look at the system are not ecosystem service tools. They're just traditional tools with a new name. Many of them are data intensive. What do we have data for? We have data for the things we already care about and measure. So calling that a systems view is also wrong. It is just what we trade in or what we regulate. So nothing changes. Also, monetization. Money is just part of the plurality of values of which we've spoken. And the risk of being over-reliant on monetization is we say, how does nature fit in our economy? When, of course, we know that our economy is the principal driver of nature's destruction. So we need to expand our sense of valuation. Also, these methods tend to be very expensive. Western consultants do very well out of them, but I'm not sure wetlands do. Far from rapid. And then you end up with a metric. I mean, my colleague Rob was in Myanmar just before the revolution, and on a coastal wetland, the wetland manager said to him, I've got this report, it tells me the carbon sequestration on this wetland's worth $19 million. I can't see that. What does it look like? How do I use that? I mean, how do you use that as a wetland manager? So the tools need to give you outputs that are meaningful and useful. So we had this crazy idea, mainly when we were doing the wetland strategy for Sri Lanka. Let's systematize this thinking. And it's based on methods that I've been using for about 20 years. So it's not just wetlands. I've used the method in Himalayas, in the Thar Desert, on mangrove systems, in built development. But it's got the word wetland in it because we did it for RAWS. And so rapid assessment of wetland ecosystem service. What does rapid mean? 2 assessors can take half a day to do 1 assessment. That's rapid. Systemic, it takes account of all services on a semi-quantitative basis, which integrates multiple information sources, multiple types of knowledge. It addresses the multiplicity of benefits, not just the ones we have data for, and it's certainly not restricted to monetizable outputs. And it's consistent. We've tested this around the world. It's widely used around the world. And the results are replicable if people are well trained. Ramsar adopted a resolution in 2018 that RAWS is now a standard international method, and we'll be training on it in the next 3 days, those of us that are going on the training. It's widely used around the world. It accounts for all services, and it takes account of multiple types of knowledge. And again, when we were doing the Sri Lankan work, we went to an interesting paddy system, and Rob and I, as Western scientists, we scored a few ecosystem services, and then we found someone working in the field. And we said, oh, you know, can you tell us about this system? And he said, well, yeah, these are all heritage strains. Well, if we hadn't asked someone who wasn't an expert, we wouldn't have got the fact it was a genetic resource. And then he said, yeah, we harvest everything to the Buddhist calendar because this is related to the temple. So, well, there's a whole spiritual world there. So it's not just what we as experts see, it's what the people we see on site see. It's what it means to them. And integrating these different types of knowledge really matters to take a systems view. So you do your desk research and you do your field research, but also you talk to people. And I often say, I mean, I've been to India 28 times, and a lot of it is around water management, water and wetland management. And I learned so much from illiterate people. They're teaching me ancient wisdoms. I mean, I've never been to Kutch, but I know the water management there goes 4,500 years ago. And that's a deep wisdom. It's very different to a Western wisdom of, you know, charging people for piped water. Very different. And of course, RAWS then can inform Ramsar information sheets. It maps into the Ramsar process and management plans. As I say, it recognizes all of the services. And that matters because if we make a decision based on a non-systemic view, then we risk undermining the system as a whole and its many beneficiaries. There are guides available online you'll have access to. There are links in one of the following slides about how to do a RAWS, or a Rapid Assessment of Wetland Ecosystem Service assessment. But the first and most important thing when you do an assessment is not just to go in there and fill out a data sheet, but firstly to ask, why am I doing this? And it could be, let's take Vadvana as an example, that you think, what does the whole system do? That's one way of looking at what's happening. What is this system generating? Or you might ask a question, how does it interact with the whole landscape? How does it map with the upstream catchment, the downstream catchment, and the wildlife on the lake? A different sort of question. Or you might say, wow, there are all these different zones in the wetland. We need to account for an assessment of all the different things that are happening around. And that's a different type of assessment. Or we might say, how has the construction of Vadvana changed the ecosystem flows of the landscape? How does that compare to other wetlands that we have? And what is the pre and post comparison? A different question. You do the assessment differently. And let's say someone was stupid enough to say, well, let's increase the tourism by putting jet skis on it. Well, what is the difference between ecosystem services in a system where you've scared all the birds away, for one thing? I mean, hopefully no one will have this stupid idea. So the way you use it matters, the purpose for which you use it matters, because that will then determine how you approach the assessment. And then you get to the RAWS assessment sheet. It's really quite basic, but it informs really quite complex questions. First of all, general information about the site, the surveyor, the date, so that it can be tracked. And then you map the Millennium Ecosystem Assessment set of ecosystem services, and you say, what is their relative importance? Deliberately not quantitative. Because if you just say quantitative, then you overlook a lot of services. And you build a picture then of relative importance. And you agree before you survey what the trigger points are between levels of importance. You provide your evidence. It isn't just guesswork. Well, I went there and I think it's rather nice, so we'll give it two pluses. You provide evidence, and if you've got, for example, carbon sequestration rates, good. If you don't, but you know it's secreting carbon, then you find the evidence of that. And then you ask questions about the geographical scale of the benefits that it produces. An important part of this is if there's no beneficiary, there is no benefit. Remember the definition of ecosystem services are benefits from nature to people. There's a temptation to say, well, I can see that there is a lot of this benefit. There's a lot of fresh water available. But if no one's using it, and there's no one around to use it, it's not a benefit to people. It's a potential benefit to people, but it's not an actual one. We'll go into the training of this in the next 3 days. You can quantify some wetland ecosystem services: climate, visitors, number of wintering birds, tidal flaps, trapping sediment, pollinators, you can count them, and the storage of floodwater and shellfish production. Many services, though, you can't quantify in such ways. But that builds up a capacity for scoring. So you score your ecosystem services. Here's just some provisioning and regulating services. I think this is from the Yellow Sea assessment that Rob and I did. As I say, I like traffic light colours because having spent 22 years in the public sector, I realised the translation from science to the non-science community is really one of the huge challenges that we have to overcome. I do a lot of TV and radio work as well because communication is absolutely key to what we do. If we think that we've done a nice technical report and people will act on it, well, dream on. It doesn't happen. So our ability to talk in common language really matters. So we're nearing the end here, but there are two RAWS guides published by the Ramsar Regional Centre in East Asia. There's the practitioner's guide there on the left and the applications guide, the many ways of using the system. And we will be doing an update on this soon. RAWS itself doesn't change, but the way we address some aspects do. For example, slight change to the scoring at geographical scales. If a system is accreting a lot of carbon, it's probably significant at global scale, but you might not feel that benefit locally. Likewise, if it's forming soil, it might be significant locally, but not globally. So we just need to reflect that geographical difference. And also how we account for supporting services. The question is, what are they supporting? So we're beginning to systematize, develop an algorithm for how you score that one to make it easier. But that's all development coming down the line. And RAWS training is necessary and available. Systems thinking matters to integrate policy areas. The common metaphor is it doesn't matter which part of the ball of wool you pull. Probably the spider's web is a better example. So let's say you do something for a water resource purpose, for water storage. Well, you can do that in ways that undermine the rest of the ecosystem, or you can do it in a way that is conscious of the other system. Traditionally, we've been very blinkered in the way we make our decisions, and we tend to undermine the system to achieve a narrow benefit. But a systems view enables you to look at that water resource primary driver and say that is what we call an anchor service. That is the service that we want, but let's think systemically and let's think about how to deliver that in ways that at best don't degrade the other services, but ideally that support, generate that service. Everything's connected. All of these policy areas that often, certainly in the political systems that I've worked in, are addressed very differently, and you produce one benefit and cause 10 lots of degradation, and then you fix the degradation by causing another lot of degradation. That's been the tradition of the siloed management structures. So this way of thinking, systems thinking and anchor services, really very important for what we call systemic solutions. And wetlands are an example of a systemic solution. A good functioning wetland doesn't just preserve your water resources, it also sequesters carbon, cycles nutrient, it is good for biodiversity, has amenity, educational, spiritual potential, and so forth. Let's do that consciously rather than undermine it. Because in nature, everything's connected, and we are, after all, just a small fraction of nature. We just happen to be one that is rather too influential on the planet on which we live. So look, I'll stop there. Those with me for the next 3 days will be absolutely fed up of my voice and all the many, many details that we're going to share. But the big message is we are part of a system, and we have to change the way we think and measure and live to reflect that we are part of the system, and that sustainability of the world actually depends on us flipping over from being exploiters to being synergistic parts of the big system. So I'll stop there.
Hello. Okay. Thank you very much, Professor Mark. I would like to take about 2-3 minutes. હું થોડું ગુજરાતીમાં વાત કરવા માગું છું, કારણ કે ઘણા લોકો એવા છે કે જે કદાચ એમનું જે પ્રેઝન્ટેશન છે એ શેના બાબતે હતું અને શું હતું એ ખાસ કરીને મારા જે ગુજરાત વન વિભાગના જે અધિકારીશ્રીઓ છે એમાંથી કેટલાક લોકોને માટે આ ઉપયોગી થશે, એટલે હું થોડું ગુજરાતીમાં કહેવા માગું છું. ઘણી વખત વન વિભાગના જે ફિલ્ડમાં કામ કરતા અધિકારીઓ છે તેઓને લોકો તરફથી એક પ્રશ્ન પૂછાતો હોય છે કે તમે આ શા માટે કરો છો, શા માટે પ્રોટેક્ટેડ એરિયા, શા માટે વેટલેન્ડને તમે પ્રોટેક્ટેડ એરિયા કરો છો, તમે સિંહને શા માટે બચાવો છો. ત્યારે આપણે એક એને સાચા તર્કથી અને વિજ્ઞાનના આધારે તૈયાર થયેલ તર્કથી આપણે એનો જવાબ દેવાનો હોય છે કે શા માટે આપણે કરીએ છીએ. તો કોઈ પણ બેનિફિટ્સ થતો હોય લોકોને, અહીંયા શબ્દ વાપરીએ છીએ આપણે હ્યુમન વેલબિંગ, માનવ સુખાકારી અથવા માનવ કલ્યાણની વાત કરીએ છીએ. તો જો માનવ કલ્યાણને માટે હોય તો એ આપણે કરવું જોઈએ. તો માનવ કલ્યાણ માટે છે કે નહીં એ કેવી રીતે તપાસવું, એના માટે ખાસ કરીને ઘાસના મેદાનો હોય, જંગલ હોય, જલપ્લાવિત વિસ્તારો હોય, આ વિસ્તારોના ફાયદા શું છે, તો એ ફાયદાઓ આપણે કેવી રીતે ઇવેલ્યુએટ કરવા, એનું મૂલ્યાંકન કેવી રીતે કરવું, એને કેવી રીતે આપણે એસેસ કરવું, એનું મૂલ્યાંકન કેવી રીતે કરવું, એ પદ્ધતિ વૈજ્ઞાનિક રીતે નક્કી થયેલી પદ્ધતિ હોવી જોઈએ, તાર્કિક રીતે સિદ્ધ થયેલી એ પ્રક્રિયા હોવી જોઈએ. તો એમનું જે પ્રેઝન્ટેશન હતું એ મુખ્યત્વે એ બાબતે હતું કે આ જળપ્લાવિત વિસ્તાર માટે છે, પણ આ જ પદ્ધતિ આપણે કોઈ પણ જમીન પરની જે ઇકોસિસ્ટમ્સ હોય છે તેને માટે પણ આપણે ઉપયોગમાં લઈ શકીએ છીએ. તો એમણે કીધું કે ફાયદાઓ જે છે, જેમાંથી જે એને સર્વિસીસ નામ આપ્યું છે કે આપણને શું એમાંથી મળે છે, તો એ સીધા પણ ફાયદા હોઈ શકે, આડકતરા ફાયદાઓ પણ હોઈ શકે. સીધા ફાયદાઓ કયા કયા પ્રકારના હોઈ શકે, જેમ કે જંગલમાંથી લાકડું મળે, બળતણનું લાકડું મળે, અથવા તો ઇમારતી લાકડું મળે, ફળ મળે, રેસા મળે, બીજી બધી જંગલની પ્રોડક્ટ મળે આપણને. એને નામ આપીએ છીએ આપણે પ્રોવિઝનિંગ, એટલે કે આપણને કંઈક ભૌતિક રીતે આપણા હાથમાં કાંઈ આવે છે તે છે. ઘણા આડકતરા ફાયદાઓ છે, ફ્લડ કંટ્રોલ છે કે પાણીનો સંગ્રહ થવો, એમણે પોલિનેશનનો પણ દાખલો આપ્યો. આ બધા આડકતરા ફાયદાઓ પણ છે. અને થોડા ઘણા આપણા સંસ્કૃતિથી જોડાયેલા ફાયદાઓ પણ હોય છે. એ બધાને કેવી રીતે મૂલ્યાંકન કરવું, તો એમણે જળપ્લાવિત વિસ્તાર માટે અને આને માટે આ જે છે તે ઇકોલોજીકલ ઇકોનોમિક્સના ક્ષેત્રમાં આવે છે અને એ લોકો અત્યારના ઘણું કામ કરે છે આ વિષયમાં અને આની પદ્ધતિઓ શોધે છે કે કયા કયા ફાયદાઓ છે તેને આપણે ઓળખવા કેવી રીતે, એને લિસ્ટ કેવી રીતે કરવું અને પછી એ ફાયદાઓનું મૂલ્યાંકન કેવી રીતે કરવું અને એ મૂલ્યાંકન પ્રમાણે તેની એક પ્રાયોરિટી લિસ્ટ તૈયાર કરવું કે કયા ફાયદાને આપણે કેટલું મહત્ત્વ આપવું. આ એમનું પ્રેઝન્ટેશન હતું અને આ ઘણી બધી વખત આ પ્રક્રિયા છે ખૂબ જટિલ થઈ જતી હોય છે કારણ કે એટલા બધા ફેક્ટર્સ એમાં એટલા બધા વિભાગો અને એટલા બધા બાબતોને આપણે સમજવી પડે તો ઘણી બધી વખતે જટિલ થઈ જતું હોય છે. તો જટિલ થાય જ્યારે કોમ્પ્લેક્સ બની જાય ખૂબ જ તો પણ એ મુશ્કેલ છે. તો એ કોમ્પ્લેક્સ ન બને એટલા માટે એમણે એક રેપિડ પદ્ધતિ નક્કી કરી અને એ હજી પણ એ પદ્ધતિને એ લોકો ડેવલપ કરી રહ્યા છે. તો આ પદ્ધતિ અપનાવી અને આપણે જ્યારે આપણી ઇકોસિસ્ટમ આપણે જે પણ ઇકોસિસ્ટમમાં કામ કરતા હોઈએ એને જો સમજીએ એના વિશે આપણે જો કહી શકીએ તો લોકોને આપણે સંતોષકારક જવાબ આપી શકીએ. બીજી એક અગત્યની બાબત એમના પ્રેઝન્ટેશનમાં એ આવી કે આ જે સર્વિસીસ છે અથવા તો બેનિફિટ્સ છે તે કોના માટે છે. એમણે એક છેલ્લે તમે લોકોએ જોયું હશે કે જો બેનિફિશિયરીઝ ન હોય તો એ સર્વિસ નથી. એટલે કે આ ફાયદાઓ આપણે ક્લાઇમેટ ચેન્જ માટે પણ જ્યારે ઇકોસિસ્ટમને કન્ઝર્વ કરવાની વાત કરીએ તો એના પણ બેનિફિશિયરી હોવા જોઈએ. કરેક્ટ? તો બેનિફિશિયરીઝને આપણે સંતોષકારક જવાબ આ પદ્ધતિથી આપી શકીએ. ગુજરાતમાં આ માટે કંઈ કામ થયું છે. મને 2 દાખલા મને અત્યારના યાદ આવે છે. બીજા ઘણા દાખલાઓ પણ હશે કદાચ. ઘણા લોકોએ શરૂઆત પણ કરી દીધી હશે આ વિષયમાં કામ કરવાની. પહેલો છે 2002-2004માં ગીર સેન્ચ્યુરી અને નેશનલ પાર્કનું જે ઇકોલોજીકલ ઇવેલ્યુએશન થયું એનું એસેસમેન્ટ થયું જેમાં એગ્રીકલ્ચર ઇકોનોમિસ્ટ લોકો આપણી સાથે એટલે કે વન વિભાગ સાથે જોડાઈ અને એમણે કામ કરેલું હતું. બીજું છે એક મને યાદ આવે છે સીપીટી યુનિવર્સિટી દ્વારા ગિરનારના જે પણ આ બંને ટેરેસ્ટ્રિયલ છે અને હવે કદાચ આપણે ઘણી બધી જગ્યાએ જળપ્લાવિત વિસ્તારોના પણ આપણે આ ઇકોલોજીકલ ઇકોનોમિક્સનો યુઝ કરી આ વેલ્યુએશન પદ્ધતિનો ઉપયોગ કરી અને આપણે એનો ઇકોલોજીકલ સર્વિસીસનું મૂલ્યાંકન કરવું જોઈએ, ડોક્યુમેન્ટેશન કરવું જોઈએ. અને છેલ્લે એમણે એ કીધું કે આ મૂલ્યાંકન કર્યા પછી એને પોલિસી સાથે ઇન્ટિગ્રેટ થવું જોઈએ. ઘણી બધી વખત જો આ મૂલ્યાંકન ન કરવામાં આવે તો નીતિ વિષયક નિર્ણયો એવા થતા હોય છે કે આનું કાંઈ બહુ મહત્ત્વ નથી, એને બદલે રોડનું વધારે મહત્ત્વ છે કે એને બદલે કોઈ બીજા ડાયરેક્ટ યુઝનું વધારે મહત્ત્વ છે. તો આ એના ફાયદા છે આ પદ્ધતિનો ઉપયોગ કરવાના. સોરી મેં થોડો ટાઈમ લીધો છે. નાઉ આઈ રિક્વેસ્ટ શ્રી S.V. Ramarauji. He is from Mumbai, Maharashtra. His subject is Sustaining Communities, a case study of mangrove wetlands and aquariculture near the Mumbai. He is working as Additional Principal Chief Conservator of Forest, Mangrove Cell, Mumbai. Sri Ramarauji, please.
Good afternoon, respected senior officers and friends. Now I'll take you to a different wetland ecosystem, that is mangrove ecosystem. Okay. See, the coastline of Maharashtra is almost 720 kilometers, consisting of 7 coastal districts. In the middle of the coast, this Mumbai city is there. That is the crucial for the entire Maharashtra coastline development. The Mumbai city, you all know, is a bigger city in India, and that creates all problems in tackling these mangroves. So now, I think Mr. Shant Kumar is not here. He would be happy if I show these things. He was saying for managing any resource, the legal backup is very much essential. That's what the director, the Gujarat Law University was stressing upon. To manage any resource, we require a good institutional setup and good legal backup and a community participation in that. See, the Honorable High Court of Mumbai, in a PL of an NGO, has given some directions which are implemented by state government of Maharashtra and now which are in place. The most important thing is is a total freeze on the mangrove destruction. No destruction in mangrove is allowed, whatsoever it is. And the mangroves in and around Mumbai, they are very much prone to encroachment and very much prone as a dumping grounds. Because Mumbai is shortage of land, these mangrove lands are being used as dumping grounds. So the High Court has banned the entire mangrove lands from the garbage, from dumping. And the most important thing is no construction within 50 meters from the mangrove, regardless of ownership of land. Irrespective of the ownership of the mangroves, no constructions are allowed within 50 meters from the mangroves. And now we regularly do the mapping of the mangroves by MRSAC, that is Maharashtra Remote Sensing Application Center. And we prepare the high resolution satellite maps. We have high resolution satellite maps for each and every village and each and every survey number. And in addition, the High Court has directed to transfer all government lands having mangroves to the Forest Department. Now, all the government-owned lands are with the Forest Departments. And to set up a higher level committees to implement these directions. And the highest level is the secretary level committees, in which the Principal Secretary Revenue, Principal Secretary Environment, and Principal Secretary Forest, all three members are there to see the implementation of these court orders. Now, all mangroves and government land have been declared as protected forests, and all mangroves and private lands have been declared as forests. All mangroves, whether it is with the government or not, it is under the meaning of forest now. Every mangrove land needs clearance from both High Court and from Government of India under Forest Conservation Act. And rejuvenation of mangroves by removing garbage and debris. And the last one is even directed to install CCTVs in the vulnerable stretches to keep a visual on this. Now we have planned to deploy around 666 cameras at 195 locations in Mumbai areas. Sir, that was the legal backup that we had. Now, as far as the institutional setup is concerned, with this backup, the government of Maharashtra has created a special mangrove cell headed by additional PCF, and the mandate of his conservation of the mangrove ecosystem and at the same time conservation of the coastal biodiversity also. Now, just see, with the, as on today, the Forest Survey of India report 2021 says Maharashtra has 32,400 hectares of mangrove area, but in 2015 it was only 22,200 hectares. The almost a 46% increase of mangrove cover in Maharashtra with the interventions of this mangrove cell, thanks to the Honorable High Court of Mumbai branch and state government. Now almost 24,000 hectares are with us, remaining 2,000 hectares for other departments have to be handed over. And even we have, the government of Maharashtra has elevated the status of these lands as reserved forests also. We are trying to put them in the category of reserved forests for further betterment. Now we do protection measures also, and we have a special GIS cell. We see this, we have the satellite mapping of mangroves. We have a quarterly assessment system. Every 3 months we see the change in cover of mangroves, and then accordingly we take action on the grounds. And we have employed almost 200 plus police personnel also, and hired by the mangrove cell. And we take off these boundary demarcation works and wherever required protection walls, and we take up all these things. And in addition, we do the restoration works also. Now we have been a part of this MISTI program. You all must be knowing the MISTI program launched by Honorable Prime Minister on 5th June 2023. We have been a part of this MISTI program. Now beyond this is the main topic that what we are planning for today. So we also believe, apart from having an institutional setup and having good legal backup, we should have good community participation also. So community participation and provision of livelihood programs to them is a very crucial area in conserving this wetland ecosystem. Now the first step was in 2012 itself, immediately after the creation of this mangrove cell, the UNDP GEF project was started in the Sindhurg district in the south of Maharashtra, just adjoining to Goa. In this, apart from coastal fisheries sustainability and conservation of endangered marine species, we have the development of sustainable livelihood programs also have been taken up under this project. Now the second step was to strengthen the mangrove cell. The government of Maharashtra has further created a mangrove foundation within the mangrove cell. The mangrove cell is part of Forest Department. This foundation is within the mangrove cell. This is a special body within the mangrove cell. In this, Chief Minister sir is the patron and Forest Minister the chairman. This can mobilize the resources from inside and outside the government. and aimed at the biodiversity conservation and supporting the livelihood activities and other research activities in education, awareness, and etc. Now this is the setup. We have a corpus with the foundation. The projects which runs through the mangroves or any other eco-sensitive areas, the 2% as guided by the NBWL or SBWL is being deposited with the mangrove cell. There is mangrove foundation. That corpus is untouchable, and the interest that we get out of this corpus fund, that we use it for the different purposes with the approval of the governing body headed by the Honorable Forest Minister, and that we use it for different works like this, for production work, livelihood, ecotourism, research, capacity building, communication, and conservation measures, even for marine stranding and rescue operations, and other human. We hire the experts from different fields. The major portion of the budget goes for livelihood and ecotourism development. That is 30% almost of the entire budget goes to this livelihood supporting activities to the communities. That's how we get the participation from the communities. Now the third step is Government of Maharashtra further has launched another scheme in 2017 and announced a state plan budget called Mangrove Conservation and Livelihood Generation. And under this, we give 90% subsidy to the community to take up the livelihood programs. So 10% has to be borne by the communities. Now the fourth one is, very recently the GCF project, the Green Climate Fund, started from 2019-25. In this also ecosystem restoration and livelihood generation are the key areas. Now, for this mangrove conservation livelihood generation, we have a concept of MCMC. This is a mangrove co-management committees. I'm not giving any theoretical fund. I'm just giving you what we are practicing in Maharashtra as a forest managers. Like our joint forest management committees, we have mangrove co-management committees where mangroves are there in the coastal villages. As on today, we have 233 MCMCs formed in 6 coastal districts, leaving Mumbai city. Almost 4,500 beneficiaries and 529 self-help groups are working. And as the area suggests, most of the livelihood activities are aquaculture based, like crab farming, mussel farming, oyster farming, ornamental fisheries, sea bass culture, and the last one is ecotourism also. These are some photographs taken from the villages. You can see different models that we are practicing there. And when we talk about ecotourism, this is not just for ecotourism. The Government of Maharashtra has brought out a policy called ecotourism, that is to create livelihood opportunity to the local communities. So along the coastline, we have selected some 12 places where we are implementing these ecotourism activities. So excluding Mumbai, the left side, there are 12 villages. Some 13 self-help groups are working. And different kinds of ecotourism activities are being run there. And the right side is the Thane Creek Flamingo Sanctuary, which is also a Ramsar site in Mumbai. It has become a great ecotourism center in Mumbai that we will discuss a little later. And it has a NIC center also. See the right top. This is a very sophisticated National Information Center. And a flamingo boat ride is also there. We can run through the Thane Creek and you can see the good pristine mangroves with a good chunk of good heads of these flamingos. And these kinds of activities are being taken care of in these stall, like somewhere mangrove boat safaris, somewhere mangrove kayakings, somewhere mangrove exploration trails like boardwalks, somewhere bird watching, somewhere shore walks, or different things. Even in one village we have crocodile safari. People go through these boat rides, they can see the crocodiles in live also. So in one Sonegam village in Ratnagiri district, we have crocodile safari also. So these kinds of activities we take through our mangrove cell. Now then one village I think I should mention. It is a village called Mandvi Vengurla in Sindhudurga district. This is extreme south of Mumbai. It is a Swamini self-help groups. We have provided just 2 boats to them, nothing more than that, and given enough push. Now this self-help group has 8 women of the small village. Now they run the boats and they get the revenue out of it. Now apart from this, they have their own homestay facility. They provide the local food. They make some pickles and sell. You see the women, they sail the boats. They run the boats and they take care of the tourists. And they do and you see the earnings that they're getting is almost around 4 lakhs. Of course, 2021, 22, this is because of COVID, the income has come down. 2020, again it picked up, and this year definitely it will be crossing more than 5 lakhs. So this is a case of our livelihood programs through Mangrove Cell. This is one village where only the women are working in that. We have Thane Creek Flamingo Sanctuary. You see the flamingos, almost 80,000 to 1 lakh lesser flamingos come from Ran of Kutch and some greater flamingos also come from Iran. And this is declared as a wildlife sanctuary in 2015. A coastal and marine biodiversity interpretation center is also there, as I said, and it's declared as Ramsar site also in 2022, as it is a major winter ground for lesser flamingo species. And the local communities, they have been permitted to operate boat ride for the tourists in the creek. So far we have been operating the boats there. Now as per our management plan, even we allowed them to apply to us and we give them permission. So 10 boats have been permitted to use in this creek. So the local communities will have the facility of having the boat rides. So the revenue will be going to the communities only. Now the Mangrove Foundation is operating. Instead, we have decided to give it to the local communities. Now, there is another thing, is a management issue. So if you see the right hand side, slowly the mud flats are also being occupied by the new saplings of mangroves. Because of this, the feeding grounds of the birds is narrowing down, and even the creek is also narrowing down. Now, to remove these mangrove saplings as per the management prescriptions, even for this also we have to approach the Honorable High Court to get this done. Because Honorable High Court said, irrespective of ownership of the mangroves, no cutting is allowed. Even for us to do these management operations also have to go to, that is the strict vigil we are implementing in conserving our this special mangrove ecosystem. Now, very near to this, a bird park is being developed with all eco-friendly structures to further generate sustainable livelihood to the local people who are around this Thane Creek Flamingo Sanctuary. And now we have gone little further also. Of course, our mangroves are near Park-Oikos. So to do any further activities, we have to be in coordination with the fisheries department. Fortunately, our forest minister is also a fisheries minister. So we took advantage of that issue and we joined hands with the fisheries department. And we are trying to map the potential zones of along the sea coast for expansion of aquaculture in Maharashtra. And we have initiated a pilot project for the trial of V-shaped water boats in fishing vessels so that it reduces the fuel consumption. This will help both the fishermen in getting their incomes also, and at the same time it will give a good environmental benefits. And use of green fuel options like LPG, CNG, LNG, which are getting converted from the diesel and petrol fishing vessels. And development of biodegradable fishing nets. See, the fishing nets now are being used as nylon fishing nets. When they are damaged or torn, they throw them in the sea and go back. That they become a source of attraction to the animals, and the marine animals, they get entangled and they will be caught there. So that has become a major problem in the sea coast in Mumbai surroundings. So this is called ghost nets. Now we have given this project to SEBA and CIFE in Mumbai to find out an alternate solution called development biodegradable fishing nets. Once they are developed, probably this ghost nest problem will be avoided. Now, assessment of abandoned, lost and discarded fishing nets, if any are there, even to get them back, that also we are trying to have a project with the fisheries department. Now, the project for the implementation of turtle excluding devices. See, while doing the fishing, the turtles are caught and the turtles are getting died. So to avoid that also, we have a TEDs, turtle excluding device also, we are providing to the fishermen. Is all with the help of the fisheries department. Even we give compensation to the fishermen who rescue and save the marine animals like turtles, whales, sharks and these dolphins, and we pay them the compensation from the Mangrove Foundation also, so that they will not kill the animals to save their nets. So I think, okay, this is last. Okay, so that is how. The mangroves were treated as a very important wetland ecosystem in and around Mumbai, north and south of Mumbai, and including Mumbai. So the government of Maharashtra has decided to have a good institutional setup and good community participation. The Honorable High Court has already laid a platform of good legal backup. With all these things, we are taking care of these works. And with this, from 2015 to 2022, almost 46% increase in the mangrove cover. Let us see in 22 to 23 report may even further increase the mangrove cover. And with this, I thank Sugur sir for giving me the opportunity to present what mangrove cell is doing in Maharashtra. Thank you, sir. And I invite all of you to visit our mangrove cell and see our Thane Creek Flamingo Sanctuary. You can have a beautiful ride in Thane Creek and see almost 1 lakh flamingos today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Our presentation છે તે mainly મહારાષ્ટ્ર મેંગ્રોવ સેલ જેને એક ફાઉન્ડેશન જેની સંસ્થાકીય વ્યવસ્થા ફાઉન્ડેશન ઇઝ ઇટ એ સોસાયટી રજિસ્ટર્ડ સોસાયટી સો આપનું જેમ ગીર ફાઉન્ડેશન છે જે પણ એક સોસાયટી છે તે જ રીતે એક સંસ્થાકીય વ્યવસ્થા કરી છે એમની અને એ સંસ્થાકીય વ્યવસ્થા નીચે 2 થી 3 અગત્યના કામો એ લોકો કરે છે. પહેલું કામ છે તે બાયોડાયવર્સિટી કન્ઝર્વેશન જેના માટે ફ્લેમિંગો સેન્ચ્યુરી નોટિફાઈ કરી છે, મેંગ્રુવ કન્ઝર્વેશન જેના પરિણામે એમણે છેલ્લે બતાવ્યા કે મેંગ્રુવનું પ્રમાણ વધ્યું છે, અને ત્રીજું જે આજના સેમિનારનો ખાસ અગત્યનો વિષય છે તે સ્થાનિક લોકો અને સ્થાનિક સમુદાયોને આર્થિક ફાયદા કઈ રીતે મળે, એમનો આજીવિકા કેવી રીતે ચાલે તેના માટેના પ્રયત્નો, અને એ આજીવિકા માટેના પ્રયત્નોના એમણે દાખલાઓ આપ્યા, ઉદાહરણો આપ્યા. સેલ્ફ હેલ્પ ગ્રુપની મદદથી પણ એ લોકો કરે છે અને ટુરિઝમને સપોર્ટ કરે છે. એકચ્યુઅલ ફિશરીઝ અથવા તો જેને સી ફૂડ કહીએ તેના માટે પણ એ લોકો મદદ કરે છે. તો જુદા જુદા આજીવિકાના એમના જે પ્રયત્નો છે તેના પરિણામો પણ મળી રહ્યા છે અને લોકો સ્થાનિક સમુદાયોને તેમાંથી આવક થાય છે. તેમનું એક બાજુ જે વેટલેન્ડ છે તેનું કન્ઝર્વેશન થાય છે, બાયોડાયવર્સિટીનું કન્ઝર્વેશન થાય છે, મેંગ્રુવ વધી રહ્યા છે જેનાથી બીજા આડકતરા ફાયદા પણ થાય છે, અને સાથે સાથે સ્થાનિક સમુદાયોને આજીવિકા પણ મળે છે તેવા એમના પ્રયત્નો છે જે ખૂબ જ બિરદાવવાને લાયક છે. થેન્ક યુ સો મચ. હવે જે નાઉ we invite Dr. Venkatachalam. The subject is economic valuation of wetland ecosystem services, fisheries, tourism and beyond. Dr. Venkatachalam is currently the officiating director and holds RBI chair professor position at the Madras Institute of Development Studies, Chennai. He has done his PhD. He has earned his PhD in economics from the University of Madras. Economics and ecology એમણે સાથે કરી રહ્યા છે. So ecological economics ફરીવાર in economics from Annamalai University, Tamil Nadu. With a focus on environmental economics, behavioral economics and economic theory. આજનો જે સેમિનાર છે તેમાં આ જે વિષયો છે તેનો ખૂબ જ ઉપયોગ થઈ રહ્યો છે. 3 વિષય એમણે જે કીધા તે એન્વાયરમેન્ટલ ઇકોનોમિક્સ, બિહેવિયરલ ઇકોનોમિક્સ એન્ડ ઇકોનોમિક થિયરી, જેના પર તેઓ પ્રેઝન્ટ કરશે અને ખાસ કરીને ચેન્નાઈમાં તેઓના કામથી આપણને માહિતી આપશે. ડૉક્ટર વેંકટચલમ, થેન્ક યુ સો મચ.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to all of you. Indeed, most of the things that I would like to cover in my presentation have been already covered by the previous speakers. And I'm going to focus mainly on certain things that are different from what they have already discussed. And let me just start with one simple question. Is it possible to know the value of 1 hectare of agricultural land in our area? So the land market will tell you what is the value of 1 hectare of land or 1 acre of land in the agricultural area. In an urban area, real estate market tells you what is the value of the square feet of land that is being used for construction purpose. For example, in my area in Chennai, 1 square feet of the land that is being used for construction purpose is being sold for 10,000 rupees, right? But can you tell me what is the value of 1 hectare of wetland? In reality, the ecosystem values generated by 1 hectare of wetland are many, many times greater than the values of the real estate market or agricultural land, actually. And the problem is, we don't know the size of the value generated by the wetlands. As a result, what happens is that these wetlands are being converted for real estate purpose. Okay? Because, even though the wetlands generate a substantial amount of value to the society, these values are non-market values in nature. They are not getting reflected anywhere in the system. And as a result, their importance is undermined. And therefore, there is a unique wetland in Chennai, which is called Pallikarnai wetland, which has been recently declared as Ramsar wetland. It is being used for dumping solid waste, urban solid waste. 130 hectares of land in this wetland, Ramsar wetland, is being used for dumping 7,000 tons of waste every day. And then there is another part of this wetland which is being used for dumping the liquid waste. The urban sewage is being let into this part of the wetland. And this wetland had 5,000 hectares of land under its belly, but now it has only 830 hectares of land. The remaining land had been encroached for urban purposes. So now imagine how much of value that the society has lost because of all these kinds of negative activities, okay? And therefore, there is a need for documenting the ecosystem services. Of course, already Professor Mark has already discussed the broader theoretical framework within which we can document all these kinds of ecosystem services. So what I am going to do here is that very recently we have completed a project for the state government of Tamil Nadu. State government of Tamil Nadu has identified 141 wetlands as prioritized wetlands for the purpose of protecting them. And then, based on the lessons learned from these 141 wetlands, the state government was planning to move on to protect other remaining 20,000 wetlands in the state. So we have been asked, MADS has been asked to estimate the economic values of ecosystem services generated by these wetlands so that the government can think about putting some money to protect these wetlands. So basically, what are the objectives? What are the types of ecosystem services that are being supplied by all these wetlands? And what is the size of the monetary value of currently available ecosystem services? We are not taking into account the lost ecosystem values because of encroachment, pollution, etc., etc. So what is the size of the currently available ecosystem services? And the third objective is to estimate what could be the maximum value that we could achieve from these 80 prioritized wetlands in case these wetlands are protected to the maximum capacity, okay? And therefore, based on these results, one can also estimate the size of the loss of ecosystem services that we have incurred because of various problems, okay? So as Professor Mark pointed out, we have used a value plus approach because of the fact that all the ecosystem services cannot be quantified in terms of monetary units, and we need to also document the presence of various ecosystem services that could not be monetized. We have used secondary data extensively to identify the ecosystem services, but we also did primary survey among 5,400 households located in all these 80 wetlands in order to assess what are the ecosystem services these households are accessing right now, okay? We have also used various valuation techniques to estimate the values of ecosystem services. I don't want to go deeper into all these kinds of things because we have already kind of had the definition of ecosystem services, wetlands, etc. So during this field visit, what we have found, so we have taken a lot of photographs in addition to quantifying the ecosystem services in terms of monetary units, because we need to document all these kinds of ecosystem services that are being locally used by the people actually. And therefore, this will be useful for the field officials, those who are protecting the and managing the wetland. So the very first important source of ecosystem service, important ecosystem service is fish, which is being consumed as food. And we have prawns collected from these wetlands. We have found people at local level are collecting crabs. These are all local crabs actually. And we have also found people collecting snails from these wetlands, okay? You may find this to be a kind of trivial one, but from the local people's point of view, these ecosystem services are playing a very crucial role in meeting with their food security, livelihoods, all those kinds of things, okay? For example, what we have found is that apart from people eating these snails, they also sell it for duck farms actually, okay? And then mussels from the brackish water wetlands, which are being sold at high prices in five-star hotels actually. And in Kerala, for example, people are eating mussels. And then, the local people. Tubers are being collected from the wetlands. Vegetables, green vegetables, most of the green vegetables coming to urban areas are indeed coming from these wetlands. And these are all some of the major green leafy vegetables coming from the wetlands. And this is another kind of vegetable which is also having medicinal values, which is being widely sold in urban areas, especially in Chennai. What we have found is that in the wetland beds and the banks, we found a lot of trees that are supplying different kinds of products, food products, which are being sold in the urban areas. For example, the Palmyra products, they are all coming at free of cost, collected by local people. And they are being sold at a higher price in urban areas, okay? And so on the extreme left, what you find is that local people are also killing birds coming to the wetlands, but from their own point of view, it's a benefit. But from the forest officials' point of view, it is an illegal activity, right? People also collect eggs, rabbits, rats they eat, right? And the wetlands provide some of these trees, right, wood for making agricultural implements, cow sheds, etc. People collect fuel wood from the wetland areas, and which is indeed playing a role in terms of meeting with the fuel wood requirements when the LPG prices are going up, right? And this is another highly valuable kind of ecosystem service. There are villages where people directly consume drinking water from the wetlands like this. And in certain cases, the government draws raw water from the wetland and then they try to treat it and then supply it especially to urban and semi-urban areas. And many of these water tankers in Chennai region, for example, they get raw water from the wetlands and they supply it to the people like this. In Chennai, there are around 26,000 lorry trips which are being made, basically, transferring water from the wetlands to households. And what we have found is that in 2015, Chennai people have paid 2,000 crores worth of money on water alone. So it's a huge business. But these people, those who are dependent on the wetlands for the raw water, they are not even paying a single rupee to protect the wetland actually, okay? So, and you can see this particular scenario widely in the wetland areas. And now you have the bottled water industry, which is flourishing because of the wetlands. And wetlands also provide surface water, which is being used for irrigation purpose. Wetlands recharge groundwater, which provides water throughout the year for 3 cultivations. Wetlands provide raw water for industry, recreational purpose. And this is a photograph that we have taken in Vembanad wetland in Kerala, which supports around 2,500 houseboats. And you see the volume of benefit that these houseboat owners are getting. And this is a widely seen scenario in rural areas especially. The children, they learn swimming from these local wetlands, whereas the children in urban areas will have to pay a huge amount of money to do that. So this is a kind of free ecosystem service utilized by rural people. And there is a secondary benefit also. Whenever there is flooding, whenever there is a cyclone and all, these people, they save the lives, properties, which become the secondary benefit. And personal hygiene in rural areas, activities like this. And you have, activities, some of these commercial activities which are dependent on the wetlands. And this is where the religious benefit is becoming crucial for local people, right? And during this Ganesha festival, lot of idols are being immersed in the wetlands, which becomes a kind of religious benefit, and this becomes a cultural benefit. The after-death ceremonies are taking place on the banks of the wetland, and you have wetlands supporting the livestock like this, and grazing benefits. A large number of livestock depends on the wetlands for their grazing, and people also collect fodder from the wetland areas. And in those areas where water buffaloes are being reared, they have to depend on the water for a cooling purpose. So wetlands provide this benefit at free of cost, and personal hygiene for the cattle. And agricultural machineries, they are being washed in the wetlands. Of course, this has negative impact as well. But from the people's point of view, this is a kind of benefit. And we have found that people collecting these grasses, which are being sold in the commercial market, and they provide very good livelihoods for the people. And many of the medicinal plants are being collected from the wetland areas. And you see some of these medicinal plants. I'm sorry, I have not put the botanical names of these plants. So these plants played a very crucial role in helping people during COVID-19 actually. These plants have the ability to strengthen your lungs. And this is the only cure for hepatitis C. There is no allopathic medicine for hepatitis C. But this is a natural medicine which is widely found in the wetland areas, which is being used by the traditional medical practitioners. And so what is the value of curing hepatitis C? Because hepatitis C will ultimately lead to liver cancer, right? Pollination, again, right? As a result, you have increased fish output, increased agricultural output. And this is another widely seen scenario in rural areas. Many of the farmers, they use topsoil from the wetlands and use it as fertilizer. And as a result, they could save on the expenses on chemical fertilizers, and people also get organic food because of this particular practice. And third thing is that when we use chemical fertilizers, it would release nitrogen oxide actually, so which becomes the global greenhouse gas. So that is also minimized, and as a result, this particular activity is helping us in terms of reducing the nitrogen gases. You have topsoil being used in the pottery industry, in the toy making business, and for brick making. And many wetlands provide sand for construction industry. And what we have found is that people also collect flowers like this and sell them in the neighboring urban areas and eke out livelihoods. For example, there is a lake called Usteri Lake, which we studied. And in this lake, we have found that on an average, a household is able to earn around 1,000 rupees by way of collecting these flowers, etc. And this is another kind of allied activity in rural areas, duck rearing, which depends entirely on the wetlands, right? And commercial fishing, salt pans, especially in the brackish water wetlands, they support a lot of people for the livelihood and income. Aesthetic benefit, recreational fishing, bird watching, and biodiversity, which is highly invaluable, research benefits, educational benefits, flood regulation, and we have so many other kinds of regulatory services. You have microclimatic stabilization, groundwater recharge, and as a result, you have improved water quality, CO2 and methane absorption, thereby reducing the global warming problem, soil moisture conservation. All these kinds of benefits are coming under these 4 different services already discussed by Professor Mark, and total economic value also. The wetlands not only provide the quantifiable objective benefits, but also subjective benefits, okay? So how did we estimate the values of all these kinds of things? So these are some of the economic valuation methods that we have used to estimate the monetary value of various ecosystem services we have documented. And again, some of them could be quantified, some of them could not be quantified, and therefore we have used a value plus approach. Wherever possible, we monetized the values of ecosystem services, and wherever monetization is not possible, we have merely documented all these services, okay? And so what we have found is that in case all these 80 wetlands are protected properly, and if the quality of the wetlands is improved to the maximum extent possible, what would be the maximum value that we will be able to get? That is 17,468 crores. And what is the actual value that we could get because of all these problems right now? It's just only 4,386 crores, okay? So 17,468 crores in case the wetlands are maintained properly. And right now, we are getting only 4,387 crores. So what is the net loss? The net loss per year is 13,081 crores per annum, right? And if you spend 230 crores per annum on all these 80 wetlands, then we will be able to gain 12,851 crores worth of benefits from the wetlands actually. So you see, if you look at the amount of money that is being spent on freebies, for example, in Tamil Nadu, it's huge. But these freebies are coming from the nature. And if we protect the nature, wetlands, we will be able to get substantial amount of freebies, right? So that is what is the lesson that we have to learn. And therefore, I will stop here because of lack of time. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Venkatchalam. વેંકટચલમ સાહેબે જુદા જુદા પ્રકારના બેનિફિટ્સ જે સ્થાનિક સમુદાયોને મળે છે તે લિસ્ટ કર્યા છે અને આ બધાને આપણે એનું વેલ્યુએશન કરી શકાય. એમણે એક વાત કીધી કે અમુકને વેલ્યુએશન છે તે રૂપિયાના પૈસામાં પણ કરી શકાય, અમુકના ન કરી શકાય તો એનું ફક્ત એમણે દસ્તાવેજીકરણ કર્યું છે અને એ દસ્તાવેજોને પણ ઉપયોગમાં લઈ શકાય. અંતે છેવટે એમણે વાત કરી કે જ્યારે એને પૈસાની દ્રષ્ટિએ જ્યારે એનું મૂલ્યાંકન કરવામાં આવે તો કેટલો બેનિફિટ્સ થાય છે અને એ જો ન કરીએ તો ઘણી બધી વખત નીતિ વિષયક નિર્ણયો છે તે વેટલેન્ડ કન્ઝર્વેશનની અગેન્સ્ટમાં થતા હોય છે. તો આ એક ખૂબ જ અગત્યનું પ્રેઝન્ટેશન હતું. ઘણા વર્ષો પહેલાં, મેની યર્સ બેક, પ્રોફેસર માધવ ગાડગીલ હેડ given two important concepts: the ecosystem people, or in other words, ecosystem dependent people. And then the other concept he had given was the ecosystem refugees. When the ecosystem gets degraded, the dependent people, they lose their livelihood. So Professor Saab's presentation was very useful, that if this particular ecosystem gets degraded, how many people would lose their livelihood. The ઇકોસિસ્ટમ રિફ્યુજી એટલે શરણાર્થીઓ બને છે. ઇકોસિસ્ટમ એક જગ્યાએથી બીજી જગ્યાએ જ્યારે એને જતા રહેવું પડે તો એ શરણાર્થીઓ બે પ્રકારે થાય છે. એક તો એવા કે જે ઇકોસિસ્ટમ ડિગ્રેડેશનને કારણે શરણાર્થી બની જાય, દે બીકમ રિફ્યુજીસ. એન્ડ ધ અધર્સ આર when we have too many regulations. We don't allow fishing, or we don't allow collection of grass. So too many regulations also adversely impact negative. Here is that very fine balance we have to achieve, and that is what is given in the guideline, wise use. So now wise use, we have to understand that if it is within the carrying capacity of the ecosystem, it is the wise. If it is not harming, if it is maintaining the integrity of the ecosystem, it is the wise use. So these are the three presentations, but the organizers have asked me to do one more task, and that is one more presentation we have to take, which is going to be online presentation. The professor or the expert is waiting somewhere in Manipur. From there he has to give. So we will have to take it. And before that, there is a one video presentation. Hello. Hello. Are we going to have the video presentation now? So a short clip on video presentation on Loktak Lake. લોકતાક લેક વિશે, મણિપુરના લોકતાક લેક વિશે ઘણા બધા લોકોને ખ્યાલ છે કે એ એક ખૂબ જ અગત્યનું એક વેટલેન્ડ છે. એ પછી આપણે ઓનલાઈન પ્રેઝન્ટેશન જોશું. થેન્ક યુ સો મચ.
लोकटक लेक में सुबह का समय है। एक छात्रा अपने एलिमेंट्री स्कूल तक कश्ती से आई है। ये स्कूल भारत के किसी भी स्कूल से अलग है क्योंकि ये तैरता है। ये देश का पहला ऐसा स्कूल है। लोकटक को ऊपर से देखने पर पता चलता है कि इसके पानी की सतह पर वनस्पति के टुकड़े तैर रहे हैं। कुछ गोल हैं, कुछ दूसरों के आकार बेढंगे हैं और उन पर स्कूल जैसे ढांचे टिके हुए हैं। इन द्वीपों को फुमदी कहते हैं।
Welcome to Loktak Lake, nestled in the heart of Manipur, India's northeastern gem. Here, amidst the picturesque landscape of lush hills and verdant valleys, lies a natural wonder like no other, where ancient legends intertwine with modern conservation efforts, creating a tapestry of wonder and intrigue that is Loktak Lake. The Loktak Development Authority is tirelessly working to conserve and preserve this natural treasure and its associated wetlands.
As Sir said, we are going to have a presentation by Shri M.H. Khan Sir. Sir is an IAS officer and presently serving as Additional Chief Secretary at Manipur Bhavan, Delhi. He has rich and varied experience in governance issues related to conflict areas of Northeast, especially Manipur, as well as he has handled complex situations in conflict area related to law and order, and especially in rural development. He also has expertise and specialization in forest and environment, as well as self-help group and disaster management. Formerly, Sir served in central government as Senior Deputy Director at Lal Bahadur Shastri National Academy of Administration, that is Lapsana, we know it.
हम नेक्स्ट बोलेगा ना तुम उधर से नेक्स्ट शुरू कर सकता है जिने जी वीडियो हो गया अब अनम्यूट करेगा ना Good afternoon, everybody. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, and good afternoon to you also.
Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes. Welcome, Mr. Khan. You are audible, and you may start your presentation, please.
Thank you so much. First of all, I apologize that because of some urgent official matter, I could not join physically, though I have booked my return. And I am here to participate virtually today. It is my pleasure and honor to join this session, and I am grateful to GIR Foundation, especially Dr. Fadur Sahib and Dr. Madam for session. And I will be starting now this my PowerPoint. I believe you have seen the video already. So I think this session is on ecosystem services and wetland management, especially the Loktak Lake. So I will just go to the next slide, please. Next slide, please. First of all, I would just like to mention about Manipur. There are total 16 districts in Manipur, and out of which 6 are in the valley and 10 are in the hills. And if you see the geography of Manipur, it is just like a ball. It is just like a ball. The valley portion and the hill comes. All the micro watersheds are coming to in the valley from the hills, and all water goes finally into the Loktak Lake. The total population of Manipur is 36.49 lakhs. The population of Thank you. The total districts, I would just like to mention about Manipur first. It is a very beautiful state. The total number of districts is 16, out of which 6 are in the valley and 10 are in the hills. And the topography of Manipur is such that all the watersheds, finally the water comes to the valley and finally it leads to the Loktak Lake. The total population is 36.49 lakhs, and the main population of Manipur is Meiteis, which are basically in the valley area, and there are various tribes numbering 34, both are Nagas and others. And then there are Meitei Pangals also, which is a minority among 6%. The beauty of this Manipur is that forest cover is around 77.2%, and the only 10% area in the valley, 90% area in the hills. Next, please. Are they listening? About the wetland in Manipur state, if we see, we have mapped so far 167 wetlands, which are of area of more than 2.25 hectare. And then there are 541 wetlands which are of less area than 2.25 hectare. And around 2.85% of the total geographical area is under wetland in Manipur. Major wetland types are basically the lakes and ponds and waterlogged areas. And as per the source of National Wetland Atlas, out of 116 wetlands have been digitized so far by our remote sensing agency of the state, which is called MARSAC. We have already digitized 116 wetlands, and we have 7 wetlands which have been recommended for notification under wetland conservation and management rules also by our state wetland authority at the state level. Basically, in the districts of Vishnupur is Uttara part, Imphal East we have Jaral part, Jaiming Lake is in Kampokpi. These are all very natural and I should say beautiful lakes. Part is basically means the lake. And then Thayang Kachaupung is in Kamjong. These are all serene area, Waithau, Ikop, Kharung, and Pumlen, Khaudum in Thawbal. And the area is also, if you see, very, very big areas are there in the hectare. Next, please. For Manipur State Wetland Authority, it was January 2018. Honorable Minister is the chairperson, Secretary is the vice chairman, Director Environment is member secretary, State Secretary concerned are also member ex officio, and there are 5 subject experts. This State Wetland Authority is very important. We are having the regular meetings, and there is a technical committee of State Water Authority also, which was constituted in 2018. And then we have made one wetland authorities grievance committee also, which is a mechanism to provide for hearing and forwarding the grievances by the public. And public here is very, very concerned about this Loktak Lake. Next, please. If you see the photo, floodplain wetlands around 360 square kilometer is there, and the mean depth is around 2.5 meters in the Loktak Lake. Integrated ecosystem of marsh and open water areas are also there in the Loktak Lake. If you see here in the Loktak Lake, the blue portion is there, and among inside that there is a floating islands which are seasonally flooded with marsh areas, which is a characteristic feature of Loktak Lake. And below the photograph is also of Kabul Lamjao National Park. The beauty of this national park is again that it is a floating island. The total island where this flora and fauna is found is all floating, and it is a natural habitat of Leucocervus LDLD. So this is the beauty of this Loktak Lake, I should say uniqueness, that all the islands there which are there, where there is even the population of mankind as well as the animals and birds, everybody, it is all floating islands. So please go to the next. Similarly, the biodiversity also, if you see, the fishes are there, macrophytes species 160 are there, 32 are phytoplanktons, and 32 are mammal species, and 55 fish species. If you see the right side, the rightmost corner, the deer, which is called Sangai deer, it is found very, I should say, rarely only in Manipur. This is the extinct species, and this is found in the Kabul Lamjao National Park. Next, please. If you see ecosystem services, the resource provisions, basically the fishery is the main resource. 60% of the state fishery resource is coming from the Loktak Lake, and the source of water also for island as well as there are many villages on the shore. The water supply is also dependent on this thing through Loktak Lake, and it is also a significant source of fish, fodder, and vegetables in some areas. As you can see in the photograph also, even the paddy cultivation is being done on the floating islands. And right side also you see the this thing, vegetation is being done, and all these things is being, activities are being done for their livelihoods. Voice participant सुन रहा है? I hope audible. Okay, please go to the next. As I mentioned, the past regime in 1970, when the Loktak Lake, I should say, initiatives were started in 1970. The Loktak Wetland Complex, which is around 360 square kilometer, there was pulsating water regime with a vibrant network of drainage system. But marshes, this Pundi, which is that floating island, it is a dominant feature, and as I mentioned that even Kabul Lamjao National Park is also on the floating island. It has provided the excellent ecosystem services support to the livelihood for around 10,000 people in and around the area of Loktak Lake. Later on, we started the rejuvenation exercise. Next, please. Barrages and dams also have been constructed in all the tributaries which are being used for irrigation as well as drinking water supply. And in 1984, water level was regulated at normal flood level, which is 68.5 AMSL for hydropower and irrigation. Basically, there is a National Hydroelectric Power Corporation, also NHPC, under the Power Ministry, which is controlling this water level. But because of the power supply, many times they have to make the water level high, sometimes very low. It affects the, what should I say, survival of the Pundi, as well as also it affects the core zone, I should say. So that is why the issue of NHPC is very, very important, which I will deliver later on. There are large areas of agriculture which get inundated when the flood comes, and the frequency and degree of floods also have increased because there has been a lot of deforestation in the hilly area, which has also led to this flooding as well as all the pollution of the hills as well as the urban system coming towards the Loktak Lake. Next, please. Social and ecological implications were also there, that land use and traditional resource management practices also changed during course of time. Many fish points were converted into the agriculture area, or some agriculture area they also converted into fish ponds in the nearby areas by the villagers, because of which the fish yield was also decreased considerably from 60% to only 11% of the overall state production, which was a very major cause of concern. And fishing practices also became more detrimental by using the explosive and other things. And plant diversity and resource also declined because of these reasons, and it also affected the livelihood. And the marsh, which I mentioned about, that Pundi we call it here in the local language, it also deteriorated. If you see the second photograph, these are the Pundis, but they have made it in a ring form, because what they do is that they bring the biomass and convert it into like in a ring shape, so that the fishes in that water area remain in that area, and then they catch those fishes for their livelihood purposes. Next, please. These are the threats because of these reasons. As I said, the water logging is very frequent and very serious in the Loktak Lake, and increased pollution loading is also taking place because you see a lot of this garbage which is coming from the urban areas also. Ultimately, it was going into the lake, I should say. And then siltation of lake was increasing. So this desiltation process was also required. And finally, the exploitative forms of fishing, which was there. Here, I would just like to mention that in all the peripheral areas where the villages are there, much area of this Loktak Lake was encroached upon. Honorable Chief Minister has made a committee, high-power committee, to look into the aspects that all these encroachments have to be removed and it has to be resettled somewhere else, because it is a threat to the existence of the Loktak Lake. And the Loktak Lake is not only important from the purpose of environment as well as livelihood, but it also has a lot of social significance. They treat it as a mother for their survival. So the survival of this lake, which was at stake, is very, very important. Next, please. Then policy and regulatory regime also, we have done the Manipur Loktak Lake Protection Act in 2006, and then National Wetland Conservation Rules are also there, as you must be aware, in 2010. We got technical support for improvement of water lake, firstly through the Wetland International Southeast Asia visa, New Delhi. Then we also contacted many local academic institutions like IIT Roorkee, etc. also, then DHI New Delhi. And the people participation, as you might have seen in the video also, I think our chairman, Loktak Development Authority, might have mentioned to you. I think you have already seen the video, I was told. So there also the local NGOs here are very, very important, and all those local NGOs are very, very proactive, I should say, for the conservation. And the role of the youth clubs in the project implementation and conservation is very, very important. And we have made it a point that that local youths of the surrounding areas take the active part in the preservation and rejuvenation of this lake. Finance Commission, Planning Commission, our Ministry of Environment, as well as our state government, we have got funding from time to time, and even the external funding also from ICEF around 20 years back. Next, please. For this Loktak Development Authority, which I mentioned to you, it was established in 1986, and under NEC and also Ministry, we got the funding from 1989 to 2001 for 12 years, in which period we have done a lot of desiltation and hyacinth and catchment conservation issues. Similarly, from ICEF also 98 to 2004, there was a project in which we focused on firstly, I should say, database creation, which was not there, and then capacity building was very, very important of all those, whether it was development authority or it was stakeholders. For this, it was done, and participatory management process through PRA exercise, etc., was focused during that project. Next, please. If we see the conservation activities, mainly it was focused for this Kumdi management. Kumdi management is that biomass, because this biomass was increasing and sometimes it was going into the core areas also. Then similarly, we have around 62% of this funds was going into the Kumdi management. Catchment area treatment was around 21%. Water management was 8%. Livelihood improvement, etc., 4%, and PMA for 4%. So you can appreciate here that Kumdi management was the main concern for this Loktak regeneration. Next, please. As I mentioned about the Kumdi management, in local language it is called Atha Kum. So basically the control of Atha Kum through economic packages was also very much taken required because it is the fishing technique which they were using were detrimental for Kundi and weeds because they were doing like that. If you see in the photograph, as I also earlier mentioned, that they make a ring sort of thing, and then they put the net, and then they collect the fish. So some of these photographs are depicting that technique for taking the fish through this Kundi management. Next, please. This removal of Kundi also from central sector through mechanical methods was also being done, like you see the JCB and others are being used, and then barrage controlling also was there so that this Kundi is controlled. Next, please. If you see the result, 2009, you see how much Kundi was there, and in 2015 also it was less. Accordingly, if you see March 2007, the ring portion, that much Kundi area is there, which was cleared, and the blue water is available in 2015. So a lot of area was covered, and regeneration and renovation was done. Next, please. Yeah, this is the picture which is depicting. Next, please. The result was that we have that enhanced wave action, as you can see in the photograph. Improvement water quality was also there. Water holding capacity was also increased of the lake, and fish yield was also increased considerably after that. And better navigation facilities. We have the navigation facilities for the tourists also in the Loktak Lake. You are most welcome anytime and enjoy the place. Next, please. Invasive plants also, there was lot of reduction by the Kundi management, and conservation of the submerged flora, which is beyond this thing below the water, and reappearance of indigenous plant species which are very, very indigenous and not found other places, were also regenerated and reappeared. And migratory bird also, it is a very, very, I should say, heartening feature that more than 30,000 birds across 70 species were found in 2015 census, and the bird population is increasing. Next, please. Water management also was done very nicely, as you can see in the photograph. Desilting was being done and barrages were controlled. 5 cross regulators were also constructed, and sanitary toilets also, as you see, were made for the households who are living in the those floating islands. Next, please. Because of this also, flood mitigations in the wet season was done, and lake water holding capacity also increased, as I said. And these are the names of the villages: Loktak proper, Hanga, Karang, KLNP, Takmu. These are all nearby villages which are surrounding this lake, and there also this coliform level and everything was reduced. Next, please. Catchment conservation activities were also done, and it also increased the afforestation, and agroforestry also extended, and soil and moisture conservation at critical locations was also done. Because of these things, and for all these, we have taken not only the help of Loktak Development Authority, but it has been done with the convergence of all the line departments, I should say, and a concerted effort was made under the chairmanship of our Honorable Chief Minister, and that is why the Loktak Lake today has a very, very different look which it was having around 10 years before. Next, please. Catchment conservation, after that we took the livelihood improvement also, because unless we take the livelihood improvement, it would not be possible, whether it is piggery, whether it is cow rearing, or whether it is handloom, or whether it is mushroom growth, and all those things were done, and self-help groups were given all the possible help. All the self-help groups are functioning very, very effectively, and skill upgradation of these self-help groups is also being done, as you can see in the last photograph. The demonstration and other things are being done. Next, please. Because of this, even the catchment areas, or I should say, improved a lot, and settled agriculture was also started and promoted at critical watersheds, so that the soil erosion and other things are controlled. Next, please. Biodiversity conservation also, as I said, water bird studies was also done with the BNHS and with the local experts, and capacity building of all the stakeholders, including the Kabul Lamjao National Park, because bird sanctuary and Sangai deer and everything was there. It is being done at regular interval. Next, please. Fisheries development, we are focusing a lot because fishery is the main resource, I should say, and 60%, as I said, that fishery resource of requirement of our Manipur state is basically delivered through this Loktak Lake. Next, please. Project monitoring and evaluation was also done at different levels, 3-tier level, activity level. It was done by implementing agencies and development authority, and then output level also it was done by development authority, and outcome level also through external agencies. They came from time to time, and even third-party monitoring was also done. And at the state level also, regular meetings and reviews by administrative secretary concerned like myself, we have done it from time to time. Next, please. Montrix record delisting is very, very important because you see this list, this Loktak Lake has to be delisted from the Montrix record, and because in 16 June 1993, due to these ecological problems of deforestation and pollution and other species extinction of fish, etc., it was done. We have done all these focus of through this conservation and biodiversity measures, which I mentioned to you like this. So we are working on this, and delisting from Montrix record is on the way. Cabinet has also approved, and we have submitted the proposal to listing concerned authorities. Next, please. In improvement of ecological characteristic, as I mentioned, here one very important point I would just like to mention that we have already made the wise use plan for this Loktak Lake, integrated management plan. It was prepared and then it was duly vetted by IIT Roorkee for conservation and restoration. For this, Ministry of Environment and Forest have 2-3 meetings. There were issues of National Hydroelectric Power Corporation also, as I mentioned, about the maintaining the water level, but it affects the growth and I should say rejuvenation of lake also. That issue was also sorted out, and I am happy to inform that Ministry has finally accepted, and the proposal is under pipeline for sanction for this wise use plan. Next, please. The way forward is, as I mentioned, that there has to be inclusive management of all the wetland complex under integrated management plan. We have taken this aspect very seriously, that there are other wetlands also which has also to be incorporated, because ultimately all the waters are coming to Loktak Lake. We have to enhance the institutional effectiveness. For this purpose, not only the Loktak Development Authority, but all the concerned stakeholders, strengthening and capacity building will be required. We have to enhance the hydrological connectivity of all the wetlands and rivers which are interconnected with this Loktak Lake. And for water quality improvement through waste management is very, very important, because all the dirty waters, all the wastage were coming to the Loktak Lake, for which, because of NGT initiative, I should say, we have taken a lot of initiative under this Nambul River. We have already made the STP for 16 MLD, and similarly the another STP is also under the pipeline, so that when the water goes towards the lake, it should not be the dirty water and it should be properly treated, then only it goes into the thing. Then apart from that, all the solid waste management, earlier it was not planned, but now it has been planned in such a way that not the garbage should not go to the Loktak Lake. Then for the Kundi management, as I earlier also mentioned, participatory management is very important, and through youths we are doing it. And biodiversity conservation, we are focusing very much, and I am very happy to inform you that earlier in some areas we were not even hearing the birds' voices, and now there are so many birds coming, so many different flora and fauna are available, which has become more or like instinct. So this is a very strong feature, I should say, for biodiversity conservation. And the reducing of sedimentation from critical watersheds, as I mentioned, is very, very important. And for that, lot of massive afforestation, etc. activity we are taking up. And the issue of NHPC, Hydroelectric Power Corporation, is very, very important. There was a lot of resistance from the local people that this NHPC should be removed from here. But later on, there were some meetings with the ministry and Power Ministry and Environment Ministry, and the issue has been resolved. Next, please. I would just like to sum up with this, my final submission, that as I have shown the video also and in my presentation also, Loktak Lake is very, very unique and especially the biggest freshwater lake in the whole Northeast, and for the preservation and conservation and for enhancing the livelihood, the government of Manipur is very, very serious, and as I mentioned that there has been a lot of improvement. Recently, we have made the integrated water management plan, the wise use plan. We hope that in coming 3 years, the pictures will be much, much more, what should I say, positive and happening. Apart from that, the tourism activities also have been enhanced, and we are in a process of having a project under JICA also from this thing for ecotourism, and that will also focus. But this has been ensured that wise use plan will be the overarching umbrella, because whatever the principles of wise use plan is there, that has to be sacrosanct. Then only the tourism activities in those peripheral areas, non-core areas can be taken, and core area will be preserved from the purpose of environment and biodiversity conservation. Thank you very much. If there is any question or any supplementary, I am very much available and happy to answer.
Since Mr. Khan is online, we will take questions for Mr. Khan immediately first. Do you have any question, please? Or want to know any additional information, please? Okay. Mr. Khan, thank you very much. People are very happy with your presentation. Lot of additional information we have received about Loktak and the management of the Loktak. Thank you very much for this nice presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I missed the opportunity to join. I will be very happy if next time I make the participation.
Yeah, please do visit Gujarat. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Sir.
So,
yes,
yeah,
sir, anything to say? I just wanted to announce the felicitation, but if there is anything to say about the sessions.
Do we have time for question answers?
It would be better if we take question answer during lunchtime.
Next session or now?
During lunchtime or
okay,
after the sessions.
All right. So we obey the instructions of the organizers and we call this session to be closed. But from the last presentation, one important aspect I would like to draw your attention. The Loktak Authority, they are not restricting their management to the Loktak Lake only. They have included the catchment area also. All the, by definition, or most of the wetland ecosystems are sink ecosystems, and they receive flow resources from the catchment area. And they have included catchment area also in their management. So we need to have, for most of the wetlands, we need to have a landscape ecology approach, and we have to keep focus on the surrounding area also. That is what is the eco-sensitive areas surrounding protected areas or important ecosystems. So thank you very much, Professor Mark. Thank you very much, Mr. Rao. And thank you very much, Mr. Professor. Thank you so much. And thank you, everybody, for cooperating and spending your time with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for very nicely and very lucidly moderating these sessions. मैं आशा करती हूँ कि सर ने जो एक्सप्लेन किया उस एक्सप्लेनेशन से हम सारे टेक्निकल सेशंस को अच्छे से समझ पाए हैं. तो अब वक्त आ गया है कि एज अ पार्ट ऑफ से लव एंड एप्रिसिएशन वी वुड लाइक टू प्रेजेंट अ मेमेंटो टू ऑल आवर स्पीकर्स एंड सेशन चेयर्स हु आर नॉट felicitated in the inaugural session. So first of all, I would request Shri Bharat Pathak sir to present memento to S.V. Ramarao sir. I would again request Shri Pathak sir to present memento to L. Venkatachalam sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you all for being with us. I would now request Shri Solanki sir, Deputy Director, Gale Foundation, to felicitate our session chair, Shri Pathak sir. Thank you so much, sir. With this, we end up our first technical session here, and we will proceed further towards the second technical session. After the two sessions of half an hour, we would have lunch break. So let us quickly start our second technical session. First one was, I would invite the experts and session chair of the second technical session, Shri H.S. Singh sir, session chair of the second technical session. I would invite Dr. H.S. Singh sir, session chair of the second technical session. I would also invite Shri Jagdish Bakan sir, IFS, Wildlife Warden and Director, Gulf of Mannar Biosphere Reserve Trust, Tamil Nadu. Would also invite Shri Ravindra Singh sir, Director, Indo-German Biodiversity Program, GIZ, New Delhi. All the speakers are requested to take their seat. I would like to introduce Dr. H.S. Singh sir. Sir is a retired IFS officer of Gujarat cadre. During his tenure in Forest Department, Sir had served on various capacities from DCF to PCCF Wildlife. For his meritorious contribution in forest and wildlife conservation, he received several awards and accolades, be it in Forestry Service Medal, Chaturvedi Medal, or ICFRE Award by Biological Conservation elsewhere, Amsterdam, Netherlands. While serving as CF at Marine National Park and Sanctuary, Shri Singh sir had provided professional leadership for conservation of coastal wetlands. That is very relevant to our today's topic. Provided also momentum to mangrove conservation by improving capability of local fishermen and staff. His second inning, I feel, is more hectic after retirement. Sir is member of several committees, that is National Board of Wildlife. He is also a member of National Technical Committee on Mangroves, an expert advisor on mangroves, consultant of the team, India-Canada Environment Facility, and so he is also a member of high-level delegation of Government of India. So not taking much time, I would request Dr. H.S. Singh sir to proceed further. The session is handed over to you, sir.
Thank you very much for giving me opportunity. I think my job has become easy. One of the speaker is already covered in first session. And time is limited because lunch is waiting. So I will request two speakers to complete their presentation in each 25 minutes, okay? I say the subject is wetland services, ecological and economic services. primitive man started journey from the wetland. They settle around wetlands. If see, the primitive man started journey from Africa to Australia all along the shoreland. Their entire journey was along the shallow sea zone because they derived fruit from there. If you read our ancient text, village settlement started after establishing a pond in the village. मेरे कहने का मतलब है, हमारे पुराणों में और ऋग्वेद में पढ़िए तो शब्द यूज किया गया है ग्राम. ग्राम का निर्माण तालाब के निर्माण के साथ ही होता था. अगर आप 2018 से लेकर 2019 के बीच में जल शक्ति वाटर रिसोर्स डिपार्टमेंट द्वारा जो सर्वे किया गया है तालाबों का 4 कैटेगरी, जिसको कहते हैं पॉन्ड्स, लेक्स, टैंक्स एंड डैम्स, 4 कैटेगरी को जो सर्वे किया गया है, वी हैव 2.4 मिलियन फ्रेश वाटर वेटलैंड इन द कंट्री एज पर दी वाटर रिसोर्स डेवलपमेंट मिनिस्ट्री पब्लिश इन 1819. सोचिए 24 लाख तालाब हैं. इसका मतलब ये है कि हर गांव में कम से कम 4 तालाब तो है. मैंने विलावदर में कुछ एक्सरसाइज किया तो एक ऐसा गांव है जिसका कुल टोटल विस्तार 16,000 हेक्टेयर है, बहुत बड़ा विलेज है, उसमें 120 तालाब हैं. तो आप समझ सकते हैं कि मानव की, आदमी की डिपेंडेंसी, इकोलॉजिकल इकोनॉमिक डिपेंडेंसी आज नहीं, जब आदमी ने अपने समाज का निर्माण करना शुरू किया है ना, तभी से ये ऐसा हुआ है. लेकिन जब सरकार, भारत सरकार की जो अभी इकोनॉमिक व्यवस्था है, कोई डैम और तालाब का निर्माण करता है तो उसमें खर्च होता है और उसका निर्माण जो है जीडीपी में काउंट होता है. तो कंट्री की जो जीडीपी बढ़ती है, वो जो हम जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर क्रिएट करते हैं ना, वो भी अकाउंट होती है. जबकि हजारों तालाब जो है हर वर्ष गायब होते जा रहे हैं, तो जीडीपी कितनी कम हो रही है वो कहीं अकाउंट नहीं हो रहा है. जो हम कहते हैं इकोनॉमिक इवैल्यूएशन जो है, गंगा जो है हजारों वर्ष से हमारे इकोनॉमिक, इकोलॉजिकल, स्पिरिचुअल वैल्यू को सस्टेन करती होती इतनी बड़ी सभ्यता का निर्माण किया. आज गंगा जो है वो मृत्यु के किनारे आ गई है. कभी किसी ने उसके जीडीपी का कितना डिप्लीशन हुआ है किसी ने अपने जो है अर्थव्यवस्था में काउंट नहीं किया. जब तक ये प्रिंसिपल हमारे इस अर्थव्यवस्था में नहीं आएगा, तब तक जो है जो हमारा पॉलिटिकल सिस्टम है, गवर्नेंस सिस्टम है, वो हमारे वेटलैंड को इतना इम्पोर्टेंस इन टर्म ऑफ फाइनेंशियल एलोकेशन फॉर मैनेजमेंट वेटलैंड दे नहीं पाएगा. इसी सब्जेक्ट को लेते हुए हमारे 2 स्पीकर हैं और वो अलग अलग सब, मैं इनके बायोडेटा पर ज़्यादा नहीं बताऊंगा क्योंकि आपके लिफलेट में पूरा डिटेल उनको दिया गया है, आप उसको पढ़ लीजिए. पहले स्पीकर जो हैं श्री एल वेंकट चलम हैं, जो दिस इज सेकेंड, जगदीश बाकन IPS, एंड वाइल्ड लाइफ वार्डन है, डायरेक्टर गल्फ मनार जो है बायोस्फीयर रिजर्व, और जो हमारा मरीन नेशनल पार्क, हमारे जो 4 इनिशियली निर्माण किए गए थे उसमें इनका जो है गल्फ ऑफ मनार आता है. मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि आप जो है 25 मिनट के अंदर जो है अपने प्रेजेंटेशन को पूरा करें. हमारे दूसरे स्पीकर जो हैं वो हैं रविंद्र सिंह, वेल नोन फिगर जो है वाइल्ड लाइफ कंजर्वेशन में, बायोडाइवर्सिटी कंजर्वेशन में, ये डायरेक्टर इंडो जर्मन बायोडाइवर्सिटी प्रोग्राम जो है GIZ न्यू दिल्ली में काम कर रहे हैं, प्रेजेंट करेंगे. तो पहले स्पीकर हमारे होंगे जगदीश बागर साहब, प्लीज आइए.
Good afternoon all. Before starting my presentation, I will be like to show you some short 7 minutes documentary. So you have seen mangroves of Maharashtra, you have seen the Loktak Lake. So now it's time that I will take you to the Gulf of Mannar, is southern part of India, and it is a lovely place, and I'm sure you will like the documentary. Kindly play the documentary, please.
excuse me, sir. We would like to share with our audience that Bakan sir has also received an award from UNESCO and in the subject of management of these wetlands and all. So this was a special reminder, and we would like to please have a big round of applause for our resource person. Thank you. Please continue.
In the southeastern coast of India lies a beautiful shallow bay called the Gulf of Mannar. It comprises a chain of 21 uninhabited islands that extend from Rameshwaram in the north to Kanyakumari in the south of Tamil Nadu. Endowed with its unique biological wealth, it encompasses vast coral reefs, seagrass beds, and mangroves. Since Gulf of Mannar is home to an array of marine life, the Government of India in 1989 declared this entire area as Gulf of Mannar Biosphere Reserve to preserve this ecological haven. Covering an area of 10,500 square kilometers, Gulf of Mannar biodiverse ecosystem supports tourism and is a source of livelihood in the form of fishery to millions of people along this coast. Over the years, like other ecosystems being altered by global warming, the Gulf of Mannar Biosphere Reserve has also been affected. The increase in temperature has affected coral reefs adversely and led to bleaching. Human activities like overharvesting of marine resources, industrial waste, and destructive fishing methods have further deteriorated this biosphere reserve.
இங்கே உள்ளவங்களுக்கு பூராமே அந்த மன்னார் வளைகுடால தான் எங்களுக்கு அந்த வாழ்வாதாரமே. அது இந்த பவளப்பாறையில் அந்த மீன்கள் குஞ்சு பொரித்து தொழில் வர்றதுனால அதை நம்பியே தான் நாங்கள் இருக்கிறோம். அது முதல்ல வந்து ஒரு மாதத்தில் இந்த 12 மாதத்தில் ஒவ்வொரு மாதத்துக்கு ஒவ்வொரு காற்றடிக்கணும் பெரிய ஆளுக்கு எங்களுக்கு முன்ன உள்ளவங்க சொல்லுவாங்க. ஆனால் அந்த சுனாமிக்கு பிறகு அந்தந்த மாதத்தில் அந்த காற்று அடிக்கிறது இல்லை.
In order to protect the health of the Gulf of Mannar Biosphere Reserve and the livelihood dependent on it, the Tamil Nadu government has been undertaking an array of steps for the conservation of biodiversity.
மன்னார் வளைகுடா உயிர்கால காப்பக அறக்கட்டளை மூலிமா ராமநாதபுரத்துலேருந்து தூத்துக்குடி வரைக்கும் 252 திட்ட கிராமம் இருக்குது. அதில் ஒவ்வொரு திட்ட கிராமத்துலேயும் 3 சுய உதவிக்குழு மினிமம் அந்த மாதிரி செலக்ட் பண்ணி இந்த ஒவ்வொரு மாற்றுத் தொழில் மாதிரி செஞ்சு கொடுக்குறோம். மாற்றுத் தொழில்னு ஒன்று அவங்களுக்கு கற்றுக் கொடுக்கும்போது ஃபுல்லாக மீன்பிடி தொழிலே டிபெண்ட் பண்ணாமல் வேற ஒரு தொழில் மூலிமா இங்கே லோக்கலாக என்ன அவைலபிளோ அது மூலிமா ஒரு தொழில் செஞ்சு அது மூலிமா இன்கம் ஜென்ரேட் பண்ணுவோம்.
நாங்கள் வந்து இந்த மன்னார் வளைகுடா அன்னைத்தெரசா குழுவில் ஒரு குழுவாக ஆரம்பித்து அவங்கள்ட்ட தொழிலுக்காக லோன் எடுத்தோம். அவங்க வந்து ஒரு ட்ரைனிங் கொடுத்தாங்க. ட்ரைனிங்கில் நாங்கள் ஒரு 30 பேர் கலந்துக்கிட்டோம். ஆனால் ஒரு 12 பேர் தான் அதில் குழுவாக சேர்ந்து அதிலிருந்து சிறு தொழில் மாதிரி இந்த இறால் ஊறுகாய் மீன் ஊறுகாய் எல்லாம் போட்டு ஒரு குழுவாக சேர்ந்து தொழில் செய்கிறோம்.
முதல்ல எல்லாம் வலையில் அந்த டால்பின் ஆமை இதெல்லாம் வந்தால் மக்கள் சாப்பிட்றதுக்காண்டி வெளியில் கொண்டு போயிடுவாங்க. விற்றுக்கிட்டு இருந்தாங்க முதல்ல. இப்போ ஒரு 5-6 வருஷத்துக்கு முன்னெல்லாம் இப்போ அதில் வந்து கவர்மெண்ட் சொன்ன மாதிரியே நாங்கள் வலையில் வந்தாலும் எடுத்து அதை தனியாக விட்டுருவோம். அது சாப்பிட்றதில்ல. இப்போ அதை வந்து நாங்கள் காண்றதே அரிதாக இருக்குது. இப்போயாவது வந்து 1-2 தான் வரும். வரும்போது வந்தாலும் நாங்கள் அதை எடுத்து தண்ணியில் அழகாக விட்டுருவோம். உயிரோடு போயிடும். அது போகும்போது நல்லா அழகாக போகும்.
In the Gulf of Mannar Biosphere Reserve region, the government follows different approaches. Like, for example, first approach is eco-development approach. So in the eco-development approach, what we are planning to do or we are doing is that we are bringing community and the ecosystem together by merging or converging the sustainable development. With the help of the community, we have successfully rescued 102 animals, wildlife animals, like 5 dugongs, 7 dolphins, and 2 whale shark, and a lot of turtles. So like more than 80 turtles we have rescued. So this is one of the immediate impact. We can see that community can join hand with the department and they can give the result. So this kind of support is very unique to this region actually.
With the help of experienced reef researchers, coral rehabilitation process using a fragment transplantation method, with standardized artificial substrates is being implemented. Taking this scientific approach one step further, the government of Tamil Nadu has successfully installed multi-purpose artificial modules around the sinking Van Island, and it has brought back this island from the brink of submergence. Along with that, wide-scale seagrass rehabilitation and mangrove plantation initiatives are also being done in this biosphere, and it is showing productive results. Another community-inclusive, unique innovation that the government has taken is the establishment of plastic checkposts in this coast. These checkposts now play a crucial role in preventing the entry of plastic in Gulf of Mannar and encourages visitors to use eco-friendly alternatives.
We must understand that there is no survival of the marine species or human species if Gulf of Mannar is not protected and its biodiversity is not protected. The corals, seagrasses, and the incredible wealth of flora and fauna that we have here is unmatched anywhere in the world. From all over the world, turtles come to the Gulf of Mannar thanks to the kind of environment that it offers to turtles from across the world. Not only that, dugongs, which are now endangered and one of the most beautiful marine mammals, they are found in India only in the Gulf of Mannar and in Andamans. So it is extremely important for us to conserve the natural beauty and the biodiversity wealth that we have in the Gulf of Mannar, because it is essential for the survival of our planet.
A healthy ecosystem and a healthy earth are inextricably interdependent. And all we need is to pledge and work towards investing in a secure climate future right now.
PPT. Thank you. You can start the PPT actually. So पहले वीडियो दिखाने का एक पर्पस था कि अभी आपको ऑलमोस्ट एवरीबडी नोज दैट व्हाट्स वी आर गोइंग नाउ व्हाट्स वी आर डूइंग नाउ एंड so I will be quickly surfing through the PPT and try to finish my presentation as early as possible. So the topic that given all speaker has spoken is that what is ecological services and how we have to encash it in terms of different benefits and how to sustain the ecosystem. So my case study will be like sustainable development along with the community involvement for the biodiversity protection. So I will be speaking about the ground actual model which are we're implementing. So forest staffs like range officers are here, my senior officers are here. So you can easily correlate this model and already you have seen the mangrove foundation models. This is a different model in the different state, but we can learn from each other, from each other's positive. So quickly, this is about outline. So about the biosphere reserve, then challenges, then what are the solutions we have implemented, and methods and mechanisms, and result and outcome, and the good practices that we can learn from this wetland. This is one of the Ramsar site. This Gulf of Mannar biosphere reserve is a Ramsar site. So I shown in the map, you can see the vast extent of area that many people might be aware about the Rameshwaram, which is a very well-known cultural center of India. So starting from the Rameshwaram in the north and to the Kanyakumari in the south, so this biosphere is spread in the 10,500 square kilometer area. With the core area is 21 islands that you can see in the map, that 1 to 21. That islands are the Gulf of Mannar Marine National Park. So you can see in the map the total 21 islands starting from the Rameshwaram and up to Tuticorin port. So what I mean to say, there is a huge area actually. In the north of the Rameshwaram also there is a Park-Bay region. So in the Park-Bay region, there are mangroves, there are sea grasses, and all kind of ecosystem is there. So this is in brief, like the Gulf of Mannar is called as biologist paradise because now there are more than 4,000 reported species, and still we are discovering new species and they are being reported. So this is a distribution. So the three important ecosystems like mangroves, coral reefs, and sea grasses. So if you look in details that these three ecosystems are all integrated ecosystems actually. Without good mangrove cover, there will not be good sea grasses. Without good sea grasses, there will not be coral reefs. All the three ecosystems are supporting each other through the different ecosystem or supporting services they are playing. So this huge area, there are huge challenges also. There is a poverty of the fringe villages. There is unsustainable use of marine biodiversity, ecosystem degradation, wildlife entanglement in the fishing net, illegal wildlife trade. There is a proximity to the international maritime boundary line. So Sri Lanka is just like 15 kilometers from the Tamil Nadu coast. So the international organized wildlife crime is happening, and we have to struggle to control that. And marine plastic pollution, there are 2 million people visiting Rameshwaram. So you can imagine the tourist pressure on the Rameshwaram island, and there is a lot of plastic is being generated there, and there is a lack of eco-education. So what are the solutions and the mitigation measures that we have implemented in this? So alternative livelihood. So this is the basic purpose of this is that we have to, there are 2 million fishermen, they are directly dependent on the Gulf of Mannar. So we can't say them that directly stop the fishing and go for some alternate livelihood. So हमको उनको support करना पड़ेगा, like उनको alternate livelihood generate करने के लिए we are giving them micro credit. So initially the UNDP has given us a corpus fund of few crores. So that corpus fund is there with Gulf of Mannar Biosphere Reserve Trust. So that corpus fund we are distributing to the different eco-development committees, and below eco-development committees there are different SHGs. So in the Rameshwaram to Thoothukudi we have 252 villages. So in each villages we have one eco-development committee. In each villages we are having 3 to 5 self-help groups. So we are having 2,700 self-help groups, and we are distributing microcredit at a concessional rate around 5.5%. So we have distributed around 26.4 crore last year, and the repayment is also there. They are successful. They are giving repaying their loans, and there is a no default of the loan for last 2 years. Yeah. Apart from that, we are providing capacity building program for them, like how to make the fish pickle, how to engage the local youth for the ecotourism, because we are giving them a certification like lifeguard certification, we are giving them boat driving certification. Next. So ecotourism, like ecotourism is one of the good responsible tourism models. So we have started 4 new ecotourism models, and the new innovative practice what we have started, that whatever the revenue or net profit we are getting, that 40% profit we are sharing with the community. So the now community can see that the benefits are flowing from the ecosystem to them. So the 40% profit we are using for the developing of the community assets. For example, the development of some community hall or something. So remaining 60% profit we are using for the biodiversity conservation. So these ecosystem services we are using for different wildlife protection and the biodiversity conservation. Next. So the plastic checkpost model already explained in the video. So we're giving the tourist a cloth bag. We call in Tamil as a manjapai. So that cloth bag is being stitched by the SHGs, and the SHGs are getting payment from the toll collection or the fee collection. And the shredded plastic we are sending to the RD department through district collector, and they are using that plastic for the road construction. Next. So patrolling, the major issue is that wildlife crime happening in the Gulf of Mannar. So we are doing a lot of intensive patrolling along with the other agencies also, and we have booked so many cases. Next. Community-led wildlife rescue and release. So in the Biosphere Reserve and the northern part of Rameshwaram, that area, we have to monitor around 325 kilometers of coastline. with single, my office like Wildlife Division Ramanad. So you can imagine that we can't be there for entire coastline. So fishermen are the eyes and ears of the forest department. So we started them, taking them on board, and whenever there is a rescue or release, we are giving them certificates and rewards. So even day before yesterday, we rescued 3 dolphins. It was in news also. So that fishermen will be felicitated and they will be given certificate and cash reward so that they will cover their net damage, and it will motivate other fishermen to participate in that. Next. So these are some of the pictures of different release. Next. So we need to protect biodiversity also, because every ecosystem there is one carrying capacity. If you go beyond that, that will deteriorate. So the patrolling and the role of forest department becomes very important. So what we are doing a joint patrolling with the Coast Guard, joint patrolling with the Marine Police and Customs. So even we have booked one case with the help of ED, Enforcement Directorate, and this is a very much good information for field staffs also. Like, we have to do wildlife, we just need not book the crime only and just forget about it. We have to do the financial investigation. We can attach the property, whatever earned by the habitual offenders. With the help of Wildlife Protection, there are provisions for the financial investigation also. You can take help of the ED and other agencies, and you can successfully attach their property, and it will act as a deterrence. Next. These are the coral transplantation pictures. In the last picture, we can see the 6-month-old coral transplanted site. And we are using this 1 meter by 1 meter models, and this is being successfully followed for last 10 to 15 years in the Gulf of Mannar. Next. These are the mangroves. We are using modified fishbone channel method, and this last picture shows the around 6-month-old mangrove plantation. Next. So this is a shelter belt plantation with the help of MJNRGS and RD department support we are doing. Next. So another problem with the coral reefs is that invasion of the Park-Oikos alvarezi. The first picture you can see that coral, this is a branch coral. In that you can see the algae, that brown or some greenish. So that is the invasive species which grows on the coral reef, branch coral only. And they will disintegrate the coral into the small pieces, and coral will be the beyond regeneration. So it can't regain their strength after that. Next. So mangroves also being infested by the Prosopis julifera that we are removing every year. Next. And the most important part is the engagement of the stakeholders. So we are trying to involve the stakeholders from the small child to the elderly people through different programs like Turtle Walk. We're arranging mangrove walks, mangrove festivals. Some with school, we're sending vehicle to the school and the villages to generate the awareness. Next. The research is very much important, and there are more than 51 published research studies about the Gulf of Mannar. We are doing annual assessment of the coral habitat and seagrass habitat. So there are a lot of programs currently also going on. So next. This research is very much important because we need some baseline. Without baseline, we can't manage national park or biosphere reserve. So we need to know that where we were earlier 10 years back and where we are now, and what is our target for next 10 years. So these are the summary of what are the different models or methods we are using. Empowering the community to take up the green jobs. Community-led sustainable control, sustainable forest control, plastic control. Community-led wildlife rescue and protection. Training, capacity building, and ecosystem restoration. Next. So these are different approaches. It's like eco-development approach, community-based governance. This eco-development committee is nothing but society formed under Societies Act. The 10 to 15 villages are the member of the committee. So the community-based governance, we are following that model. We are following polluter pay principle, waste to wealth, women empowerment, stringent implementation of the laws. So just this is quickly the last year's data actually. We have correlated data, how much green jobs we have developed and how many people we have brought out of poverty. So I will share this slide. We need not go into details. Next. This is regarding gender equality. Next. Next. These are the different ecosystem restoration works we have done. Next. these are the regarding community-based governance model 16 and 17 SDG. Next. So fortunately, we were able to get a UNESCO Mitchell Battersea Award. This is given every 2 years to the one of the biosphere in the world. And this time from India, they have selected Gulf of Mannar Biosphere Reserve, and first time India received this award. Then we also got nomination for shortlisted for PM Award for Excellence in Public Administration in the innovation category of the district for the plastic check post. We got Japan Ecotourism Award. Then recently we received UNEP Wildlife Enforcement Award, Environment Asia Enforcement Award, and Society for Ecological Restoration also given award to the Gombard Trust for their ecological restoration. Next. So these are the few good practices. Already we have discussed it, like we have to give microcredit model. Like for every, any ecological or any community engagement, so you should have some proper institutional infrastructure. In our case, we are having Gombard Trust, Gulf of Mannar Biosphere Reserve Trust. In the Maharashtra, they are having mangrove cell. So without that institutional infrastructure, we cannot engage community. So where community engagement needs some anchoring point. And we need some corpus fund to involve them for their livelihood activities. So community involvement is very much important for the wildlife rescue, wildlife protection, and the ecotourism and eco-awareness and all that. So this principle we can follow in the all other wetlands and to make improvement in the wetland. So this is end of the presentation. Thank you. Yeah. Any questions are there? I can take it now or after in the lunch time. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much for such outstanding presentation, full of information. As I mentioned that this is one of the marine national park, and then it was declared as marine biosphere reserve. It is one of the 3 marine biosphere reserve in the country, and more or less similar to ecosystem similar to Gulf of Kutch. Only thing that because our water is not that clean, so light penetrate deeper parts, so mangroves are rich. But extent of mangrove in Gulf of Kutch better, high in area. And the management of marine national park, because initially when first marine national park was declared in Gujarat, there was, the 2 departments were involved. Fishery department, actually initiative were from the Gujarat Fishery Department. And finally, because of the law, the Marine National Park has come under the Forest Department. But if you see the nature of management, it is not like the terrestrial ecosystem where you close your boundary and deny all people to enter in the forest area. Marine National Park fishery is one of the most important components. You can't exclude fishermen and fishery from this thing, management. So as he mentioned very nicely that the community management, especially fishermen involved in management of the Marine National Park is very essential. If any management plan evolve without help of, without involvement of the fishery department, fishermen, I think it will not be very effective. Thank you very much for making such a wonderful presentation, Mr. Jagdish. Now I request Sri Ravindra Singh to make presentation.
ठीक है मैं कर गुड आफ्टरनून मैं लंच और देर नहीं करना चाहूँगा तो मैं कोशिश करूँगा कि शॉर्ट में प्रेजेंट करूँ सुगुर साहब ने मुझे एक अलग टॉपिक दिया है वेटलैंड्स एज नेचर बेस्ड सॉल्यूशन प्रेजेंटेशन इंग्लिश में है कोशिश करूँगा मैं इंग्लिश हिंदी मिक्स करके बताने का अगर कोई क्वेश्चन होगा तो लंच के समय में उसको ले सकते हैं तो हालांकि टॉपिक था वेटलैंड्स एज नेचर बेस्ड सॉल्यूशन टू क्लाइमेट चेंज मैंने टॉपिक में से हटा दिया है सर एंड आई विल टेल यू व्हाई तो जब हम नेचर बेस्ड सॉल्यूशन या प्रकृति आधारित समाधान की बात करते हैं तो समाधान तभी होगा जब कोई प्रॉब्लम होगा कोई चैलेंज हो कोई चुनौती हो तो किस तरह की चुनौतियों की हम बात कर रहे हैं और क्या है नेचर बेस्ड सॉल्यूशन। ये जो टर्म है नेचर बेस्ड सॉल्यूशन थोड़ा सा कंट्रोवर्शियल भी रहा है क्लाइमेट पॉलिटिक्स में स्पेशली, पर जो यूएन एनवायरनमेंट असेंबली का जो रिजोल्यूशन है 2022 का, उसमें कोई कंट्रोवर्सी नहीं था, इसलिए मैं अपना डिस्कशन उस पर बेस्ड रखूंगा। ये एक्सेप्टेबल है, इंडिया ने भी इसको साइन किया है। सो व्हाट इज नेचर बेस्ड सॉल्यूशन एसेंशियली? These are actions to protect or conserve or sustainably use natural ecosystems or even man-made ecosystems. Yeah? That address essentially societal challenges. ये जरूरी है कि सामाजिक चुनौती का समाधान मिलना चाहिए। इकोनॉमिक एंड एनवायरमेंटल चैलेंजेस, सामाजिक चुनौती सिर्फ एनवायरमेंटल नहीं होती है, इकोनॉमिक भी होती है। while simultaneously providing human well-being, ecosystem services, resilience and biodiversity conservation. ये critical aspect है। तो क्योंकि एक क्वेश्चन आता था कि क्या नेचर के साथ करने वाले सारे काम को हम नेचर बेस्ड सॉल्यूशन बोलेंगे। फॉर इंस्टेंस फोटोवोल्टाइक से सोलर एनर्जी लेते हैं, नेचर से ले रहे हैं, तो क्या हम सोलर एनर्जी को नेचर बेस्ड सॉल्यूशन बोल सकते हैं? पर अगर इस रिजोल्यूशन को देखें तो समझ में आता है कि नहीं, सोलर एनर्जी है, फॉसिल फ्यूल का ऑल्टरनेट है, पर नेचर बेस्ड सॉल्यूशन नहीं है। उसके हमें कुछ पैरामीटर्स मीट करने होते हैं अगर हम किसी को नेचर बेस्ड सॉल्यूशन कहना चाहते हैं। सामाजिक चुनौतियों के साथ साथ पर्यावरण की जो चुनौतियां हैं, स्पेशली बायोडाइवर्सिटी की, वो उसका समाधान साथ में मिलना चाहिए। तो IUCN ने इसको लेके ग्लोबल स्टैंडर्ड किया कि किसको हम नेचर बेस्ड सॉल्यूशन बोलेंगे। 8 एलिमेंट्स हैं इस ग्लोबल स्टैंडर्ड्स के जो लार्जली एक्सेप्टेबल हैं। कुछ लोग 5 लेते हैं, यूरोपियन कमीशन 5 की बात करता है, IUCN कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव 8 एलिमेंट्स हैं। और कोर में इसके है सोसाइटल चैलेंजेस, दैट अ नेचर बेस्ड सॉल्यूशन मस्ट एड्रेस प्रेसिंग सोसाइटल चैलेंजेस। Which are these? Of course, food security, water security, biodiversity degradation, climate change, disaster risk reduction. So these are key societal challenges which could be addressed by nature-based solutions. Scale का ध्यान रखना जरूरी है। So what do we mean by scale? अगर हम landscape लें या seascape लें, उसमें जो इकोनॉमी, सोसाइटी और इकोसिस्टम का इंटरैक्शन है, उस इंटरैक्शन के हिसाब से स्केल डिसाइड होगा। तो शुड टेक इनटू अकाउंट द स्केल। मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट एस्पेक्ट इज मस्ट हैव नेट पॉजिटिव इम्पैक्ट ऑन बायोडाइवर्सिटी। कुछ लोग कहते हैं चलो नेट जीरो कम से कम हो, नेट नेगेटिव ना हो इम्पैक्ट बायोडाइवर्सिटी पे, but nature-based solution demands that we should have a net positive impact on biodiversity. Should be economically viable. Economically viable नहीं होगा तो solution नहीं होगा। और alternate अगर better हैं तो फिर nature-based solution का acceptance कम होगा। So it should be economically viable. It should be inclusive. Stakeholders के हिसाब से कॉन्टेक्स्ट स्पेसिफिक गवर्नेंस जो है वो इंक्लूसिव होना चाहिए। ट्रेड ऑफ्स जो होते हैं, जैसे सुबह में बातचीत हो रही थी कि प्रोविजनिंग इकोसिस्टम्स हैं या रेगुलेटिंग इकोसिस्टम है। अगर किसी भी एक सिस्टम को, वेटलैंड को या फॉरेस्ट को भी एक इकोसिस्टम के लिए मैनेज करते हैं तो शायद दूसरा इकोसिस्टम अफेक्टेड होएगा। कुछ विनर्स होंगे, कुछ लूजर्स होंगे। तो नेचर बेस्ड सॉल्यूशन को ये ट्रेड ऑफ्स को ध्यान में रख के इन ट्रेड ऑफ्स को बैलेंस करने की ज़रूरत है। अडेप्टिव मैनेजमेंट, बिकॉज वर्ल्ड इज चेंजिंग वेरी फास्ट। इन द चेंजिंग कॉन्टेक्स्ट जिस तरह के बदलाव हो रहे हैं, हमें अडेप्टिव मैनेजमेंट चाहिए। नेचर बेस्ड सॉल्यूशन भी वो डिमांड करता है कि हम प्लान करें, इम्प्लीमेंट करें, सीखें उससे और फिर एडजस्ट करें अपने नेक्स्ट स्टेप के इंटरवेंशंस को। और सस्टेनेबल होना चाहिए, सस्टेनेबल ऑल्सो बाई गेटिंग देम मेन स्ट्रीम्ड इनटू सेक्टोरल प्लान, क्योंकि जो सोसाइटल चैलेंजेस हैं उसके सोल्यूशन अक्सर किसी न किसी सेक्टर से रिलेटेड होते हैं। वाटर सिक्योरिटी की बात करेंगे तो वाटर सेक्टर हो जाता है, तो सेक्टोरल कॉन्टेक्स्ट में उसको मेन स्ट्रीमिंग करने की बात होती है। मैं गुजरात में हूँ तो इसलिए गुजरात के 2-3 एग्जाम्पल लेके देखते हैं कि क्या वेटलैंड्स से एग्जाम्पल कि क्या जो मल्टीपल को बेनिफिट्स है वेटलैंड्स के, क्या इनको ये वेटलैंड को नेचर बेस्ड सोल्यूशन के लायक बनाते हैं। तो पहला एग्जाम्पल मैं लूँगा लिटिल रन ऑफ कच्छ से, जिसको कि हम लोगों ने 2013-14 में स्टडी किया था। बायोडाइवर्सिटी नोन है लिटिल रन ऑफ कच्छ का इम्पोर्टेंस, पर बायोडाइवर्सिटी के अलावा 2013-14 में हमने देखा था कि लिटिल रन ऑफ कच्छ 150 करोड़ से ज़्यादा का एनुअली रिटर्न या बेनिफिट सोसाइटी को देता था। अब डेफिनेटली और ज़्यादा होगा अगर मेंटेन्ड है, कम होगा अगर डिग्रेडेशन हुआ है। तो सिर्फ 3 चीज़ों से, ब्रॉडली 3 चीज़ों से, प्रॉन फिशरीज, सॉल्ट प्रोडक्शन और टूरिज्म, एनुअल रिटर्न सिर्फ इन 3 चीज़ों का जो लोग बेनिफिट ले रहे थे वो 150 करोड़ से ऊपर का था लिटिल रन ऑफ कच्छ का। बायोडाइवर्सिटी का कंट्रीब्यूशन पता है, इसलिए मैं इसमें हाईलाइट नहीं कर रहा हूँ। गुजरात ने बड़े लार्ज स्केल पे मैंग्रोव प्लांटेशन किया था और गुजरात इज नोन फॉर दैट टू हैव इंक्रीज्ड मैंग्रोव कवर। सो वी वांटेड टू लुक एट कि ठीक है मैंग्रोव वी नो इट्स गुड फॉर बायोडाइवर्सिटी, कार्बन सेक्वेस्ट्रेशन होता है, पर उसका जो सोसाइटल बेनिफिट है वो क्या है। और हमने पाया कि जो प्लांटेड मैंग्रोव्स होते हैं वो भी सिर्फ 2 चीज़ों पे, मैंग्रोव का कंट्रीब्यूशन फिशरीज पे, बिकॉज मैंग्रोव जो है वो फिश नर्सरी होती हैं, तो मैंग्रोव का कंट्रीब्यूशन फिशरीज, कमर्शियल फिशरीज पे, और जो मैंग्रोव से सॉइल एक्रीशन होता है, सिर्फ इन 2 चीज़ों को भी देखें तो मैंग्रोव प्लांटेशन का कॉस्ट 15 साल में रिकवर हो जाता है। डेफिनेटली ऑफर्स गुड अपॉर्चुनिटीज़। खिजाड़िया सुबह में भी हमने तस्वीरें देखी और उस पर बातचीत हुई। अपार्ट फ्रॉम बायोडाइवर्सिटी, खिजाड़िया का जो हाइड्रोलॉजिकल साइकिल है उसको रेगुलेशन में बहुत बड़ा रोल है, जो हम जनरल उसको एज प्रोटेक्टेड एरिया मैनेज करने में थोड़ा सा ओवरलुक कर देते हैं। खिजाड़िया जो हाइड्रोलॉजिकल साइकिल मेंटेन करता है उसके वजह से सैलिनिटी इंग्रेशन कम हुआ है। ये एक बहुत बड़ा रेगुलेटिंग सर्विस है खिजाड़िया का, इन एडिशन टू बायोडाइवर्सिटी और बाकी जो हम जानते हैं। तो इन एग्जाम्पल से लगता है कि डेफिनेटली वेटलैंड काफ़ी अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ ऑफर करता है एज नेचर बेस्ड सोल्यूशन, जिसके कि मल्टीपल को बेनिफिट हैं और जो सोसाइटी के जो करंट चैलेंजेस है उनको एड्रेस करने में मदद दे सकते हैं। क्लाइमेट चेंज स्पेशली अगर हम इस पे देखें तो ये वेल स्टैब्लिश्ड है कि एवरेज ग्लोबल टेम्परेचर बढ़ने से कैटास्ट्रॉफीज बढ़ रहे हैं। बेस्ट ऑफ सिनेरियोज में अगर 1.5 डिग्री पे भी हम इसको रोक पाते हैं, जो कि काफ़ी डिफ़िकल्ट है, उतने पे भी करीब करीब आधी पॉपुलेशन दुनिया की हीट स्ट्रेस एक्सपीरियंस करेगी 20 दिन साल के। अगर 1.5 डिग्री पे रोक लें तो ज़्यादा में डेफिनेटली इंटेंसिटी, फ्रीक्वेंसी ऑफ ऑल काइंड ऑफ डिजास्टर्स and stress is likely to increase. Now, if we look in the context of societal challenges of whether it's climate change or biodiversity conservation or human health and well-being, जो हम water security, food security, health की बात करते हैं, तो we find wetland at interface of that. Now, just because a wetland provide these many services, can it offer nature-based solutions, or do we need to do something differently? We know about biodiversity values, सुबह में बहुत बात हो चुकी है, मैं नहीं करूँगा। सिर्फ एक फिगर मुझे हमेशा स्ट्राइक करता है कि वेटलैंड ग्लोबली 6 से 8% एरिया में ही है, पर कम से कम 40% स्पीसीज प्लांट और एनिमल के वेटलैंड पे डिपेंडेंट है. दे आइदर लिव और ब्रीड इन वेटलैंड्स. बट एट द सेम टाइम वेटलैंड का जो डिग्रेडेशन है ग्लोबली वो फॉरेस्ट के डिग्रेडेशन से 3 गुना तेजी से हो रहा है. I think India is no different there, sir. We also experienced that when we see that in last about 3 to 4 decades, we have lost about 30% of natural wetlands in our country. Mitigation, अगर climate change को रोकना है तो mitigation जरूरी हो जाता है. Wetlands do offer opportunities for mitigation. वेटलैंड में जो बायोफिजिकल एक्टिविटीज़ होते हैं, वेजिटेशन का जो इंटरेक्शन होता है पानी और ज़मीन से, दे डू हेल्प इन सेक्वेस्ट्रिंग कार्बन. पर वो कितना कार्बन सेक्वेस्ट्रेशन करते हैं, कितने स्टॉक करते हैं, ये डिपेंड करता है वेटलैंड टाइप पे भी. यहाँ पे मैं फिर एक बात हाईलाइट करना चाहूँगा कि हाँ ठीक है 6 से 8% ही एरिया है जो वेटलैंड पे है. पर अगर हम सॉइल कार्बन स्टॉक को देखें जो है ऑर्गेनिक कार्बन स्टॉक इन सॉइल, 35% of organic carbon stock of soil is in wetlands globally. So definitely wetlands do offer huge opportunity for carbon storage. जो हिस्टोरिकल स्टोरेज है वेटलैंड का, सिर्फ स्टोरेज सिक्वेस्ट्रेशन का इंपॉर्टेंस नहीं है. अगर डिग्रेड होता है, अगर ड्राई आउट होता है, तो जो हिस्टोरिकल स्टोरेज है वेटलैंड में वो इमिशन होगा, वो इमिट हो जाएगा. ड्राई होते हैं वेटलैंड तो इमिट करते हैं. वेटलैंड का दोनों फंक्शन है. वेटलैंड कार्बन एमिट भी करता है, मीथेन भी एमिट करता है, डिपेंडिंग अपॉन किस तरह का वेटलैंड है, कहाँ लोकेटेड है. और सेक्वेस्ट्रेशन और एमिशन का जो डिफरेंस है ये तय करता है कि वेटलैंड नेट सिंक होगा या नेट एमिटर होगा. इसलिए ये पॉइंट काफ़ी क्रिटिकल हो जाता है कि हम वेटलैंड्स को कैसे देखें. अगर कोस्टल वेटलैंड को स्पेशली देखें हम, मैंग्रोव, सी ग्रास बेड्स, सॉल्ट मार्शेस, सिर्फ ये 3 कैटेगरी के जो वेटलैंड्स हैं, इनका जो कार्बन स्टॉक है वो ट्रॉपिकल फॉरेस्ट से 3 गुना ज़्यादा है. सो दे डू ऑफर ह्यूज अपॉर्चुनिटी. पर एक डेंजर भी है कि अगर ये वेटलैंड्स डिग्रेड होंगे तो एमिशन बढ़ेगा एंड वी कैन देन फॉरगेट अबाउट 1.5 डिग्री. तो even to achieve our current objective and goal, it's critical to conserve wetlands. Adaptation, we know that even with 1.5 degree increase in average temperature, we do need to adapt. We have impact on food production, we have impact on disaster risks. So this has been talked a lot about in the morning, so I don't think I need to talk about adaptation benefits that wetlands offer. We have some experiences from India as well. For instance, जो पहला पिक्चर है भितरकनिका का सुपर साइक्लोन के बाद, ये वहाँ देखा गया कि जो गांव मैंग्रोव से शेल्टर्ड थे उनके जो डैमेजेस हैं उसको कंपेयर किया जो गांव मैंग्रोव से शेल्टर्ड नहीं थे. Unsheltered villages suffered at least 5 times more damages compared to those which were sheltered by mangrove. और जहाँ पे wider shelter था वहाँ पे बहुत कम damage हुआ. So adaptation benefit is well known. Health and well-being benefit, I think it has been talked a lot since morning, so I can skip this. The provisioning services are all about how we directly benefit. पर वेटलैंड्स आर ऑल्सो वल्नरेबल टू क्लाइमेट चेंज. ऐसा नहीं है कि वेटलैंड सिर्फ सोल्यूशन देते रहेंगे, वेटलैंड्स पे भी क्लाइमेट चेंज का इम्पैक्ट है. क्लाइमेट का इम्पैक्ट वेटलैंड पे टेम्परेचर के थ्रू होता है और हाइड्रोलॉजी के थ्रू. दीज टू अफेक्ट ऑल्सो हाउ वेटलैंड्स विल फंक्शन एंड बिहेव. हाइड्रोलॉजिकल साइकिल्स आर चेंजिंग एंड दैट विल डिटरमाइन वेदर वेटलैंड्स विल कंटिन्यू टू फंक्शन एज दे हैव हिस्टोरिकली और नॉट. Vegetation changes, increase in temperature and hydrology will also lead to vegetation changes. Biodiversity ka stress, definitely composition shift, migration, movement, ये सारे भी वेटलैंड्स में एक्सपीरियंस किए जा रहे हैं. और स्पेशली अगर फिश का देखें तो ब्रीडिंग सीजन पीरियड्स ये काफ़ी इफेक्ट हो रहा है already with the current climate impacts. So we cannot just rely on wetlands to do all the service for climate change. We also need to think about impact of climate on wetland ecosystem themselves. So what do we do in this scenario? Yeah, we also know that if a wetland is disturbed, for instance, by pollution, emissions increase. If wetland gets disturbed by drainage, emissions increase. So we need to also think of how we go forward if the climate scenario that we have. And therefore, what our proposition there, my proposition here will be, and we have worked on it, and with quite some conviction we can say that if we incorporate climate vulnerabilities, climate risks into wetland management, wetlands do offer one of the best opportunities for nature-based solution. But we will need to integrate the long-term climate impacts, the forecasts, and all the potential elements of climate change into our management planning. We have tried this, and that is why I can say with some conviction here that the vulnerabilities of wetland ecosystem due to climate change can be very well understood. It's not rocket science, and we don't need sophisticated modeling also for that. We have come out with a practitioner's guide which can help in understanding the climate risk in a participatory manner. We know that आप कहीं भी जाते हैं, गांव में या फॉरेस्ट में भी जाते हैं, आसपास के लोगों से पूछते हैं, वो एक्सपीरियंस बताते हैं. वो नॉलेज भी क्रिटिकल है टू अंडरस्टैंड कि किस तरह से चेंजेस हो रहे हैं. ऑफ कोर्स एक्सपर्ट्स एंड साइंटिस्ट्स हेल्प करेंगे क्लाइमेट मॉडल के इंफॉर्मेशन को लाने में, पर उस इंफॉर्मेशन को अगर स्टेक होल्डर्स के साथ डिस्कस करते हैं तो फिर पाथवेज निकल सकते हैं और निकलते हैं कि हमें कौन से वेटलैंड एसेट को प्रायोरिटाइज करना है गिवन द क्लाइमेट सिनेरियो. अगर किसी वेटलैंड को उसके सेक्वेस्ट्रेशन वैल्यू के लिए प्रिजर्व करना है तो उसके क्या एक्शंस होने चाहिए, या अगर कहीं पे कोई कम्युनिटी डिसाइड करता है कि नहीं हमें तो फिशरीज के लिए वेटलैंड मैनेज करना है, तो उसके कुछ ट्रेड ऑफ्स हो सकते हैं. फिशरीज के लिए मैनेज करने से हो सकता है हम थोड़ा सा कार्बन के लिए मैनेज करना कम करें या और किसी रिसोर्स के लिए. सो एक स्टेक होल्डर्स कंसल्टेशन के साथ एक नेगोशिएटेड बैलेंस्ड अग्रीमेंट पे पहुंचा जा सकता है. एंड इसके अलावा और कोई उपाय नहीं है एक्चुअली. गोइंग फॉरवर्ड इन फ्यूचर इफ वी वांट टू कंजर्व आवर वेटलैंड with the climate change scenario, we have to do that. So my proposition here will be that if wetlands are managed in a climate smart way, they do offer multiple co-benefits, whether to support achievement of our NDCs. NDC में हमारे बहुत बड़े टारगेट हैं जो अभी तक सिर्फ फॉरेस्ट पे सोचा जा रहा है कि 2.5 to 3 ट्रिलियन टन्स कार्बन सेक्वेस्ट्रेशन फॉरेस्ट से हो जाएगा. वेटलैंड का इक्वेशन इसमें डालने से वो बहुत छोटा टारगेट लगेगा. स्पेशली अगर कोस्टल वेटलैंड को ले लें, 2.5 to 3 ट्रिलियन टन कार्बन सेक्वेस्ट्रेशन कैन बी अचीव्ड क्वाइट नॉट विथ ह्यूज डिफिकल्टी. बायोडाइवर्सिटी कंजर्वेशन के जो ऑब्जेक्टिव्स हैं और पोस्ट 2020 ग्लोबल फ्रेमवर्क जो बायोडाइवर्सिटी के हैं, which to which we are also committed, whether it is about restoration of 30% degraded area or safeguarding 30% of area as under protection, some form of protection. Wetlands can play a very important role there. And if climate risks are incorporated in wetland management, then we can also ensure that the human well-being part of it is taken care of, whether it's through provision of fresh water or through fisheries or food production we need to take into account the climate change factors there. So with these co-benefits, I think wetlands do offer very high potential for nature-based solution. But what do we see now? Actually, nature-based solution also faces a lot of challenges in communication and really getting them implemented. FAO looked at water provisioning programs and investment that goes into water, and it was found that only about 5% of investments in water sector go towards nature-based solution. Rest 95% still go to hardcore engineering approaches, which has a limit. If there is no water, what will these engineering solutions do? So we do face challenges if you have to communicate, if you have to implement nature-based solution. Again, किसको nature-based solution बोलेंगे, क्या additionality है? ये एक policy framework का भी एक challenge है कि अगर आप wetland conservation के लिए investment मांग करेंगे, आपको ज़्यादा मुश्किल होगी. Infrastructure बनाने के लिए करेंगे, ज़्यादा आसानी से मिल जाएगा. तो ये how do we frame our questions also? Can we start framing question of wetland conservation or other ecosystem conservation as natural infrastructure building? So we also need to see how do we position these solutions so that they also get support. Finance, हर state में जाने से financing conservation is always a challenge. But there are ways there, capacities के challenges भी overcome किए जा सकते हैं. I think these are relatively simpler to address. Of course, communicating additionality from nature-based solution and then putting them in policy perspective. I think Sugur Sahab, I will request you to perhaps take it up with your state government that can wetlands or other ecosystems get somewhat similar standing as natural infrastructure compared to the built infrastructure, and that will change a lot. There are opportunities. I am still hopeful. I am quite hopeful that in future financing for nature-based solution will be better. And I look here more at the bottom part of it, and that has also to do a lot with how do we position it. Blended financing. I see a lot of innovations are needed there. Innovations are happening. Capital market से भी, whether it's through green bonds or या फिर अभी green credit का scheme government of India ने launch किया है. Green credit में कैसे position कर सकते हैं हम wetlands को? So there are opportunities. All we need is more innovations from field. आप सभी लोग innovators हैं. आप जहाँ काम करते हैं solutions निकालते हैं. So with these optimism, I would like to end here. Thank you so much. In lunch, we can talk more about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for such a nice presentation. Nature-based solution, that is very good. And he explained everything about the biodiversity, climate change, and linked to the wetland conservation. Both speakers, they gave outstanding presentation in their respective subject, and it enlightened us. लेकिन मैं समराइज करना चाहता हूँ कि इन सब सिनेरियो को देखते हुए मुझे याद आता है कि उन 2006-07 के आसपास जब राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर जो है लोगों ने काफ़ी फॉरेस्ट्री सेक्टर के कंट्रीब्यूशन के बारे में बात करना शुरू किया, तो ट्री आउटसाइड ऑफ फॉरेस्ट का जब इवोल्यूशन किया इन टर्म ऑफ वुड एंड मटेरियल नॉट सर्विसेज, तो 81,000 करोड़ का असेसमेंट हुआ और फॉरेस्ट्री सेक्टर का कंट्रीब्यूशन जो है उस समय 1,20,000 करोड़ का जीडीपी में काउंट किया गया. पहली बार ऐसा हुआ. और उसको अगर इन्फ्लेशन और सब देखें तो अभी जो है करीब करीब 3 लाख करोड़ फॉरेस्ट्री सेक्टर का कंट्रीब्यूशन है। लेकिन कुछ बुद्धिजीवी जो इस सेक्टर में काम कर रहे हैं उनका कहना है कि फॉरेस्ट्री सेक्टर का कंट्रीब्यूशन कम से कम जो है 4% जीडीपी का तो होना चाहिए। अगर 4% लें और अगर वेटलैंड का भी इसी तरह कोई असेसमेंट करके ग्रुप काम करें, लोग कर रहे हैं लेकिन बड़ा स्लो कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि नेशनल जो गवर्नेंस का सिस्टम होता है इन टर्म ऑफ फाइनेंस एलोकेशन जो है वो डिपेंड करता है कि कौन सेक्टर कितना जीडीपी में कंट्रीब्यूट करता है। अगर मान लीजिए 5 से 5% भी जीडीपी फॉरेस्ट्री और वेटलैंड सेक्टर जो कंट्रीब्यूट करता है तो नेशनल बजट अगर 40 लाख करोड़ का है तो 5% देखो तो 2 लाख करोड़ का बजट तो फॉरेस्ट्री एंड एनवायरनमेंट सेक्टर में आना चाहिए। उसके अगेंस्ट में अगर आप सेंटर का बजट देखिए तो 3,500 करोड़ का टोटल एलोकेशन होता है, समझे नहीं, जहाँ की आपके जो है क्लेम 2 लाख करोड़ का होना चाहिए, 2 लाख करोड़ इन टर्म ऑफ रुपीज होना चाहिए, उसके जगह पर आपका 3,500 करोड़ का सेंटर का बजट का स्टेट का अलग अलग है। कुछ स्टेट तो मैंने ऐसे देखा जिसका कि मेरा थोड़ा एक्सपीरियंस है विजिट करते हुए तेलंगाना में, जहाँ की फॉरेस्ट्री बजट डेवलपमेंट के लिए 100 करोड़ भी नहीं है। वेरी अनफॉर्चुनेट सिनेरियो दिस स्टेट। गुजरात, मध्य प्रदेश, महाराष्ट्र इस माने में काफ़ी लकी है। महाराष्ट्र भी काफ़ी आगे आया और महाराष्ट्र का भी जो है हमारे ख्याल से बोलेंगे 10-15 साल में इनका इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट और सब जो है ना ऑल ऑफ सडन, हम जब थे ना तो महाराष्ट्र की कंडीशन बड़ी ख़राब थी 80s एंड 90s में। ऑल ऑफ सडन समबडी जो सब्जेक्ट जब कोई जानता है ना इसकी सोसाइटी में कितना इम्पोर्टेंस होता है तो ऑल ऑफ सडन उसके जो है हर चीज़ें बदल जाती हैं। तो बहुत अच्छा वर्कशॉप रहा, काफ़ी है। ये सब सीनरियो जाकर गवर्नमेंट को किसी तरह जो है प्रेजेंट किया जाए तो हमारे ख्याल से फॉरेस्ट एनवायरनमेंट का, क्योंकि क्लाइमेट चेंज एक और नया सब्जेक्ट जुड़ गया है भाई कि सबका सोल्यूशन जो है इसी से है, बाकी सब तो मैनिपुलेशन है। बाकी जो लोग हैं ना कार्बन का मैनिपुलेशन करते हैं जो कारपोरेट सेक्टर हैं। सो थैंक यू वेरी मच। आपके कोई प्रश्न हो तो आप पूछ सकते हैं। लंच का टाइम है तो आप लंच में डिस्कस कर लीजिए। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
थैंक यू सर।
एक मिनट एक अनाउंसमेंट करना चाहता हूँ। मिनिस्टर साहब इज प्रिसाइडिंग द वैल्यूटरी फंक्शन 5 बजे। So I wish the same tempo will be maintained at 5 PM also. And Minister साहब हमने कुछ गिर फाउंडेशन की जो अभी जो आपको दिखाना है हमने छुपा के रखा है, so that will be shown only in during the presence of Minister. And अभी तक आप लोगों ने पूरा इंडिया का सुना, गुजरात का बाकी है। So गुजरात का presentations were there after the lunch. I hope that same tempo will be maintained. Thank you.
Sure, sir. So, proceeding further, I would like to felicitate both our speakers and our session chair. I would request Shri Dr. H. S. Singh, sir, to present a memento to both of our speakers. Sir, please. I would request sir to present a memento to Bakan, sir. I would again request sir to present a memento to Bakan, sir. I would request Shri R.B. Solanki, sir, to present a memento to Dr. H. S. Singh, sir. Thank you, sir. With this, we declare our second technical session over here. And we have a lunch. Yes. Before 3 o'clock, we have to complete our lunch so that we can be on time for the next session. As sir declared that valedictory is going to begin at 5 o'clock. So we have to strictly stick to time. Sandeep Kumar Sir, IFS CCF Kutch Circle, and the other will be by Dr. B. Suchindra, IFS Project Director, PMU Gandhinagar. So all speakers are also requested to take their seat on dais. Let me introduce you to our session chair, Dr. C.N. Pandey. Sir is an Indian Forest Service officer of 1980 batch. Sir has served on various capacities at Forest Department from CCF, CF, PCCF Wildlife and PCCF HOF 2. At present, Sir is professor at Indian Institute of Technology, Gandhinagar, Faculty of Earth Science and Civil Engineering, and working on biodiversity conservation, climate change, and sustainable development, etc. Sir is also chairman of Expert Appraisal Committee for Environment Clearance for Industry 1 type of projects, Ministry of Environment and Forest and Climate Change, Government of India. As well as, Sir is also member of number of committees like State Board of Wildlife, Gujarat, and many more. So, not wasting much time, I would hand over the first session, first technical lecture, third technical session to Dr. C.N. Pandey. Sir, the session is over to you.
And my screen is
check.
Visual?
Anyway, thank you very much for introducing me, and I welcome all of you to this afternoon session, after lunch session, and I'm very sure that you will enjoy every presentation, every discussion that is going to take place. Our time is limited. There are going to be 3 presentations in this, and I invite all the 3 presenters. Of course, 2 are already here, and the third presentation is going to be online. So, and we have to finish it in time, because after this, there's going to be a valedictory session where the minister would be here. So we must utilize the time in such a way that our session is not just cut by the arrival of the minister. So we'll try to do that. Now, I'll first, is this online set is ready? Okay. So the first talk here would be by Dr. Rabindranath Samal. Areas of work, and Dr. Samal, are you online?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we welcome you all to this workshop, and we are going to hear from you. Now, he has a total 34 years of research, so a really research seasoned person is going to present about the wetlands, and 34 years of research experience in the field of remote sensing, digital image processing, and geographical information systems. And he has also been associated with the assessment of fresh water and sediment discharge into Chilka Lagoon for the last 24 years. Wow, great experience. And World Bank aided hydrological monitoring of Chilka Lake. He's identified as a national resource person under the National Wetland Conservation Program of the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. So with this brief introduction, I invite With this brief introduction, I invite Dr. Rabindranath Samal to start his presentation. Dr. Samal, it's over to you.
Okay. At first, I thanks Gear Foundation to give me this opportunity, and also especially Sukur sir, the director of Gear Foundation. Myself, Dr. Arun Samal, have been working in Chilka Development Authority since 1999, and so the definition is that wetlands are areas of marsh and peatlands, and whether natural or artificial, permanent or temporary, with water that is static or flowing, fresh brackish or salt or including areas of marine water, the depth of which at low tide does not exceed 6 meters. That is the definition of the wetlands. So the second definition is that wetlands are land transitional between terrestrial and aquatic system where the water table is usually at the surface or the land is covered by shallow water. It is that wetlands are basically is very shallow water body. And the Ramsar Convention defines that wetlands wise use as the principle, the maintenance of their ecological character achieved through the implementation of ecosystem approach within the context of sustainable development. That Ramsar Convention say that for the future generation we should use that principle of that wise use. Then ecological character is the combination of the ecosystem components, processes, and benefits and services that characterize their wetland at any given point in time. So, in context of Chilica, the direct drivers of change is that the land changes in the catchment, aquaculture activity, pollution from the catchment and also from the river, and that as is connected to the Bay of Bengal, that due to that natural process of long side transport, that inlet is migrating in the northeast direction, and there is a climate change impact and freshwater flow regulation due to the construction of many barrages in the upper catchment. And another is the destructive fishing practices. That is the practice, the fishers practice and non-fishers also, and unregulated tourism. These are the direct drivers of change to change the ecological character of the lake. And institution and governance, that formal institution is that CDA is the nodal agency for wetland management, particularly Chilika and Ansupa Lake, two Ramsar site from Odisha. And there is a provision under Wetland Rules 2017. And Odisha government also have OMFRA to regulate the fishing activity. And there is a provision to season-wise whose gears they have to use and whose size and in which area they have to. So that is in that OMFRA, in the OMFRA is enacted. And that Wildlife Protection Act, regulating resource use and regulating institution imparting knowledge and capacity development support. That is the formal institution. Informal institution is that community norms on fisheries and tourism. That that fishermen and the tourism sector, the people who are dependent on that are their livelihood. They have their community norms. They discuss among themselves and they agree upon the common points. And village level decision making is particularly for the watershed related activity and power relation between fishers and non-fisher community. Like that, there is a conflict every time when Chilika for the common resource to have that common resource. They like fishermen and non-fishermen. They say that they do some illegal activities in the peripheral of that lake, like aquaculture activity. And Chilika Development Authority, established in the year 1991, CDA is a registered society under the Forest, Environment and Climate Change Department, Government of Odisha. The Chief Minister of Odisha is the chairman of the governing body. And CDA implements major schemes under state plan, central plan, sponsored plan, through funding from Finance Commission grants and MOF and CC. And this is the governing body of Chilika Development Authority. The chairman is our Chief Minister of Odisha. And all the major line department secretaries are the members. To executive committee to look after day-to-day affairs. Chairman is the principal secretary, Forest Environment Climate Change Department, Government of Odisha. And members are from the Director Environment, Director Fishery, PCCI Wildlife, Engineering Chief from Water Resources Department, and Financial Advisor to Forest and Environment Department from the Odisha, and Member Commander is the Chief Executive CD. So Chilica sociological system is that biophysical. If you go through that biophysical system, the components are, there is a lagoon is diverse species assemblage. It's like is influenced by both freshwater and marine water. So there is a diverse species assemblage. In addition of the regime, due to the flooding and also tidal variation, there is a change in water level variation in a daily basis. In like it is a semi-diurnal tide. So every day we get two high tide and two low tide, and also water quality. And processes that fish breeding and migration. Like fish breeding is that 87% of the fish of Chilica is in migratory nature. They have their part of their life, they stay in Bay of Bengal, and part of their life in the lake. And a habitat for water birds migrating in central basin climates. As you know, it is a most important migratory. That lot of over 1 million migratory birds they visit Chilica during the winter season. And there is a sedimentation as Chilica is drained by 52 rivers and rivulets. During mostly monsoon season, there is a lot of sedimentation is coming to the lake, and almost 0.8 million metric ton. And there is a sea inlet dynamics. It is in that it is connected to the Bay of Bengal through a narrow channel. So that dynamics is there. So nutrient cycle and due to that inflow from the freshwater inflow from the catchment, and also inflow from the saline water inflow from the, there is a recycling of the is go through the nutrient cycling. And social system is that direct livelihood dependence. Almost 2 lakhs fishermen, they depends for their daily livelihood on Chilica. Sense of place and social cohesion, and there is a cultural identity and local and traditional knowledge system. There is a and resource and technology. And ecosystem function is Chilica is if you take the habitat, provides unique and aesthetic landscape, suitable habitat for diverse fauna and flora. I will give in details that that list of the flora and fauna and also the other species. Maintain the life cycle of migratory bird species. Almost 1 million birds they visit during winter. Provides unique and aesthetic landscape of culture, historical and spiritual meaning. Hydrologically, it is a water flow regulation. There is a, from the catchment, there is a lot of barrages are there. So there is a regulation of the water flow, and also groundwater discharge and pollutant and nutrient removal. Is ecosystem function. It remove the sediment stabilization. Another that ecological, that ecosystem function is that it stabilize the sediment, and nutrient uptake and retention. What are the nutrient and comes from the catchment, it uptake and retain that one, and biological productivity, and also climate regulation and stabilization. As Chilica is a vast water body, it control the microclimatic condition of that area, and it's absorb that ambient heat and give the breeze. And ecosystem service of Chilica lagoon. Provision is that source of food for fish, aquatic vegetation. It is a source of food for fish and aquatic vegetation. Vegetation for artisan work. Water for navigation. As a lake is so vast in India, so it is mostly it is used for the inland navigation purpose, which reduce the travel time to a great extent for the local stakeholders. It is also regulating the microclimate of ecosystem. As I told that is due to that vast area of that area, gets on the water spread area, it regulates the microclimate regulation. And models of extreme events, as the water holding capacity of the lake is around 100 million cubic meter. So it sometimes it absorbs almost all the monsoon water during the tropical cyclone events or extreme like tropical cyclone, as it is very frequent in Odisha. Every year we will get around 12 to 15 small to medium low pressure area like tropical cyclone event. And it's also carbon sequestration, like we have a seagrass spread area of 136 square kilometer. It absorbs that sequesters that carbon to a great extent. And also, if you take the culture, the ecosystem services, it is used as a recreation and tourism site, inspiration for art, culture, and design for the state of Odisha, asset taking and spiritual experience, and research and knowledge building. These are the ecosystem services provided by Chilika Lagoon. Contribution to human well-being. What it contributes to the human well-being. If it benefits we will take, it is instrumental benefit is reached in commercial fisheries. Almost 336 type of fish we will find in Chilika Lake. Vegetation-based artisanal production. Lot of vegetation the local community they use for preservation of the fish, and also for fuel, and also like to make mats. And that is wetland tourism. It is as it's Chilika is a very important tourist destination. People from all over India and also from the world, they visit this Chilika Lake to see the Irrawaddy dolphin. That is the only that species is available in only 2 lagoon in the world. And island connected and time saving from inland navigation, as due to this vast area is also used as a inland navigation purpose. Recreational benefit, maintain human health due to that it absorbs the uptake the nutrient, and also maintain cultural identity and social cohesion, and preservation of wetland related knowledge system and practices. Intrinsic benefits are species richness, it is a rich in species. Resilience. Values, economic values, it is provide food and fiber. Wetland tourism, buffering for the extreme event like flood and tropical cyclone. Wetland navigation, option values, existence values. Relations values is like wetland related knowledge system, physical and experiential and interaction with nature, contribution to physical, mental and emotional health, cultural identity and social cohesion. Intrinsic value is value for ecosystem resilience. And ecological research agenda for economic services of the Chilika Lagoon based on 4 key areas. Identifying species, assemblers are ecosystem processes that are key ecosystem services providers, and characterizing their functional relationship. Determining aspects of community structure that influence ecosystem function within the Chilika Basin and coastal zone. Assessing the key environmental factors that influence the provision of services. Measuring the socio-temporal scale over which providers of ecosystem services operate. These are the 4 key ecological research agenda for economic services of Chilika Basin 4. And that coastal lagoons is Chilika. So lagoon are the most valuable components of coastal areas in terms of both the ecosystem and natural capital. They are the ecotones are transition units of landscape and seascape. Coastal ecosystems are very dynamic and open system, dominated and subsidized by physical energy and characterized by shallowness, presence of physical and ecological boundaries and isolation. Sustainable management of lagoon is a conscious social decision that provides for the long-term health of both the ecological and economic system of the lagoon. The use of best available information, knowledge, and tools infused throughout an interactive process will result in improved, better informed decision. That is about the coastal lagoon. And as you know that Chilika Lagoon is situated along the east coast of India, along the Bay of Bengal, and it is influenced by three systems. One is the Mahanadi system. It brings fresh water from the Mahanadi system. The another is from the eastern Ghat side, there is a western catchment, and from the Bay of Bengal, so it is influenced by the three systems. It is, and it's also taking its ecological character. It's divided into four sectors, that is southern sector, central sector, northern sector, mostly it is freshwater in nature, and this is the outer channel area which is connected to the Bay of Bengal, and it is connected to the Bay of Bengal through a narrow channel, narrow inlet, which brings fresh water, saline water to maintain its brackish water nature. So it is divided into four sectors. So mandate of Chilika Development Authority to protect the lake ecosystem with all its genetic diversity, to survey, plan and prepare the project proposal for integrated resource management for all-round development in and around the lake, to execute various multidimensional and multidisciplinary developmental activities either itself or through some other agencies, to cooperate and collaborate with other institutions of the states, national or international institutions for all-round development of the lake, to establish management information system for the lake, to promote long-term multidisciplinary research, prepare environment status report, and establish education center for the lake. This is the mandate of Chilika. If chronologically that events if you say, it is 1981, Chilika was declared as a Ramsar site. It is the first Ramsar site from India. And degraded ecosystem affected the hydrosphere lake, fisheries, and the livelihood of Chilika dependent community. So 1992, Chilika Development Authority was constituted, but 1991 is officially declared, but functionally it is from the year 1992. And 1993, due to its changes in ecological character, Ramsar Convention listed Chilika in the Montreal record. Hydrological intervention of Chilika yielded positive result in the improvement of the salinity gradient of lake water quality. So, due to the intervention that opening up the mouth in the year 2000 yielded a positive result. So, Ramsar Bureau, they removed the Chilika Lake from the Montreal record, and CDA was confirmed with Ramsar Wetland record in the year 2002. It is the first lake authority who's got this prize from Asia. Positive impact of hydrological intervention on fishery and resource. And so there is I will go in details that what is the positive hydrological intervention it carried. So importance of Chilika Lake. Chilika is considered an important Ramsar site, hotspot of biodiversity, largest coastal lagoon in India, important capture fishery source of Odisha, and contributes substantially to the state's economy. Important place for the congregation of winter migratory birds, shelter place for endangered irregular dolphin, and Barkudia Insula is the species endemic to a particular island, Barkudia Island is the name of the island where it is endemic. So, so nowhere it's found. So, as per the name of the island, it is named as Barkudia Insula, and it is a potential tourist point. More than 2 lakhs of fishermen depend on the lagoon for their daily livelihood, and there are 336 species of fish, 29 species of prawn, and 35 species of crabs found in the lake. And another thing that a population of about 30,000 water buffalo has adapted to the saline condition of the lagoon and established as a separate breed, even a source of geographical indication products such as Chilika carp. It is very popular, that Chilika carp. And these buffaloes also adapted to the lagoon environment, and it is like a separate breed. We call it Chilica buffalo. So biodiversity of Chilica Lake, that fish is the 30 species, prawn 29 species, crab 35, bird 229 species, reptile 30 species, mammals 18, amphibians 87, mollusca 136, zooplankton 170, phytoplankton 399, and algae it is 22, and plants it is 88 co. This is includes terrestrial plants also. Chilica lagoon at a glance is spread over 3 districts of Odisha, is Puri, Khorda and Ganjam. His maximum length is 64.30 kilometer, and width is 18 kilometer, and the depth is it is a shallow lake actually. That Chilica is a very shallow lake. It is the depth varies from 0.38 to 6.0 meters.
Dr. Samal, you are requested to conclude in another 2 minutes.
Oh, sir,
we are running out
minutes,
of
sir,
time. Yeah, please. Okay.
So it is influenced by 3 systems, that is Mahanadi system and Western catchment and Bay of Bengal. And due to the hydrogen introduction, there is a 8-fold increase in annual fees, average increase in monthly income of the April, increases salinity flux by 40%, tidal flux by 45%, improvement of sediment crossing, and due to the increase in salinity in the northern sector, there is a reduction in invasive species by 162 square kilometer, and decrease in the waterlogging due to the plus of the that monsoon water through that lead channel. There is a decrease in waterlogging area in the catchment by 50,000 square kilometer. So lake was removed from the Monterey record in the 2002. So that activities that undertaken by sustainable management of Chilica Lake is one we adopted that key targeted studies understand the complex ecosystem to trace out the root cause of degradation. We adopted the adaptive restoration plan with ecosystem approach. A ecosystem approach to restore the ecologically integrated functionality of the lagoon through the wide consultative process. The strategy adopted was a more ecologically beneficial integration of the watershed in the management of the lagoon with micro watershed as a function. So that ecosystem approach maintain the ecosystem function and services, support livelihood, ensure equitable sharing of the benefits among stakeholders, promote adaptive management to enable people to make informed choices, central management to empower people to manage their own resource, foster into sectoral cooperation to achieve greater effectiveness through partnership. So we have a network of with all the community institutions, international organization, national organization to carry out the day-to-day activity. And this is the about the participatory watershed management carried out by in the 10 most erosion prone micro watershed in the western catchment. These are some of the activities that we adopted the participatory one. So it is that PR exercise is going on. And fisheries resource development. So as is the main output is that last year the total monetary output is 318 crores from fisheries sector only. So fisheries resource support livelihood security to 2 million people, 0.2 million. Sir? So importance of Chilica fishery. Wetland fishery is the main livelihood source of our wetland community. Chilica is ecologically, economically, and culturally important coastal lagoon. Lakes support the livelihood and food security, contribute more than 96% to the total economic value of the ecosystem services. From the fishery sector only, we get the 96% of the total economic benefit. Fish and shellfish diversity is emerging with 401 species. Average annual yield is 12,350 metric ton, which is around 186.50 crores. And that is a maximum sustainable yield is 12,000. Fish yield potential of the lake as CP carried out this one. It is 32,324 metric ton. And it's also reactivation of fishery cooperative sector for giving the lease. We activate the PFCs and also provide soft loans to get rid of the money lenders. And also they have to at a very say 4% interest rate. And as per the direction of the Honorable High Court, we go for the eviction of the illegal net gary that carried out that inside the lake. That is the illegal as per the in Chilica and Pulicat there is no culture fisheries allowed. So there is that we evicted that almost 151.47 square kilometer area. And that positive that is recruitment of fish juveniles from the sea, Bay of Bengal, increase in the seagrass distribution area, as mostly they net garies they do in the coastal peripheral area. So appearance of the sponges, dolphin sighting more location in Chilica Lake, as it's free from the and net gary emission in Chilica Lake during 2000 has also resulted in the highest ever landing of that tiger prawn in Chilica. And these are the socio-economic, some of the socio-economic development, construction of community halls, construction of landing center, environmental awareness center, extension of the approach road, construction of community fish drying area, excavation of creek, and solar street light. And these for increase the salinity gradient, we go for regular excavation of the dredging of the channel, that feeder channel we say that, which is act as a migration route for the fish juvenile. Biodiversity conservation wise, the next slide is a small island that is called Normal, is declared as a wildlife sanctuary. It is 15.53 square kilometer in the year 1987, and we constructed some watchtower, and also they have 25 to 30 groups they created during the winter season to protect the birds from the poaching. And bird protection and ecotourism, established a bird protection team during the migration period, established a watchtower at Northern Bird Sanctuary and Mangalajudi, established an ecotourism center at Barampura, Rajans and Mangalajudi for the tourists, construction of bird protection shed in Nadu. These are the wetland research and training monitoring and assessment. So Chilica Development Authority CDA carried out the monthly monitoring of the lake in 33 predefined stations, and we carried out 17 physiochemical parameters on a monthly basis. Also that also we monitor the input of the fresh water and the sediment to the lake during monsoon, and also monthly we measure the migration of the inlet in the northeast direction to the as we observe that since 2000 it is migrated around 7.1 kilometer in the northeast direction, that inlet. These are the some of the facilities. We have in-house facility at our Wetland Research and Training Center. And these are the sediment monitoring station. We have 12 major sediment. For last 24 years, we are having the collecting the data on freshwater discharge and also sediment. And these are hydrographic experiment in Chilica Lake. To monitor the irradiated dolphin distribution, we use the hydropone. It is single beam hydropone. And taking that all that physiochemical parameter, the monthly parameter, also that biological parameter, we, every 2 years we come up with the Chilica health report card, and we give that gradation, and based on that physiochemical parameters threshold limit. And these are the outreach program, the visitor center at that now they call it the interpretation center at Satpada. And also we have also constructed develop a eco park and also a fish museum. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Samal. Thank you for making a very informative and very comprehensive presentation. I'm very sure there would have been much more things to be seen because Chilka is one of the very comprehensively managed wetlands in the country, and everybody would be very curious to know about it. But because shortage of time, what I'm going to do, are you going to stay online, Dr. Samal?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes,
so
sir.
we may
I'm
have
online.
we may have 2 more presentations, and then we may have all the questions together, in case you are present online till the end of the session. Is it all right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, no, you are sounding very not very inspiring. Okay, okay, so let me know, like, because he's online, he may go offline. So, is there any question anybody would like to ask to Dr. Samal about Chilka Lake management or ecosystem? Yes. Okay, Dr. Samal, I think you have not left any question, in the minds of the people. So it was such a comprehensive talk. So thank you very much, Dr. Samal. Now you may stay
It's my pleasure, sir.
online.
It's my pleasure.
Okay, thank you very much. I think it deserves a big hand for his lot of information has been collected and all. Now I request the second speaker of this session, second on the panel, is Dr. Sandeep Kumar, and to give a brief introduction about Dr. Sandeep. Sandeep Kumar is going to talk on the biodiversity management and ecosystem services of Charidand Wetland Reserve. I think it's a conservation reserve. So he's going to talk about the biodiversity and ecosystem of Charidand. To give a brief introduction about Dr. Sandeep, he is an IFS officer, 2005 batch, and he has worked in various positions, including wildlife, including training, and now he is the chief conservator of forest of Kutch. And Charidand area is in the Kutch district, and his tenure was very impactful when he has worked at Sasangir, and he was deputy conservator of forest, Gir sanctuary there. He contributed a lot to research, to tourism, to wildlife understanding, to publications and creation of wildlife related infrastructure, and so many things he has done there. So he has contributed a lot to the wildlife. Subsequently, he was in the training division here. And today also, in addition to being the chief conservator of Forest Kutch, he's also in charge of the wildlife circle at Baroda?
I am in charge of the Kutch circle.
Okay, okay, it means the same, yeah. So you are in charge of both. So still he is associated with wildlife directly. So with this brief introduction, I ask Sandeep to please go ahead. Thank you, Sandeep.
Thank you very much, sir. आज के इस सेशन के चेयरमैन डॉक्टर CN पांडे सर, डायस पे विराजमान मेरे मित्र जो हमारे कॉलेज के मित्र रहे हैं, डॉक्टर सुचिंद्रा, साथ में MSc PhD किया है सर, साथ में कैडर में है, एंड हमारे सीनियर ऑफिसर्स, लर्नड ऑफिसर्स, गेस्ट फ्रॉम फॉरेन मिस्टर मार्क, एंड जितने भी रिटायर्ड ऑफिसर्स हैं, सर्विंग DCFs, कलीग्स, और जितने भी पार्टिसिपेंट्स हैं, चाहे वो कॉलेज के हों या हमारे फील्ड के ऑफिसर्स हों, आप सभी को मैं दिल के हार्ट से मैं आप लोग को स्वागत करता हूं, धन्यवाद बोलता हूं डायरेक्टर साहब को, गिर फाउंडेशन से सुगुर साहब को, कि इन्होंने हमें अपॉर्चुनिटी दिया. इनफैक्ट इस एरिया को मैं जानने समझने की कोशिश किया पिछले 6 महीने में, तो हमारे लिए ये बात कहना ज़रूरी है कि जिस प्रकार से वेरियस वेटलैंड्स को हम लोगों ने देखा है, जिस प्रकार का डीपली रिसर्च वर्क हुए हैं, चाहे को सॉइल फिजिकल केमिकल प्रॉपर्टीज़ की बात हो या बायोडाइवर्सिटी की बात हो, उस लेवल का प्रेजेंटेशंस पॉसिबल नहीं है, बिकॉज हम लोगों ने एक्टिविटीज़ अभी पिछले कुछ दिनों से शुरू किया है. सो दैट आई एक्सेप्ट. एंड ये कहते हुए कि सेकेंड लास्ट प्रेजेंटेशन है, तो हमारे लिए इजी भी है. मैनी टॉपिक्स यू हैव ऑलरेडी लर्नड एंड अंडरस्टूड, एंड टफ इसलिए है कि सेकेंड लास्ट प्रेजेंटेशन है. सो आई विल ट्राई टू जस्टिफाई द टॉपिक, एंड जहाँ भी संभव होगा आप लोग प्लीज क्वेश्चंस रेज कीजिएगा. सो टॉपिक इज directly you can understand I need to talk on the biodiversity aspects, management, ecosystem services, or particularly, one of the important wetland that is called Chari wetland. Now it is only conservation reserve, that's why it is called Chari Conservation Reserve, CCR. Just I would like to talk something about the Gujarat scenario. जैसे कि हम जानते हैं कि जो प्रोटेक्टेड एरिया सिस्टम है उसमें करीबन 9% टोटल जोग्राफिकल एरिया अंडर वाइल्ड लाइफ पीए एरिया आता है गुजरात में. एंड नेशनल सिनेरियो देखिए तो समथिंग लाइक अराउंड 5.12% एरिया आता है. एंड टोटल पीए एरिया अंडर अगर गुजरात देखिए तो दिस इज अराउंड 16,000 स्क्वायर किलोमीटर, आउट ऑफ विच ओनली 4,000 स्क्वायर किलोमीटर इज द forest area. Rest around 75% area is the non-forest area. And आप जानते हैं कि पूरे इंडिया में अगर हम बात करें प्रोटेक्टेड एरिया, सैंक्चुरी, नेशनल पार्क, कंजर्वेशन रिजर्व, कम्युनिटी रिजर्व, तो गुजरात हैज ऑनर लाइक इंडिया का लार्जेस्ट सैंक्चुरी इन द कच्छ. Am I right or wrong? Am I right or wrong? So it's a matter of great honor कि गुजरात इंडिया का सबसे लार्जेस्ट ये एरिया है और गुजरात में ही इंडिया का सबसे स्मॉलेस्ट एरिया भी है. आप बता सकते हैं? यस, सम ऑफ यू नो प्रोवंडर बर्ड सेंचुरी, इवन लेस देन 1 स्क्वायर किलोमीटर. तो ये आप देखिए कि नॉन फॉरेस्ट एरिया अराउंड 75% ऑफ द पीए एरिया इज अ नॉन फॉरेस्ट एरिया. This shows about, the commitment of the people of Gujarat. And of course, the commitment of the government of the Gujarat. Okay? And when I talk about the Chari Dand, it is the only conservation reserve in the Gujarat. We know the Gujarat has, excellent example of coexistence, जहाँ पर कि wild animal और human being they live together. हम लोगों ने देख रखा है example वर्ल्ड का जो सक्सेस स्टोरी है दैट इज द कंजर्वेशन ऑफ द लायन. एंड इनफैक्ट जियो और जीनो दो का जो कंसेप्ट है, कंजर्वेशन एथोस है यहाँ पे लोगों में वाइल्ड लाइफ कंजर्वेशन के लिए, इट्स एक्सेलेंट. एंड दिस हैज बिकम पॉसिबल जस्ट बिकॉज कि जब हम ह्यूमन डायमेंशन की बात करते हैं तो उसमें जो एक्सेप्टेंस है वाइल्ड एनिमल्स का इज सो ग्रेट. टू अस लाइक जो कहते हैं ना वाइल्ड एंड नेचर के प्रति लोगों की एक्सेप्टेंस बहुत हाई है, टॉलरेंस लेवल इज वेरी हाई एंड देयर इज अ ग्रेट म्यूचुअल अंडरस्टैंडिंग. दिस फिगर आई हैव केप्ट डिलिबरेटली, लाइक यहाँ पर जब लायन एक कैटल के पीछे जब जाता है एज ए फॉर द प्रेडेशन के पर्पज से, एंड द मोमेंट ही सी द मालधारी देयर, ही जस्ट स्टॉप्स देयर. इन फैक्ट व्हाइल वर्किंग इन द गिर लैंडस्केप आई हैव सीन मेनी अ टाइम्स, ये मैंने देखा है. तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि लायन को पता है ये मालधारी है और इनके ये माल हैं, ये भैंसे हैं. एट द मोमेंट वो मालधारी को देखते हैं तो लायन स्टॉप्स, दे डोंट गो फॉर द हंटिंग. दिस इज एन एग्जांपल ऑफ म्यूचुअल अंडरस्टैंडिंग. दे रिस्पेक्ट ईच अदर. इवन मालधारी रेस्पेक्ट्स लायन and other predators, and lions and the predators, they respect the Maldharian people. That's why I say mutual understanding hai, respect hai, and there is a mutual dependence. Why I said mutual dependence? आप अब सोचो, आज सुबह में हमारे श्रीवास्तव साहब ने एक एग्जाम्पल दिया था, जल जीवन, जंगल जानवर जान. इनफैक्ट मैं इसको कहता हूं जमीन, जल, जंगल, जानवर और जान. मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि अगर जमीन है तो वहां पानी है, और अगर पानी है तो वहां पे जंगल है, और अगर जंगल है तो ऑफ कोर्स जानवर होंगे, और जानवर है, जंगल है, जल है, जमीन है, तो ऑफ कोर्स जान होगा. दैट 5 सिस्टम, जे सिस्टम, एंड सेकेंड एक एग्जाम्पल बताऊंगा कि लायन कंजर्वेशन या कोई भी हम पीए कंजर्वेशन करते हैं तो बेसिकली क्या होता है, उससे वाटर सेट कंजर्व होता है, और जब वाटर सेट कंजर्व होता है तो बेसिकली पानी मिलती है, और जब पानी मिलती है So it, it gives so many, the like agriculture, industry, और जितने भी चीज़ है वो बिना पानी का पॉसिबल नहीं हो पाता है. इनफैक्ट एक बहुत ही अच्छा एग्जाम्पल है जहाँ पर कि हमारा कोई एग्जिस्टेंस गुजरात में देखा जाता है. पीए एरिया के प्रति जो एटीट्यूड्स हैं लोकल पीपल का वो बहुत ही अच्छा है. एंड दैट इज़ वाई इन प्रेजेंट सिनेरियो बहुत एक कहते हैं कि हाई हेड के साथ हम कह सकते हैं कि गुजरात में किसी भी वाइल्ड एनिमल्स की अगर आप बात करो तो उसकी पॉपुलेशन राइज कर रही है. इनफैक्ट एक समय था कि जब वल्चर की पॉपुलेशन डाउन जा रही थी तो गुजरात ने इतने अच्छे मेजर्स लिए कि पॉपुलेशन अभी बहुत ज़्यादा फास्टर रेट से राइज नहीं हो रहे हैं, बट ऑफ कोर्स इट हैज़ हॉल्टेड द डिक्लाइन. ओके, सो नाउ कम टू द वेटलैंड. कीपिंग ऑल दिस थिंग्स इन माइंड, हम लोगों ने ग्लोबल बात किया, इंटरनेशनल लेवल पर व्हाट इज हैपनिंग इन द वेटलैंड. हम लोगों ने नेशनल लेवल पे बात किया, डिफरेंट एस्पेक्ट्स पे बात किया. नाउ इट इज टाइम टू टॉक अबाउट लोकल. We'll be talking about the Charidan. Okay, so we have already seen the definitions of the wetlands. I will not go into that. And coming to the Charidan, which is very important wetland, and it is called in a pristine wetland and flooded grasslands, And if you see the area, in fact, 227, that is 22,700 hectare area under the Chari Conservation Reserve. In fact, in 1999, the proposal went for the declaration of the sanctuary. In 2002, it was also, Wildlife Board, State Board of Wildlife, recommended for the sanctuary. But later on, in 2008, on 9th July, it was declared as a conservation reserve. But again, it's a matter of great pride that in Gujarat we have Charidan Conservation Reserve, which is very important wetland area, you can say, full of biodiversity, full of, natural and, at microflora and fauna level, large number of interactions are there. In fact, this Charidan wetland is one of the example of, saline run as a enchanting landscape. In fact, once you move in that area, you start loving that area. So such a beautiful landscape, Then Charidan has enthralled ecologists, nature lovers, wildlife enthusiasts, bird watchers, and adventure seekers, with its uniqueness. It's very unique, Like nowadays, what is happening? I have seen large number of bird watchers are going there, because it's not only just, water birds. Large number of terrestrial birds you can find. And in addition to that, the landscape is such which is having, around 80 square kilometer as a core area, water bodies, and around, 147 square kilometer, which is, terrestrial area, So you can find the grassland, large number of the birds, the mammals, so many reptiles, raptors, and it's full of biodiversity, in fact. Okay. So present status, the entire Charidan wetland, which is protected forest, and its area, I have already told, that is 22,700 hectare area, and it's declared under the Wildlife Protection Act as a conservation reserve, and still, the settlement procedure is under the, but still it is pending, it has not finalized the settlement, okay? And we are managing this with the objectives, to conserve and develop the fragile ecosystem, particularly to, help the breeding of, the endangered avifauna species in this area, create and develop conservation awareness, and third important is, like to have a better benefit sharing from the conservation in the form of, ecotourism activity. Okay. And if you see the habitat type, it's basically a tropical dry deciduous forest, and it has, basically the Salvadora and Tamarix as a plants in this, okay. And Salvadora basically a species, which is known as a pilu, Khara pilu and Mitha pilu, large number of plants are there. Okay, that gives very good, the place for the nestings of the many birds, okay. So this conservation reserve has high conservation significance. It's not just because of, like physical and chemical and biological property of the, the soil, water, and, wetland. But important is that it is such a ecosystem which provides, the support to the many endangered species, in addition to the birds, like what I would like to tell you, that just nearby area, we have seen the caracal, okay? We have seen, like fox in that area, Sorry. Okay, so yeah, Indian wolf, desert fox, desert cat, and large number of mammals you can see in that area, okay? Of course, large number of raptors are there, as I have already told you, okay? So this is the photographs from this, wetland we have taken. When we talk about the wetland, we just keep in mind, oh, they must be talking about the birds and the water. In fact, large number of species which we are finding here, they are other than birds, and very important species we are finding. In fact, just 7 to 8 kilometers away from this, there is a place called Jinodhar. Am I right, Bharat? Jinodhar. There we have seen like with the help of camera trap, we have found the caracal. Okay. So what are the management issues? In fact, I told you that large number of research has not been done. I request the GIR Foundation and GUIDE and many other institutions to have a, extensive research activities in the Charidan wetland. Okay. But with the management point of view, I would like to talk, major issues kya hai? Livestock. Kya problem? Livestock grazing. Livestock grazing is very, very problem? Livestock grazing. Banni, as I said, this wetland, the entire area is of the Balni area. Okay, large number of graziers are there. So grazing is the biggest problem. Of course, collection of the firewood is the problem. Scarcity of the water, fodder is there, water is there, and for bona fide purpose, large number of people goes for the agriculture cultivation, okay? And of course, there is a difficulty of, opportunity of, like employment, okay? So these are the major issues. Of course, like other wetland, there is issues with the, there is other wetland, like those kind of issues are there, but with management point of view, the grazing and all these things, I said, there is a huge pressures on the wetlands, okay? And what strategies we are, trying to manage this wetland is they strengthening the conservation measures, demarcation, fencing, and of course barrier we are putting there to, protect the area. Second, for the management point of view, we are trying to divide it into the, the zones. Later on I will be discussing कि in पूरा entire area को हम लोगों ने 2 zones में बांटा है. एक core area है, दूसरा buffer area है. Buffer area में फिर से हम लोगों ने लगभग 3 different zones में बांटा है, different sub zones में बांटा है. एक restoration, दूसरा eco development activities, और तीसरा जो हम बात करते हैं, जो benefit sharing की बात करते हैं, eco tourism development की बात कर रहे हैं donations में. And third is evolving methods to improve livelihood, eco tourism and micro enterprises, and strengthening research and monitoring base and create pool to access information. In fact, this is the last point जो मैं बात कर रहा हूँ. ये हमारे लिए बहुत ज़रूरी है. अगर हम वेटलैंड की मैनेजमेंट कर रहे हैं और हमें ये पता नहीं है कि सॉइल का यहाँ पे फिजिकल प्रॉपर्टी क्या है, पीएच कैसे मॉनिटर करेंगे, पीएच कैसे चेंजेस हो रहा है, सॉइल का टेक्सचर कैसा है, सॉइल का कैरेक्टर कैसा है, कलर कैसा है, और ये कैसे चेंज हो रहा है. इनफैक्ट हमने जब एक बार चिल्का में गया था, जापान में गया, वहाँ पर देखा कि वेटलैंड को लोग लास्ट 30-35 सालों से मॉनिटर कर रहे हैं कि सॉइल का टेम्परेचर कैसे चेंज हो रहा है, वाटर का टेम्परेचर कैसे चेंज हो रहा है, इलेक्ट्रिकल कंडक्टिविटी में क्या इम्पैक्ट आ रही है, पॉल्यूशन लोड में क्या इम्पैक्ट आ रहा है. अगर हम देखें इस लेवल पे तो हमें लगता है कि हम लोगों ने इतना बढ़िया से शायद डेटाबेस जनरेशन नहीं कर पा रहे हैं. एंड दैट इज वाई वी नीड टू डू एक्सटेंसिवली. इनफैक्ट मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि GC एंड देन गिर फाउंडेशन, गाइड, ये सब सारे इंस्टीट्यूशन जो हमारे हैं इनको बहुत एक्सटेंसिवली सर हमको लगता है करने की जरूरत पड़ेगी. इनफैक्ट मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है कि ये बात कहते हुए मुझे जरा सा भी झिझक नहीं हो रही है कि बहुत सारे रिसर्च इन्फॉर्मेशन जो ऑलरेडी डेवलप हो चुकी है, प्रोबेबली मैनेजर्स को शायद पता नहीं है कि इस प्रकार का इन्फॉर्मेशन ऑलरेडी अवेलेबल है। इनफैक्ट हमने रिसेंटली आपके यहाँ जो साइंटिस्ट जो काम कर रहे हैं उन सबसे बात करता हूँ तो पता चलता है कि दिस आर द इन्फॉर्मेशन ऑलरेडी जनरेटेड, बट लार्ज नंबर ऑफ इन्फॉर्मेशन ऐसा जनरेट हुआ है, ये शायद मैनेजर्स को पता नहीं है। तो हमें ऐसा शायद लार्ज नंबर ऑफ और जो इन्फॉर्मेशन है वो जनरेट करने की ज़रूरत पड़ेगी, और जो ऑलरेडी जनरेटेड है उसको इनफैक्ट कम्युनिकेट करने की ज़रूरत पड़ेगी। जो जोनेशंस की बात किया, 2 जोन बनाया है। मेन जो कोर एरिया है दैट इज 80 स्क्वायर किलोमीटर, जो बेसिकली वाटर बॉडीज हैं। अगर बढ़िया सा रेन आया, बढ़िया बारिश हुई तो लगभग 80 स्क्वायर किलोमीटर एरिया कवर हो जाते हैं, और बाकी का 147 स्क्वायर किलोमीटर बफर जोन्स के रूप में है। बफर जोन हो या कोर जोन हो, हमारा मैनेजमेंट ऑब्जेक्टिव इस प्रकार का डिफाइन किया गया है। फॉर एग्जांपल अगर कोर जोन है तो बेसिकली हमारा जो बर्ड्स स्पेसीज है उसके ब्रीडिंग पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से ज़्यादातर हम डेवलपमेंटल अनमैनेजमेंटल ये को एड्रेस करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। और जो बफर एरिया है उसमें हमारा बेनिफिट शेयरिंग, पीपल का जो इको डेवलपमेंट है, एंड देन ऑफ कोर्स हैबिटेट इंप्रूवमेंट, इन सब एक्टिविटीज को हम ले रहे हैं। आपने बीच में देखा होगा कि एक माउंट्स बनाया, इनफैक्ट मेनी माउंट्स वहां पर डेवलप किया है, जिससे कि ब्रीडिंग को ना बहुत ही बेग मिली है। इनफैक्ट रिस्टोरेशन एरिया, ऑफ कोर्स वाटर डेवलपमेंट, ग्रास डेवलपमेंट, आप लोगों को शायद पता होगा कि लास्ट 4 to 5 years में बन्नी में करीबन 14,000 hectare area has been developed and grass has been developed. And recently, the nearby Charidand, we have also got the project of, cheetah conservation breeding program that is also related with, Banni grassland development work. Okay. So these are the activities going in the restoration area, basically to improve the habitat with respect to, the flora, with respect to flora, and then water activities, soil moisture activities, okay. And there are 13 villages, nearby the this conservation reserve. So in those areas we are working for the eco development activities. I may not like to discuss in detail because आप सबको पता होगा कि eco development activities में क्या-क्या करते हैं. And ecotourism is one of the potential area where, like कंजर्वेशन रिजर्व से डायरेक्ट पब्लिक को अगर हम देखें तो कुछ डायरेक्ट फायदा उनको बेनिफिट डायरेक्ट दिखती नहीं है। जो भी बेनिफिट दिखती है, आई विल टॉक इन ऑन द नेक्स्ट स्लाइड दैट कि हमके इकोलॉजिकल और इकोनॉमिकल क्या बेनिफिट्स है। बट टूरिज्म एक ऐसा है जो डायरेक्ट उनको बेनिफिट दिखता है। और नाउअडेज बिकॉज ऑफ द रन उत्सव और मेनी टूरिज्म डेवलपमेंट एक्टिविटीज इन द कच्छ, large number of bird lovers and large number of people, they are started coming towards the conservation reserve, Charidand conservation reserve. And in fact I will be thankful to my PCC of wildlife जिन्होंने इस साल काफ़ी अच्छा छारीडंड में डेवलपमेंट का टूरिज्म को प्रमोट करने के लिए काफ़ी एक्टिविटीज़ को उन्होंने बजट भी प्रोवाइड किया है। सो दिस इज द थिंग। सो टूरिज्म हमारा जो बेसिकली है ये वहाँ पे नेचर बेस्ड टूरिज्म, इको टूरिज्म वन ऑफ द फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग सब स्पेसीज है, कीपिंग पोटेंशियल लाइक यहाँ पे लोकल जो लोगों के पास और कोई ज़्यादा वहाँ पे लाइवलीहुड ऑप्शंस नहीं है। सो इको टूरिज्म के रूप में हम वहाँ पर कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि लाइवलीहुड जनरेट हो पाए। एंड इसका पॉजिटिव इम्पैक्ट है, एक तो वहाँ के लोकल लोगों को रेवेन्यू जनरेशन होगा, अवेयरनेस अमंग द पब्लिक होंगे, इन्वॉल्वमेंट ऑफ द लोकल पीपल होगा, एंड बेनिफिट्स इन टर्म्स ऑफ द कंजर्वेशन ऑफ बायोलॉजिकल डाइवर्सिटी एंड सस्टेनेबल रिसोर्स यूज। आप सभी को पता है कि हमारा बायोडाइवर्सिटी एक्ट भी कहता है कि कोई भी बायोडाइवर्सिटी अगर है तो उसको कंजर्व करो, सस्टेनेबल यूज करो, और साथ ही साथ बेनिफिट शेयरिंग अगर आप बात नहीं करेंगे। आज सुबह से जो भी हम लोग बात कर रहे हैं, मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है कि वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट एस्पेक्ट्स है कि इकोसिस्टम हम सर्विस की बात कर रहे हैं, हम वैल्यूएशन की बात कर रहे हैं। इनफैक्ट मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है कि 15-20 साल काम करते हुए इस डिपार्टमेंट में हो गया, बहुत कम लोग या हम लोग ये बात करते हैं कि वैल्यूएशन और इकोसिस्टम सर्विसेज क्या है और क्या चीज़ है। ज़्यादातर अगर हम गिर का एग्जाम्पल लें जो शायद सभी लोग इजीली समझते हैं, तो वहाँ पर हम कहते हैं लायन बचाओ, लायन बचाओ, लायन बचाओ। बट हम लोग कभी ये नहीं कहते हैं कि लायन बचाओगे तो आप बचोगे। कभी ये नहीं कहते हैं कि लायन बच रहा है तो इतना इंडस्ट्री है। आज अंबुजा सीमेंट फैक्ट्री हो या अल्ट्रा सीमेंट फैक्ट्री हो, अगर गिर ना होता तो शायद वो नहीं होता। 162 कंट्री में लायन जाता है, हमारा मैंगो जाता है, केसर कैरी, बट कोई ये नहीं कहता है कि दिस केसर कैरी इज प्रोड्यूस्ड बिकॉज ऑफ द लायन कंजर्वेशन। अगर लायन ना होता तो शायद ये मैंगो कंजर्वेशन मैंगो नहीं होता। कोई ये नहीं कहते हैं कि आज इतने टूरिज्म है या एग्रीकल्चर, आज अगर लायन ना होता तो 1,87,000 बुलबुल्स जो वहां पे घूम रहे हैं उसका बायो कंट्रोल कौन करता? तो ये कोई, आज हम ना इकोनॉमिक पार्ट्स की बात नहीं कर रहे हैं, एंड दैट इज व्हाई समटाइम इट्स वेरी डिफिकल्ट कि पॉजिटिव इम्पैक्ट हम जो कंजर्वेशन से हैं वो बेनिफिट शेयरिंग कैसे हो रहा है। सुबह में पाठक साहब ने बताया था IS ध्रुव उनके समय में या शायद HS सिंह साहब के समय में एक इकोनॉमिक वैल्यूएशन का काम हुआ था, जिस वर्क से हम लोगों ने ये बताया कि 21,000 मिलियन रुपीस का अल्टरनेटिव वैल्यू है गिर का। एंड जब हम ये इकोनॉमिक टर्म में कहते हैं ना तो शायद इट्स वेरी इजी टू अंडरस्टैंड कि आप छारी दंड को कंजर्वेशन रिजर्व को प्रोटेक्ट करो अनटिल अनलेस वी टॉक इन द इकोनॉमिक टर्म्स प्रॉब्ली वेरी डिफिकल्ट होगा ये सपोर्ट मिलना। ठीक है, सो हैबिटेट मैनेजमेंट का भी मल्टीपल स्ट्रेटेजी है। नाउ मॉनिटरिंग पार्ट जहां पर कि अभी हम लोगों ने शुरू कर रहे हैं, सर्वे एंड डिमार्केशन, पॉपुलेशन एस्टिमेशन। इनफैक्ट जितने भी वाइल्ड एनिमल्स हैं कच्छ में, इंक्लूडिंग डॉल्फिन एंड द बर्ड्स, ऑल दिस थिंग्स वी आर ट्राइंग टू अंडरस्टैंड। नाउ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट एस्पेक्ट पे बात करेंगे। सुबह से हम लोगों ने तो टॉक किया है इकोसिस्टम सर्विसेज पे, बट मैं जो समझता हूं कि दो इंपॉर्टेंट जो सर्विसेज हैं जिसमें एक इकोलॉजिकल सर्विस है और दूसरा इकोनॉमिकल सर्विस है। सो छारी दंड की अगर बात करें तो इकोलॉजिकल सर्विसेज में वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट क्लाइमेट रेगुलेशन, साइक्लोन्स एंड सुनामीज, प्यूरिफिकेशन ऑफ द वाटर, सॉइल वाटर एंड वाटर फ्लो, erosion and soil fertility, pollination, pest and disease control, ecosystem process maintenance, life cycle maintenance and biodiversity. These are the, I think, what we get from the Charidand Conservation Reserve in the ecological services form. And socio-economic, if you consider the local people, so agriculture, horticulture, apiculture, water, fiber and timber, fodder, medicinal resources, ornamental resources, recreational and tourism, aesthetic value and educational research. This is what we can think in the economic aspects. Okay, so what is important that if we want to manage Charidand Conservation Reserve, we should not think in isolation. We must talk about the landscape approach. Why we should consider the landscape? Because Charidand is the largest wetland in that area. But if you just consider the Bunny area, in Bunny area itself there are 254 small to big wetlands. So if you just consider Charidand, you may not be able to get the desired result. And that's why we must talk about the entire landscape. What happens when we talk about the landscape? Because your plan, your protection, your monitoring, biodiversity monitoring, all these aspects come into the picture. Okay, so for landscape, important thing is that we must evaluate the interactive ecological process. We must consider all kinds of stakeholders, and of course land unit, which is just forest. If we consider it may not be helpful, so we must consider the matrix landscape for that purpose also. And this is the one slide which I want to tell you that if we want to take the local support of the local people in the conservation, we must talk the the economics of that area. This is the one of the research which was done in the the Gir landscape by the Venkat Meena, and what she said that likes and dislikes. So in case of likes, she said that 90% people, over 90% people liking Gir and lion conservation just because they are getting economics. So what was the outcome of that result? That human values जो conservation की बात कर रहे हैं, it is predominantly governed by the economics. So that's why we must talk about the economic and green economy around this area. Until unless we talk about the economic and growth, we may not be able to get benefit from the local people. And that's why while planning anything, we must consider the social, environmental and economic aspects in the form of inclusive green growth. So whatever possibility is there, we have to work out for that with that point of view. Okay, so last topic I would like to tell that it has a great potential to become a Ramsar site, seeing the the importance with respect to biodiversity, with respect to the hydrological cycles, with respect to ecosystem services, and of course the rare endangered species. In fact, this time if you go to that area, you will find more than 50,000 cranes in the water, around the water bodies, and the nearby areas, more than 3 to 4 lakh, the cranes are there. So large number of birds you can find there at a time. Okay. So Ramsar is something, which helps, the protecting the wetland as well as, the benefit sharing. And there are very good reason to join this Ramsar site with the help of, with the respect to, the Charidan conservation reserves. Okay. And it will certainly help in increased scientific understanding of the wetland functions and process and proactive commitment to the wetland. In fact, there are 80 wetlands in India, but only 4 wetlands, which is 80 Ramsar wetlands in India. Out of that, only 4 in the Gujarat. So I think there are many more wetlands which can be declared in the Ramsar site. Okay, so so CCR is a potential Ramsar site, which I already said. And at last, I would like to thank you, all of you, and particularly the director, Sugur Saab, for giving me opportunity. In fact, mostly I used to talk on, land conservation, sir, but this is something now I have started talking other areas also. So thanks a lot. And thank you very much, everyone. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sandeep. It was very good presentation. You gave a lot of management insight into the Charidan Conservation Reserve. And probably I'm seeing the first time a presentation of Charidan. Of course, a lot of data I have seen, because in GAIR Foundation there's a lot of data about Charidan. But presentation and giving an insight into managerial issues, local issues, so very nice. Now I invite you to ask questions, if you have any, about the Charidan Conservation Reserve to Dr. Sandeep Kumar.
Or you can ask while having tea, coffee.
Dr. Sandeep, yeah.
It is nothing to do with his presentation, just for the benefit of the field officers. Last time also I told that we have created an online system where all the 455 reports published by GAIR Foundation has been kept online by scanning all the documents.
Yeah, I have seen, I have myself seen your data.
I have created the e-library. The only problem is that it is not on the Google. I am trying to bring it on the Google. Otherwise, if you visit my office, you can have an intra-land system and you can see all the reports. And as far as the wetland is concerned, GAIR Foundation is regularly carrying out and bringing the 2-year biennial report on all these aspects of physico-chemical characters. And today also we are going to release the 7 reports. I think Gujarat is the first state which is carrying out the ecological monitoring on estuaries. I think no state is carrying out the regular monitoring of the estuaries. All the major rivers starting from the Sabarmati to till what you call Ambika, Purna, and one more, sir, Daman Ganga. Daman Ganga, this year we have included Daman Ganga also. So we have a best of the best data available with us. If anybody want, you can visit or you can even give a mail. So there is one dedicated person is there in the library. He will take care of all your needs. Thank you.
Thank you for your input, Dr. Sugur. And I have been regularly receiving your Jal Plavit, and I have seen a lot of data about Charidan in that. Of course, that is in Gujarati, but quite deep information is given in that. So thank you very much, Dr. Sandeep. And if there are any questions, you may take it up later on. I now invite the last presenter of this session. You have the last word, not the least. So by the time he's setting up his mic and all, I'll introduce you to Dr. B. Suchindra. He is an Indian Forest Service officer of 2006 batch, and he has served in various positions as DFO, as conservator, and now he is the chief conservator of forest and is the director of a project which is ecological restoration of forest area. And this is a new project. It has been very recently taken up by Gujarat Forest Department, and it is in the hands of now Dr. Suchindra. He has worked in wetland, and he has contributed a lot for declaring Thol wetland as a Ramsar site. And today he's going to talk about the getaways. I mean, this word I'm hearing for the first time,
Yes, sir,
getaway.
Yes, sir.
It gives the feeling that you take something and go away. So,
Yes, sir.
so the getaways, eco-getaways, biodiversity management and sustainable tourism in Nadabet wetland. So with this brief introduction, I invite Dr. Suchindra to please. It is not gateway, it is getaway. Is it gateway?
No, sir, it is getaway only, sir.
It is getaway only?
Yes, sir.
So,
I love it.
but good, interesting.
Myself got puzzled with this word, what comes under this meaning of this word.
Okay.
Respected Chair, Sri C.N. Pandey, sir, respected Director, Gate Foundation, and senior officers of the department, and delegates, participants, and protected area managers. I can see my uniform staff over here. And then participants from various universities and colleges. I welcome you all for my presentation. Basically, the topic given for me is that eco-getaways and biodiversity management and sustainable. Yeah. The topic is eco-getaways, biodiversity management and sustainable tourism in Nadabet Wetland Complex. If you break this this title into, I found there are 4 parts in this one. What is the eco gateway? Then what do you mean by biodiversity management? And what should we do to see this the wetland complex, the Nadabet, is managed in a sustainable manner? This is the basic background of this presentation. So basically, I tried to keep the definition of this eco-gateway word very crisp, and I found it interesting also, and you are knowing about this one. It is a synonym of for travel to natural destinations. We have seen many places, even in Gujarat, we are well endowed with the vast forest areas, then protected areas are there, then we got shorelines, we got mangroves. So these are all fall under the category of the eco-getaways, where the people tend to come over there to spend time and to learn about what the place teach them. So I categorize these eco-getaways in this manner. One is the wetlands, the focus point of this workshop. The second is the mangrove area, and in fact, Gujarat having a long coastal line, he got very good potential to convert them into these such kind of eco-getaways. Then there are national parks, sanctuaries are there. We got community reserves. We got all the forest areas. And then we got Ramsar sites are there. As Sandeep has told, that 4 Ramsar sites have been declared in Gujarat. And then we got natural heritage sites are there. And we got biodiversity hotspots also. So this slide speaks about why we say Bharat Mata Ki Jai. So if you go deeper into this one, so India has a significant geographical advantage owing its nature and natural resources. 70% of the Himalayas is with India. 7,000 kilometers of coastline is there. One of the 3 countries which is having a cold desert and a hot desert. And coming from the forest area perspective, it is 10th in all countries. And it ranks 6th in terms of recognized UNESCO natural heritage sites. So we have got everything to drive them towards people coming over there and getting aware of the conservation perspectives of that area. And basically, the eco gateways are managed on the basis on the principles of ecotourism. So I tried to ponder out what do you mean by ecotourism, because you are all knowing,
and I tried to make out a difference between what is the perspective of ecotourism from the government viewpoint, and what is the perspective, what is the idea of ecotourism from the industry perspective. And this slide shows that ecotourism is responsible travel to natural areas that conserves the environment and improves the well-being of local people. And Ministry of Tourism has laid out specific principles for management and development of the ecotourism sites. The first one is adopt low-impact wildlife tourism that protects the ecological integrity of forest and wildlife areas. The second thing is highlighting the biodiversity richness of that area. The third point is highlighting the heritage value of India's wilderness. And the fourth point is build environment and cultural awareness. The fifth is the facilitate the sustainability of ecotourism, provide livelihood opportunities to local communities, and use indigenously, locally produced and ecologically sustainable materials for tourism activities. Now, this was the broad principles laid out by the Ministry of Tourism, Government of India. It speaks about the areas, the communities which are going to benefit from such a tourism activity, and the stakeholders, how they can earn a livelihood from by conducting such an ecotourism activity in their area, and the entrepreneurship that goes into that one, and with a prime focus on the particular low impact to the wildlife areas. The second slide is about the principles of ecotourism from the industry perspective. I took this slide from the International Ecotourism Society from the web. Almost the definition is very similar, but here the definition includes interpretation and education. And coming to the principles of ecotourism, almost they also speak of a low impact, then stakeholders, benefit to communities, but it focuses more on the entrepreneurship and how the industry is going to benefit out of that one, and the interpretation and the education values of the ecotourism site. फर्क इतना है कि the government sees that it should be a sustainable ecotourism site, and the industry sees from the entrepreneurship perspective. And there is a lot of scope by combining these two principles that we have to manage our ecotourism sites in a sustainable manner. I purposefully took these next three slides to showcase how the sector is evolving as a whole. And because tourism is the most vibrant sector, most sector which provides a lot of employment opportunities, this one. And this slide shows the first, shows that what are the number of domestic tourist visits to all states in India, starting from 2011 to 2022. If you take off 2019, the number of domestic tourist visitors were 2321 million. Subsequently, there was a corona phase, there was less of domestic tourism, and it has gone back to the pre-COVID levels back in 2022. Something like 1,731 million domestic tourist visits are there. The second part of the table shows the number of foreign visitors to sites in India. In 2019, there were around 31 million foreign tourist visits to different sites. And there is a drop during the corona phase, and it's resuming back to pre-corona levels in 2022. The next slide shows the where Gujarat stands in the tourism sector. This slide is about the share of top 10 states of India in the number of domestic tourist visits. If you take it, in 2017, then Gujarat was placed 9th in the number of tourist visitors. But in 2022, the Gujarat place has gone up, and from 9th position, the Gujarat has went up to 5th position. This shows that people are moving out of their homes within Gujarat and within India, that people are moving out of homes, they want to explore their areas, and when it comes to exploring areas, it's not about the regular religious tourism or soft-based tourism, it is more like a hard tourism. They want to see their ecological rich areas, they want to see the national parks, sanctuaries, wetlands, all these includes. The subsequent slides is about the number of foreign tourist visits. This slide shows the position of Gujarat in 2017. In the top 10 states, Gujarat was not there. And the second part shows in 2022, Gujarat was the number 1 state with number of foreign visitors. So what brought this rapid change in a span of few years? That shows that how the government has invested in their ecotourism sites, in their tourism industry to bring it to this place. I have further gone into this, why the foreign tourists say this one. This is because of the MICE industry. The meetings, the incentives, then the exhibitions and conventions, which is known as the MICE industry. This is propelling the tourists into Gujarat, to come into Gujarat. So naturally, there is always a scope that the trend is on the increasing side. People are willing to go. The disposable income has gone up. People want to move with their families. So naturally, there's a scope that the footfalls will come more into our ecotourism sites, all our protected areas. Now going into the Nadabet, a little bit of introduction I want to give. As you all know, Nadabet is known as the Wagah of Gujarat because it is close to the Pakistan border, and the security similar to the Wagah border. The Seema Darshan project has been launched by the government of Gujarat, which is a state-of-the-art initiative by the Border Security Force to promote border tourism. And as a part of the Seema Darshan project, the government of Gujarat has developed the entire area also from the tourism perspective. There are 5 different interpretation zones are there. Forest Department has developed its own interpretation center there in Wildlife Interpretation Center. And it's an upcoming place from the ecotourism perspective. This shows where Nadabet is positioned in Gujarat. It is located in Banaskantha. You have to travel via Tharad and Suigam to reach Nadabet. And you can yourself see that where it is positioned in the map. I want to introduce to this Nadabet wetland complex because that is the crux of the topic. And Nadabet is one of the islands in the Greater Run of Kutch, and is a part of the Nadabet falls under the Little Run of Kutch, which is well known as the Rangadhara Wildlife Sanctuary. Around 78 kilometers of this Nadabet wetland is a declared sanctuary, which is a part of the Wildlife Sanctuary. And some area of this Nadabet gets flooded during monsoon, forming a wetland interspersed with islands. And one of the pristine area with the salty run, shrublands, grasses and deserts. And is one very well protected due because of the various security reasons, the presence of the BSF and being a sanctuary and the remoteness also. To know more about the Nadabet, during monsoon, the flat semi-desert of salty clay and mud flats becomes filled with water. And once upon a time, the area was a very vast shallow of the Arabian Sea. And due to geological uplift, it got closed and it lost the connectivity with the sea. And the Luni River from the Rajasthan side, and the Rupin from the east, and the Banas from the northeast, the rivers drain into the Nadabet area. So it shows how unique and dynamic the area is, because it's a mixture of rainwater and tidal water is there. To know about the biodiversity of Nadabet, basically, as you know that Gujarat is very rich in different fauna, avifauna, floral and biological diversity. Most of the species are present here also. We found 20 species of mammals are there, and the 20 species of reptiles, 10 species of grasses are there, and 50 species of herbs and shrubs. I got a few data from the last herbivorous census carried out in this one, because we can gauge out what is the major prey, major wild animals present in this. We got something around 430 wild asses were found in the last herbivore census. Nilgai counting to 557. We got Chinkara 95. And we were able to cite only one wolf at that time. We got 8 Indian fox are there and 5 Indian jackal, and a wild boar numbering 329. Why I'm going to this numbers is that this is just a one-day random sampling exercise of herbivore and carnivore counting, and many factors will depend. It depends on the many factors, that what is the time of visiting. This one. So just to find out that all this wildlife is present there. The next and the most important role played by the Nadabet wetland complex is its avifauna. One of the best wintering ground for the migratory birds. In the recent bird count exercise held in the month of December, January 2024, which was held in 2 phases. Many bird species were found in this area, because that was the first exercise we have conducted in the Nadabet area. And previously we used to stick this bird count exercise to our known wetlands like Nalsarovar, Tol, Vadvana, Jamnagar side, and this one. But we have this time the PCF Wildlife Sir has taken an exercise to have a bird estimate in the entire state in all the wetland areas, which are more than 20 hectares. So many beautiful information has come from this one. We found that flamingos and pelicans were the most abundant species in this area. Bird watchers have spotted more than 1.62 lakh lesser flamingos and more than 1.82 lakh greater flamingos. And being the state bird of Gujarat, that is, we should feel happy for these figures. Not only the flamingos, we have found that around 27,000 great white pelicans are there. There are around 470 Dalmatian pelicans. Eurasian spoonbills numbering around 1,000. Black winged stilts around 4,000. Then we got little cormorants around 9,100. We got blackhead gulls, slender-billed gulls, ruff, just to show the avifaunal diversity of this area. What are the threats to this biodiverse rich area? One is the proliferation of Prosopis, the extending reach of Prosopis, which was once during 1950s and 60s. It was the run area was seeded with the Prosopis to prevent the extension of the desertification. But now the Prosopis has become such an evil that it is taking large areas, and the management of Prosopis is one of the fundamental objective of the protected area. Then increase in number of feral dogs, and these feral dogs keep chasing the avifauna visiting there and the smaller mammals. And we have observed and then interracial mating of dogs with wolves also was observed. This observation was from the Little Run of Kutch, but equally holds good wherever the dogs are present in the areas. We found that a shift in cropping patterns also one of the reasons, because migratory birds like common cranes they prefer to go to the village side for exclusive feeding on the grains. And solar power installations, when I mean by solar power installations, it looks very a single soft term. But the thing is that if you look at the Great Indian Bustard Sanctuary, these power distribution lines was one of the main cause for the declining the numbers of the Great Indian Bustard. So the scenario of Banaskanta is that in a stone in Kavda, something around in 740 square kilometer area, the solar power park is coming. And in Banaskanta area also, government is speaking up of green hydrogen parks. So which might be also be based on the solar power only. So naturally, if you want to take up the power to distribute it, and there will be a network of distribution lines, and which will be a potential threat to the avifauna. Then the network of roads, which prevent the mixing of the fresh water and the tidal water. And the plastic and food waste generated from the tourism was also a threat.
Sujindra, we need to wind up now.
Yes, sir. The biodiversity management we taking up in another bit is we are restocking population in the wild. Restocking population in the wild, and we have developed a soft release center for the wolf, and we brought 5 wolf from the Shakarbagh Zoo, and because the number of the population of the Indian wolf has gone down in that area, so we are restocking in the soft release center for subsequent release in the wild. Then we are also taking up periodic population estimates in the wildlife habitats where the bird watchers and NGOs will participate. And we take up a herbivore and carnivore population estimate once in 4 years, and the avifaunal estimates are taken once in 2 years. We also to understand the migratory routes of the birds. We tag the birds, migratory birds, and one such project started in for the tagging of the common cranes, where 5 common cranes were tagged, and we found that the run is on one of the favored wintering land for the migratory birds. And as I said, Prosopis is a big threat, so we always try to manage the Prosopis by removing Prosopis and convert it into different fruit growths, and so that the fruit growths will provide food for the birds and other mammals. Development of grasslands after removal of Prosopis is also being taken out. Because grassland is one such a diverse ecosystem that it supports a lot of insects, beetles, and grains they produce, and the avifauna will depend on them, and then can increase their population. The next is the control of feral dogs and cattle camps. We take up control of the dogs that are roaming in the protected areas, and we take up regular cattle camps for vaccination, for identification of diseases. This one, and we control poaching and killing of mammals, because sometimes it happens that people will try to kill the smaller mammals for the purpose of that. Yes, sir. This is a study carried out in MIDC Amravati, sir. Yes, sir, in Amravati, Maharashtra, where they have found that how many birds are there in grassland and this one. Control of poaching, then we got water management in the dry seasons. We'll take up filling up the artificial water holes, and we also try to construct bunds for the natural rivers to retain the water. And research is one part that is fundamental to take up future management for this one. And coming from the future management perspectives, there is a lot. Ramsar site has got 9 criteria, and I found that Nadabet qualifies in the first 2 criteria to declare as a Ramsar site. And special projects are needed for the management of the wetlands. This slide speaks about the guidelines on sustainable ecotourism. The guidelines were published by the Ministry of Environment Forest, and it speaks about that any ecotourism site needs a proper planning. When we speak about proper planning, it says that it should be a part of your either management plan, working plan, or the conservation plan. And planning by means that a proper carrying capacity analysis should be carried out to determine the time, duration, route, and where there has to be, where the tourists are allowed, that is the go areas and the no-go areas. And the second part is the ecotourism zonation. Some areas should be restricted to the tourists to prevent a disturbance to the prevailing wildlife and to maintain the ecological sanctity. And resource mobilization, we mean that ecotourism. I got a detailed slides this one because since time is short. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir. So this was a. It concludes with the thank you slide, and basically there's a good potential for the Nadabet to develop into a very good ecotourism site. Now the ball is in the court of the protected area managers rather than taking up the ecotourism planning in the after the tourist inflow has increased. Since it is being one of the it has been still at the not at the reach of the tourists. So it is the right time to go for a proper planning of ecotourism site and to carry out the carrying capacity studies that how many tourists in what season, in what routes they can be allowed. And by taking up this one, and certainly we can see there is a great scope for Nadabet as an ecotourism site, and as well as since it is meeting the criteria of the Ramsar site also, it can be declared as a Ramsar site. And I request Gir Foundation, being the nodal agency for the management of wetlands, to see in this perspective to move a proposal for declaring Nadabet as a Ramsar site. Thank you so much.
Sir?
Thank you very much, Dr. Suchindra. Thank you very much. This was a very nice presentation. I don't know how much time we people have.
Excuse me, sir. માત્ર એક અનાઉન્સમેન્ટ હતી કે ગણતરીની ક્ષણોમાં આપણી વચ્ચે માનનીય મંત્રી શ્રી પધારી રહ્યા છે, તો આપણે એ રીતે થોડું પ્રિપરેશનમાં.
Is there any announcement going on? Has the minister arrived here?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, so.
Yes, sir.
And I like to thank everybody. I like to thank the Gir Foundation and the Director Gir Foundation for giving us an opportunity to be here. And all the panelists, one panelist online and two of you, you gave very, very important information. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for moderating this session. Again, very lucidly. And also we thank both of our speakers and the third online speaker too. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, everyone. We still have 2-3 minutes to arrive our ministers. So I would request Dr. Pandey, sir, to present a memento to both of our speakers of last technical session. Yes. Okay, sir. Okay, sir. I would request both the speakers of our last technical session to come forward. Dr. Suchindra sir and Dr. Sandeep Kumar sir, please. Thank you, sir. I would now request Shri R.B. Solanki sir to felicitate our session chair, Dr. C.N. Pandey. Thank you, sir. Thank you once again. हेलो माननीय मंत्रीश्रीઓ પધારી રહ્યા છે. મિત્રો, અમૃતકાળની અમૃત ધરોહર માટેની આ પહેલને વધુ ગૌરવાન્વિત કરવા આપણી વચ્ચે માનનીય મંત્રીશ્રીઓ પધારી ચૂક્યા છે. મિત્રો, તાળીઓના ગડગડાટથી મંત્રીશ્રીને વધાવી લઈએ. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome our honorable ministers. શ્રી મેળુભાઈ બેરા, Cabinet Minister, Forest and Environment. Sir is also holding the charge of departments like tourism, cultural activities, and climate change. Along with this, we are also pleased to welcome Shri Sanjeev Kumar Sir, Principal Secretary, Forest and Environment, Gujarat. Also, we welcome Shri U.D. Singh Sir, PCCF and Head of Forest Force, Gujarat. Here, we also take the opportunity to welcome Shri Nityanand Srivastav Sir, PCCF Wildlife, Gujarat. And we also welcome our subject expert, Shri Mark Everard. Also, we are pleased to welcome Shri Jagdish Prasad Sir, Executive Committee Member of Gir Foundation. We welcome you all, sir, from bottom of our heart. Once again, a very good evening to all of you. Amidst the wetlands vibes, I, Dr. Devanshi Joshi, take the privilege to welcome you all on behalf of Gujarat Ecological Education and Research Foundation on the valedictory ceremony of the International One-Day Wetlands Seminar cum 3-day technical workshop on exploring ecosystem services for human well-being. આ વર્ષની વેટલેન્ડ દિવસની થીમને અનુરૂપ અમારો એક આંતરરાષ્ટ્રીય પ્રયત્ન. વધુ સમય ન લેતા હું નિયામક શ્રી ગીર ફાઉન્ડેશનને વિનંતી કરીશ કે તેઓ શાબ્દિક સ્વાગત માટે આગળ આવે. May I now request Director Gir Foundation, Dr. R.K. Sugur, to address the gathering and welcome our distinguished dignitaries.
आज एक દિવસની વેટલેન્ડની આંતરરાષ્ટ્રીય સેમિનારમાં ઉપસ્થિત રહેલ ગુજરાત સરકારના મોળભાઈ બેરા સાહેબ અને આ વિભાગના પ્રિન્સિપલ સેક્રેટરી શ્રી સંજીવ કુમાર સાહેબ અને ખાતાના વડા અને અમારા વડીલ શ્રી યુડી સિંહ સાહેબ, એક્ઝિક્યુટિવ કમિટી કા મેમ્બર શ્રી જગદીશ પ્રસાદ સર અને યુકેથી પધારેલ ડૉક્ટર માર્ક અને રિટાયર્ડ ફોરેસ્ટ ઓફિસર and my senior colleagues and students from different university and the staff of the forest department. आज एक दिवस हम सुबह से जो सेमिनार किए तो आज उसके समापन समारोह में श्री साहब की हाजिरी हमको सभी को संतोष है અને आप सबकी वती से यानी गिर फाउंडेशन वती से मैं मोड़ोभाई बेरा साहब को हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूं और उनके अभिनंदन देता हूं. सर, आज हमने कुल 8 वक्तव्य किया सर. 8 वक्तव्य में 2 ऑनलाइन था અને 6 यहाँ फिजिकली किया. અને खास करके ये जो एक दिन की जो सेमिनार है ये हमने जो वेटलैंड है जो इस साल की जो अंतर्राष्ट्रीय की एक थीम है उस थीम में ये बोला गया कि भाई आप जो सर्विस वेटलैंड से आपको मिलता है उसको क्वांटिफाई करके उसको एक वैल्यू दीजिए. सो दैट एक वेटलैंड का अगर कीमत हम रुपया में गिने तो उसको एक रुपया की एक कीमत में उसको काउंट करना है. तो उसी तरह आज सेमिनार में काफ़ी वक्ताओं ने अपनी रुजुआत किया. अरे बाकी स्टेट में जो काम हो रहा है उसके बारे में पढ़ना यहाँ पे चर्चा किया. अने दूसरा जो गुजरात से हम जो रामसर साइट के पोटेंशियल जो सोच रहे हैं एक नाड़ा बेट का और छारी दंड का अने गोसाबार का भी एक रखना चाहते थे. तो हम 3 रामसर जो वेटलैंड है उसको पोटेंशियल रामसर साइट के गिनती किया गया है और प्रपोजल भी गया है और उसका जो भी प्रोसीजर है फॉलो करके उसको सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट को भेजा जाएगा. सर, ये 3 पोटेंशियल में आज भी उसकी चर्चा किया गया है. और इसके अलावा भी हम नेक्स्ट 3 डेज जो आप पीछे देख रहे सर स्टूडेंट्स है डिफरेंट यूनिवर्सिटी से और हमारी स्टाफ भी है ACF एंड RFO लेवल. इनको हम वडवाना वेटलैंड पे ले जाएंगे कैसे सर्विस गिना जाएगा, उससे क्या सेवा मिलता है, उस सेवा को हमने क्वांटिफाई करके उसको एक कीमत दे के उसका भी एक वैल्यू नक्की करेंगे. वो पूरा 3 दिन तक हम इनको सिखाएंगे और हमारा स्टाफ भी उसमें शामिल होगा. सो इसी तरह इस सेमिनार को जो मेरे को सपोर्ट मिला हमारा PS और काफ़ी गिर फाउंडेशन को एक रिवैम्प करने के लिए उनकी जो सपोर्ट है उसके लिए गिर फाउंडेशन उनकी आभार करता है. और आज जो सेमिनार में आया है उनको मैं हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूँ. इसी तरह हमारे घर का वड़ा अने जो वडील है युडी सिंह साहब जो उनका हमेशा हमको साथ मिला है तो उनको भी मैं हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूँ. उसी तरह जगदीश प्रसाद साहब को भी स्वागत करता हूँ और मार्क जो सुबह से शामिल हुए इसमें
और इसी तरह सभी हमारे जो आमंत्रण को आप सब लोगों ने मान अपने यहाँ आए हो, सभी को मैं हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूँ और अभिनंदन करता हूँ. थैंक यू.
થેન્ક યુ સર. સાહેબ, આ સમગ્ર કાર્યક્રમને અમે ટૂંકમાં એટલે કે ગાગરમાં સાગરની જેમ પ્રસ્તુત કરી શકીએ એ માટે અમે એક નાનકડો વિડીયો બનાવ્યો છે. તો હું ટેકનિકલ ટીમને રિક્વેસ્ટ કરીશ કે આપણું કર્ટન રેઝર પ્લે કરે. ટેકનિકલ ટીમ ઇઝ રિક્વેસ્ટેડ.
In the rich tapestry of India, Gujarat shines with a unique melody, a land where ancient traditions harmonize seamlessly with contemporary aspirations. Nestled within its heart lies a concealed chorus, a symphony of life unfolding within the aquatic ecosystem, the wetlands. Our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, a leader of environmental stewardship, recognizes the irreplaceable value of this ecosystem. The Gir Foundation is a nodal agency that has been instrumental in these efforts, and they have made significant progress in wetland conservation. Their work includes conducting ecological monitoring, raising awareness, and collaborating with stakeholders. The government's commitment to wetland conservation is evident in the Save Wetlands campaign and other initiatives, highlighting the importance of local communities in conserving the wetland ecosystem. Central government announced the Amrit Dharohar scheme, which will promote their unique conservation values. The Amrit Dharohar scheme, launched in June 2023, presents a groundbreaking initiative for India's ecologically sensitive wetlands, particularly those designated as Ramsar sites. This initiative will be implemented over the next 3 years to encourage optimal use of wetlands and enhance biodiversity, carbon stock, ecotourism opportunities, and income generation for local communities. It empowers communities and organizations like the Gir Foundation to contribute. Recognizing the unique value of Gujarat's wetlands, the Gir Foundation is preparing documentations for 26 wetlands, including nationally important wetlands and important bird areas. These documentations, encompassing socio-economic surveys, ensure comprehensive understanding and informed protection. A total of 6 ecological monitoring reports of important wetlands, Nar Sarovar, Pariyej, Kaneval, Vatwana, Khijadia, Charidhand, Thor, Kaj, and Gosabara, and 3 reports of estuaries, Sabarmati, Mahi, Narmada, Tapi, Ambika, and Purna have been prepared by Gir Foundation for the tenure 2016-2021. The Chief Minister of Gujarat, Mr. Bhupendra Patel, a champion of their preservation, recognizes their vital role in securing the state's future. As the world celebrates World Wetlands Day, Gujarat takes center stage, embracing the theme of wetlands and human well-being. Gir Foundation is organizing an international one-day wetland seminar on 13 February 2024 at Mahatma Mandir, Gandhinagar, and 3 days technical workshop on exploring wetland ecosystem services for human well-being, which will be conducted from 14th to 16th February 2024 at Vatwana Wetland, a Ramsar site near Vadodara. Gir Foundation will host renowned experts like Professor Mark Everard to share knowledge and empower participants to become champion of these vital ecosystems. A 3-day technical workshop held at the Ramsar listed Vatwana Wetland will be a hands-on immersion into the practical aspects of wetland management. Workshops equip participants with tools like rapid assessment of wetland ecosystem services to assess, value, and manage these invaluable services. Participants will acquire valuable insights into the following key aspects: identifying beneficiaries of wetland services, valuing the economic and social benefits, making informed decisions for sustainable management, utilizing the rapid assessment of wetland ecosystem services. Let us join forces to reaffirm our commitment to the preservation and protection of Gujarat's wetlands, securing a legacy of beauty, biodiversity and resilience for generations that follow.
Thank you. So, to proceed further, we would felicitate our distinguished dignitaries. મંચસ્થ મહાનુભાવોનું સ્વાગત કરવા માટે હું સૌ પ્રથમ વિનંતી કરીશ ડૉક્ટર આર કે સુગુર નિયામક ગીર ફાઉન્ડેશનને કે તેઓ આપણા માનનીય મંત્રી શ્રી મુળુભાઈ બેરાનું બાળ છોડ વડે સ્વાગત કરે. સર પ્લીઝ. હવે હું શ્રી આરપી ગેહલોત સાહેબ ડેપ્યુટી ડાયરેક્ટર રિસર્ચ એન્ડ ડેવલપમેન્ટને વિનંતી કરીશ કે તેઓ શ્રી સંજીવ કુમાર સર પ્રિન્સિપલ સેક્રેટરીનું સ્વાગત કરે. May I again request Shri R.P. Gehlot sir to felicitate Shri U.D. Singh sir, PCCF and HOF, Gujarat. Request Shri R.B. Solanki sir, Deputy Director Ecological Education, Gir Foundation, to felicitate Dr. Jagdish Prasad sir, Executive Committee Member of Gir Foundation. Thank you. May I again request Shri Solanki sir to felicitate our resource person, Shri Dr. Mark Everard. Thank you so much, sir. We welcome you all. Now, it's time to release what's earlier announced, some of our publications. So out of our continual research studies carried out by Gir Foundation, we try to disseminate the gathered knowledge in various forms of publications for the sake of researchers, policymakers, and naturalists too. Hence, first of all, I would request the dignitaries on dais to release our first bunch of publication. What is it? It's 7 report summaries of wetlands and estuaries. So these publications contain just or say summary of 7 reports on ecological monitoring of important wetlands of Gujarat, which includes main of the wetlands, Nal Sarovar Bird Sanctuary, Thol Bird Sanctuary, Chhari Dhand, Khijadia Sanctuary, Gosabara Mokasagar Wetland, Kaj Wetland, and very most important, estuaries of major rivers of Gujarat. એટલે કે ગુજરાતના નર્મદા, તાપી, પૂર્ણા, અંબિકા જેવા વેળા નદ મુખ પ્રદેશ જેને આપણે કહીએ, જ્યાં સરિતા સાગરને મળે એ સ્થળ, જે સવારે સાહેબ કહેતા હતા કે ત્યાંની ઇકોલોજી કેવી છે, પાણીની ગુણવત્તા કેવી છે, એનો ભારતમાં સૌ પ્રથમ અભ્યાસ આપણે કરી રહ્યા છીએ. અમે ખરેખર હર્ષ અને ગર્વની લાગણી અનુભવીએ છીએ. અમારો અભ્યાસ આપ દ્વારા વિમોચન પામી રહ્યો છે. આ 7 રિપોર્ટની સમરી છે. એનો ફૂલ ફ્લેજ રિપોર્ટ ઈ લાઇબ્રેરી પરથી તમે મેળવી શકો છો. ગીર ફાઉન્ડેશનની ઈ લાઇબ્રેરીમાં આ ભવિષ્યમાં ઉપલબ્ધ રહેશે આ ફૂલ ફ્લેજ રિપોર્ટ્સ. Thanks to all the dignitaries. We are going to release one more publication, that is Illustrated Mangrove Species of Gujarat, a field guide, and one more is Field Guide of Birds in and around Indroda Nature Park. આ જે સાહિત્ય આપણે માનનીય મહેમાનો દ્વારા વિમોચન પામી રહ્યું છે તે બહુ સ્પેશિયલ છે. એમાં અદકેરી વેટલેન્ડની મેંગ્રુવ જાતિઓનું વિશિષ્ટ આલેખન છે. એના ઇલસ્ટ્રેશન્સ ગીર ફાઉન્ડેશન દ્વારા જાતે જ બનાવવામાં આવ્યા છે. અમે ગર્વાન્વિત છીએ કે આ સ્પેશિયલ અમારું વિશેષ પબ્લિકેશન માનનીય મંત્રીશ્રી તેમજ પ્રિન્સિપલ સેક્રેટરી અને હોફ સર દ્વારા વિમોચન પામી રહ્યું છે. ઇન્દ્રોડા પાર્કની આસપાસના પક્ષીઓ વિશે પણ ખૂબ સરસ માહિતી આપ આ નાનકડી પોકેટ બુકમાંથી મેળવી શકો છો. મહાનુભાવોનો ખૂબ ખૂબ આભાર. ત્યારબાદ હજી બે પ્રકાશનો અમે રિલીઝ કરવા જઈ રહ્યા છીએ. The first report is a comprehensive report on the study of flora and fauna of Great Run of Kutch. કચ્છ નહીં દેખા તો કુછ નહીં દેખા એમ કરીને કચ્છના આખા જૈવ વિવિધતા ઉપર અમે જે અભ્યાસ કર્યો છે એના પ્રાણીઓ, પંખીઓ અને વનસ્પતિની ઊંડી માહિતી આપને આ પ્રકાશનમાંથી મળે છે. મહાનુભાવનો ખૂબ ખૂબ આભાર. હવે જે લેખિત પ્રકાશનો છે એમાં એની શ્રેણીમાં એક આખરી પ્રકાશન એબન્ડન્ટ સ્ટેટસ ઓફ સિલેક્ટેડ મેડિસિનલ પ્લાન્ટ્સ ઓફ ગુજરાત. ગુજરાતની ઔષધીય વનસ્પતિઓની શું સંખ્યા છે, શું પરિસ્થિતિ છે ગુજરાતમાં, એનું આલેખન કરતો રિપોર્ટ, એક આખો અહેવાલ ગીર ફાઉન્ડેશને પોતે તૈયાર કર્યો છે. તો માનનીય મંત્રીશ્રી તેમજ સેક્રેટરી સર, હોફ સાહેબ અને અમારા એક્ઝિક્યુટિવ કમિટી મેમ્બરને વિનંતી છે કે તેનું વિમોચન કરે. આ મેડિસિનલ પ્લાન્ટમાં સમગ્ર ગુજરાતની મોટા ભાગની ઔષધીય વનસ્પતિઓને આવરી લેવાનો પ્રયત્ન કર્યો છે અમે. ખૂબ ખૂબ આભાર સર. અમારા માટે ખરેખર આ યાદગાર ક્ષણો છે. આપના વરદ હસ્તે અમારા આ પ્રકાશનનું વિમોચન થઈ રહ્યું છે. ખૂબ ખૂબ આભાર સર. હવે કાર્યક્રમને આગળ વધારતા સમય આવી ગયો છે. આ પ્રકાશનની શૃંખલામાં ગીર ફાઉન્ડેશને જે વધુ એક પ્રયત્ન હાથ ધર્યો છે તેને રજૂ કરવાનો. આપ જાણો છો તેમ આ વર્ષની વર્લ્ડ વેટલેન્ડ ડેની થીમને ધ્યાનમાં રાખીને અમે કેટલીક વેટલેન્ડ ઉપર ફિલ્મ એટલે કે ડોક્યુમેન્ટરી ફિલ્મ બનાવી છે જેને અમે રજૂ કરવા જઈ રહ્યા છે. ધ ફર્સ્ટ ફિલ્મ ઇઝ ગુજરાત અ હેવન ફોર માઇગ્રેટરી બર્ડ્સ, એટલે કે ગુજરાત પ્રવાસી પક્ષીઓનું આશ્રય સ્થાન. મહાનુભાવને આ ડોક્યુમેન્ટરીના વિમોચન માટે વિનંતી છે. સર, આપ રિમોટનું બટન દબાવીને અમારી આ મહેનતને પબ્લિક માટે, જાહેર જનતા માટે ખુલ્લી મૂકો એવી વિનંતી છે. આ ફિલ્મ this documentary lucidly recites the crucial
Every year, guided by an ancient instinct, the iconic travelers of the skies, migratory birds from faraway parts of the world, arrive at an important destination of the Central Asian Flyway Zone, Gujarat. This epic journey of timeless migration is not only about nature's marvel, but also holds immense significance for our ecology, for Gujarat to always remain a heaven for migratory waterbirds.
અમે બીજી એક ચલચિત્ર, બીજી એક ડોક્યુમેન્ટરી ફિલ્મ પણ માનનીય મંત્રીશ્રીના વરદ હસ્તે રિલીઝ કરવા જઈ રહ્યા છે. ઇટ્સ અબાઉટ રામસર સાઇટ્સ ઓફ ગુજરાત, હબ્સ ઓફ વાઇટલ ઇકો સર્વિસીસ, જે આ વર્ષના વેટલેન્ડ ડેની થીમને ખૂબ અનુરૂપ છે.
Wetlands are a vibrant ecosystem, and their eco-services encompass the advantages that we, human communities, obtain. Wetlands are special areas where the land meets water, either permanently or seasonally. Ramsar sites of Gujarat. hubs of vital eco-services.
Thank you. Thanks to the technical team. આ બંને ફિલ્મો આપને ખાસ અમને જણાવતા આનંદ થાય છે કે ગયા વર્ષે અમે જે યુટ્યુબ ચેનલ ઓઇકોસ ધ અર્થ લોન્ચ કરી હતી એની ઉપર આપ મેળવી શકશો. કાર્યક્રમને આગળ વધારતા આપણે આપણા મહાનુભાવોને સાંભળવા જઈ રહ્યા છીએ. તો સૌપ્રથમ હું વિનંતી કરીશ, મે આઈ નાઉ રિક્વેસ્ટ ડૉક્ટર જગદીશ પ્રસાદ સર, એક્ઝિક્યુટિવ મેમ્બર ઓફ ગીર ફાઉન્ડેશન, ટુ સે ફ્યુ વર્ડ્સ ઓન ધીસ ઓકેશન, સર.
માનનીય મંત્રી શ્રી મુળુભાઈ વેરાસર, વન અને પર્યાવરણ વિભાગના અગ્ર સચિવ શ્રી, વન વિભાગના હેડ ઓફ ફોરેસ્ટ્રી ફોર્સ અને અગ્ર મુખ્ય વન સંરક્ષક શ્રી યુડી સિંહજી, ગીર ફાઉન્ડેશનના નિયામક શ્રી डॉक्टर आर के सुगूर, અત્રે આ કાર્યક્રમ में પધારેલ વરિષ્ઠ IFS અધિકારીશ્રીઓ, વન વિભાગના કર્મચારીઓ, અધિકારીઓ અને જે કાર્યક્રમ જેના માટે ખાસ રૂપ से આયોજિત કરવામાં આવ્યું છે તેવા યુનિવર્સિટીના તમામ વિદ્યાર્થી ભાઈઓ અને બહેનો, આ કાર્યક્રમ સવારથી હું હાજર રહીને જોયું છે અને એ એક बहुत उत्तम थीम पर आयोजित કરવામાં આવ્યું છે કે આપણે જલ સ્ત્રાવ વિકાસ એટલે વેટલેન્ડ જેને કહીએ એને માનવની સુખાકારી માટે કેવી રીતે આયોજિત કરવા અને ખાસ કરીને સ્થાનિક લોકોની ભાગીદારીથી જલ સ્ત્રાવ વિકાસ થાય અને લોકોની સુખાકારી સુધરે એનો એક સુદૃઢ પાયા મૂકવા માટેનો એ કાર્યક્રમ હાથ ધરવામાં આવ્યું છે. જે મેં પ્રાથમિક તબક્કે સેમિનાર, એક ગોષ્ઠીનું આયોજન જે આજે થયું અને જે મેં ખાસ કરીને જે વિદેશથી એક પ્રોફેસર માર્ક આવીને જે આપણને બતાવશે કે જલ સ્ત્રાવ વિકાસ એટલે એની મૂલ્યાંકન કેવી રીતે કરવાનું, એટલે મૂલ્ય કેવી રીતે આંકવાનું. અને મૂલ્ય એટલા માટે કે આજે નીતિ વિષયક બાબતોમાં વાત કરીએ તો જીડીપીની વાત અથવા તો એનાથી લોકોને અથવા તો પબ્લિકને શું ફાયદો થશે એની વાત થાય છે. એટલે એ વાત પહેલે સેન્સિટાઇઝેશન કરવું જરૂર છે અને પછી એ કેવી રીતે કરવાનું એનો પ્રેક્ટિકલ કરવામાં આવશે આગામી 3 દિવસ માટે, જેથી આપણે ગુજરાતના તમામ જે જલસ્ત્રાવ વિકાસ જલસ્ત્રાવ છે એની એ કેવી રીતે મૂલ્યાંકન કરી શકીએ અને એનો વખતે વખત એમાં શું પ્રગતિ થઈ છે, લોકોની સુખાકારીમાં કેટલો ગુણાત્મક પરિવર્તન આવ્યું છે એ આપણે જણાવી શકીએ. આપ જેમ જાણો છો કે આમ તો સસ્ટેનેબલ એક બડી વજવર્ડ થઈ ગયું છે, જેને કહીએ છીએ કે સામાજિક અને આર્થિક અને પર્યાવરણ એ ત્રણેયને બેલેન્સ કરીને રાખવાનું તો જ આપણા કોઈ સ્ટૂલ હોય, 3 પાયા હોય અને 3 પાયાને બેલેન્સ કરીને રાખો તો ટકે અને એક પાયા હટાવી દો તો સ્ટૂલ ટકે નહીં. એવી રીતે જ પર્યાવરણની દશા એવી થતી જાય તે ઉત્તરોત્તર કે પર્યાવરણ ઇગ્નોર થતું જાય છે અને સામાજિક અને ઇકોનોમિક પહેલુઓ વધતા જાય છે. એટલે સસ્ટેનેબિલિટીનો મતલબ એ છે કે એન્વાયરમેન્ટનો બી ધ્યાન રાખવું જોઈએ. પણ મેનેજ કરનારો કોણ છે? આદમી. અને કોના માટે કરવાનો છે? આદમી માટે. અને જે સ્પેસીસ છે, જે બીજી જીવજંતુઓ છે એનો કોઈ બોલનારો નથી, એનો એક જ બોલનારો છે, એ વન અને પર્યાવરણ વિભાગ. એટલે એ બોલતા થાય અને એના થકી પર્યાવરણની સુખાકારી થાય તો માનવ સહિત બધા લાઈફ જો ફોર્મ છે અર્થ પે ઠીક ઠાક ટકી રહેશે. તો એ કાર્યક્રમ જે આયોજિત કરવામાં આવ્યું છે ગીર ફાઉન્ડેશન થકી એને હું ખૂબ ધન્યવાદ પાઠવું છું અને આશા રાખું છું કે આગળ બી આવા કાર્યક્રમો એ કરતા જ રહેશે અને જે પબ્લિકેશનો હમણાં વિમોચન કરવામાં આવ્યું એ ક્વોલિટી પબ્લિકેશનો થાય છે ગીર ફાઉન્ડેશનના અને એન્વાયરમેન્ટલની સેવામાં એ કાફી અગ્રણી રહ્યા છે અને રહેશે એવી અભ્યર્થના રાખું છું એન્ડ થેન્ક યુ વેરી મચ.
Thank you so much, sir, for your inspirational words and encouragement. To proceed further, may I now request Shri U.D. Singh, sir, PCCF and Head of Forest Force, to address the gathering, sir.
મંચ પર વિરાજમાન માનનીય વન અને પર્યાવરણ મંત્રી શ્રી મુડુભાઈ બેરા સાહેબ, વન અને પર્યાવરણ અગ્ર સચિવ શ્રી સંજીવ કુમાર સાહેબ, નિયામક શ્રી ગીર ફાઉન્ડેશન શ્રી જગદીશ પ્રસાદ સાહેબ, મિસ્ટર માર્ક જે કે વિદેશથી અહીંયા આપના સૌ બધાને ટ્રેનિંગ આપવા માટે પધારેલા છે, અત્રે ઉપસ્થિત તમામ જૂના અનુભવી અધિકારીશ્રીઓ, ભાઈઓ બહેનો અને જે આવતા 3 દિવસમાં ટ્રેનિંગ લેનાર છે અથવા વર્કશોપમાં ભાગ લેનાર છે તે તમામ ભાઈઓ અને બહેનો, આ દર વર્ષની જેમ ગીર ફાઉન્ડેશન દ્વારા એક ખૂબ સુંદર આયોજન કરવામાં આવ્યું છે અને આ આયોજનના ભાગરૂપે 3 દિવસ સુધી આ વર્કશોપ ચાલવાનું છે. આ પ્રસંગે હું આપ સૌને એટલું જ કહેવા માગું છું કે જે ઇકોસિસ્ટમ સર્વિસીસની વાત છે, આપને જે કંઈક વેટલેન્ડ કુદરતી રીતે બને છે અથવા માનવ નિર્મિત હોય તેમના દ્વારા ત્યાંના સ્થાનિક પ્રજાને લાભો લેવામાં આવે છે. ઘણી વખતે એવું થાય છે કે આપને પર્યાવરણ અથવા પક્ષી અથવા વનસ્પતિઓને સંરક્ષણ માટે ઓવર સ્ટ્રેસ એટલે ખૂબ જોર કરીએ કે નહીં આ વેટલેન્ડ છે તો આમાં તો પક્ષીઓ માટે જ અનામત, પણ આપ કદાચ તે વખતે ભૂલા પડો છો કે એ વેટલેન્ડનું નિર્માણ ખેડૂતોના ખેતરમાં સિંચાઈ માટે કરવામાં આવ્યું છે. હવે આપ એ લોકલ પ્રજા સ્થાનિક પ્રજાને એમ કહો કે હવે આજથી તમારે સિંચાઈનું પાણી બંધ અને માત્ર આ પક્ષીઓ માટે જ પાણી અનામત રહેશે તો એક વિકટ પરિસ્થિતિનું નિર્માણ થાય છે. આ સંજોગોમાં આપને કઈ રીતે બેલેન્સ બનાવીએ એ આ સમયની માંગ છે. આપને આ વર્ષનો જે વર્કશોપનો જે સબ્જેક્ટ છે એ પણ ઇકોસિસ્ટમ સર્વિસીસ ઉપર જ છે. તો હું જસ્ટ એક દાખલો આપું છું કે ખીજડીયામાં અમે હતા, હું 91ની વાત કરું છું, કે આ તળાવનું નિર્માણ સિંચાઈ માટે કરવામાં આવેલું અને અત્યારે જો માત્ર આપણે પક્ષીઓ માટે કરીએ તો આ સ્થાનિક પ્રજા કહેશે કે અમારા વડવાઈઓ વર્ષોથી આમાં સિંચાઈ કરતા હતા, અમે પાક લેતા હતા, તો અમારો સિંચાઈનું શું? તો આ બે વચ્ચે એક સામંજસ્ય કહો, સમન્વય કહો કે બેલેન્સ કહો, એ બનાવવાની ખાસ જરૂર છે. એકબીજાના બેલેન્સ કરીને પણ આ વસ્તુ થઈ શકે છે. હવે આજની આપની પ્રજા, આપના લોકો પર્યાવરણ પ્રત્યે ખૂબ ચિંતિત છે. પર્યાવરણની આડઅસરો આપણે સબ બધાએ જોઈ રહ્યા છીએ. આ મોસમમાં ક્યારે વરસાદ આવી જાય, ચોમાસું છે તે 1-2 મહિના પાછળ ઠેલાઈ જાય, એકદમ ઠંડી પડે પછી ઉનાળો ચાલુ થાય અને ફરી પાછા ઠંડી ચાલુ થઈ જાય. તો આ સંજોગોમાં આપણે જે કુદરતની જે વ્યવસ્થા છે, જે બેલેન્સ કરવાની, એને આપણે બધાએ માન આપવું જોઈએ. ગુજરાત રાજ્ય આવા વેટલેન્ડ્સથી ભગવાને આમ જેને કહું કે કુદરતે ખૂબ નવાજ્યું છે આ સ્ટેટને. લિટિલ રન ઓફ કચ્છ, ગ્રેટર રન ઓફ કચ્છ, જે 4 રામસર સાઇટ છે તેની વાત કરો, અથવા આપ જોશો તો ગાયકવાડી સ્ટેટમાં દરેક ગામમાં એક તળાવ, ગામ તળાવ અને સીમ તળાવ, એ બેનું નિર્માણ તે વખતે કરવામાં આવ્યું હતું. ગામ તળાવ એટલે ગામના લોકો ત્યાં રોજિંદા ઉપયોગ માટે પાણી લઈ શકે, અને સીમ તળાવ એટલે ઢોરો અને અન્ય જે વન્ય પ્રાણીઓ હોય તેના માટે પાણીની વ્યવસ્થા. એટલે તે વખતના જે કંઈક રૂલર્સ હતા તેને વિચાર્યું કે આ વ્યવસ્થા બહુ જરૂરી છે. આજ એ વેટલેન્ડ એમાં કદાચ અડધા તો પુરાઈને એમાં કોન્ક્રીટ જંગલો બની ગયા હોય, પણ અમુક જે રહી ગયા છે કેટલી બધી સર્વિસીસ પૂરી પાડે છે. આપ જોશો ખેડા જિલ્લાની વાત કરું તો જે સારસ છે, સારસ ક્રેટ એ મોસ્ટલી ગામના સીમ તળાવમાં જ જોવા મળે, સીમ તળાવની આજુબાજુ જોવા મળે છે. તો આપણે આ કુદરતની જે અમૂલ્ય ભેટ છે એને આપણે જાળવીએ, સાચવીએ, પબ્લિકમાં એના પ્રત્યે જાગૃતતા લાવવા માટે પ્રયત્નો કરીએ અને એવી સહિયારુ પ્રયત્ન કરીએ કે પક્ષીઓ, વન્ય પ્રાણીઓ અને માનવ તેનો એકબીજાના સંકલન અને સમન્વયમાં જીવી શકીએ, એકબીજાને પૂરક બનીએ અને આ વેટલેન્ડનો લાભ લઈએ. આવું એક જો સમાજમાં માહોલ ક્રિએટ થાય તો જ આ વર્કશોપનું જે આયોજન છે તે લેખે લાગશે. આટલું કહી હું વિરમું છું. જય હિન્દ, જય ભારત, જય જય ગરવી ગુજરાત.
थैंक यू सो मच सर. सही में सर, इकोलॉजी एंड इकोनॉमी में हमेशा ये एक टग ऑफ वॉर चलता ही आया है एंड हम प्रयत्न करेंगे कि ऐसे सेमिनार और वर्कशॉप से हम उस सब बैलेंस को बहुत आगे तक कैरी कर पाए और इसकी कल्चरल एंड प्रोविजनल वैल्यूज़ ऐसे ही बनी रहे. वंस अगेन थैंक यू सर फॉर योर नोबल जेस्चर टू अप्रिशिएट आवर एफर्ट्स. To proceed further, may I now request Shri Sanjeev Kumar Sir, Principal Secretary, Department for Forest and Environment, Gujarat, to deliver inspirational address. Sir, please.
ગુજરાત સરકારના વન અને પર્યાવરણ અને ક્લાઇમેટ ચેન્જ, ટુરિઝમ અને કલ્ચર વિભાગના માનનીય મંત્રીશ્રી માનનીય શ્રી મુલુભાઈ બેરા સાહેબ, Head of Forest and PCCF, Sri UD Singh, Director Gir Foundation, Executive Committee na member Sri Yo, Van Vibhagna વરિષ્ઠ અધિકારી મિત્રો, પ્રોફેસર માર્ક અને મોટી સંખ્યામાં અહીંયા ઉપસ્થિત સ્ટુડન્ટ્સ, રિસર્ચ સ્કોલર્સ અને એન્વાયરમેન્ટલ અને ઇકોલોજી ફિલ્ડમાં જે લોકો કામ કરી રહ્યા છે એવા સ્વૈચ્છિક સંસ્થાઓ અને બીજા આમંત્રિત મહેમાનો, સૌપ્રથમ આ વર્કશોપ આજના જે ઇન્ટરનેશનલ ડે વર્કશોપ અને આ પછી 3 દિવસના જે ટેકનિકલ 3 દિવસના ટેકનિકલ સેશન્સ જે રાખવામાં આવે છે એ ખરેખર એક સુંદર પહેલ છે અને આ માટે ગીર ફાઉન્ડેશનને ખૂબ ખૂબ અભિનંદન પાઠવું છું. અહીંયા વેટલેન્ડ્સ બાબતમાં મને લાગે છે સવારથી ઘણી બધી વાત થઈ છે. વિકાસ જરૂરી છે, પણ વિકાસના સાથે સાથે when we talk about development, we always mean the development has to be sustainable in nature. So whenever we talk about development, we talk about sustainable development. અને આપના માનનીય વડાપ્રધાન શ્રી પણ COP26માં જે પંચમિત્રની જાહેરાત કરી હતી, આના મુખ્ય ઉદ્દેશ છે કે વિકાસના સાથે સાથે જે પર્યાવરણ છે એ પણ સુરક્ષિત રહે અને આવનાર પેઢીને જે અમે લોકો આપી શકીએ છીએ એક સ્વચ્છ અને ટકાઉ પર્યાવરણ, this is minimum which the next generation would expect from us. So it is very important that along with development we take care of the environment. COP26માં જે દેશ સામે જે લક્ષ્યાંક મૂકવામાં આવ્યું છે એ કે by 2070 we should achieve net zero અને આ માટે 5 ટાર્ગેટ્સ નક્કી કરવામાં આવેલ હતું અને હવે COP28માં પણ માનનીય વડાપ્રધાન શ્રી દ્વારા ગ્રીન ક્રેડિટ સ્કીમની લોન્ચ કરવામાં આવી અને સાથે સાથે મિશન લાઈફ બાબતે પણ માનનીય વડાપ્રધાન શ્રી જે લોન્ચ કરી છે એ પૂરા વિશ્વ એને સ્વીકાર કરી છે અને આ દિશામાં આગળ ઘણી બધી ઇનિશિયેટિવ્સ અને પગલાં લેવામાં આવી રહ્યા છે. India is the first large economy to, I would say, to meet most of its targets well ahead of its time. So we should keep these aspects while planning. And as we all know, it's very important to maintain the diversity, and in that the wetlands, they play a very important role. જે રીતે આપણે જાણીએ છીએ કે દર વર્ષે like 2nd February the whole world community comes together to celebrate the world's wetlands day, અને આ વર્ષે the world wetland day 2024 theme is wetlands and human well-being, which highlights the crucial role that wetlands play in supporting human life and prosperity. And in line with this theme, ગીર ફાઉન્ડેશન દ્વારા એ આજનું ઇન્ટરનેશનલ ડે વર્કશોપ અને 3 દિવસનું ટેકનિકલ વર્કશોપ રાખવામાં આવેલ છે, જે રીતે બતાવવામાં આવ્યું કે રામસર સાઇટ બરોડામાં રાખવામાં આવ્યું છે, અને આના થીમ છે એક્સપ્લોરિંગ વેટલેન્ડ ઇકોસિસ્ટમ સર્વિસીસ ફોર હ્યુમન વેલ-બીંગ. It is also important to note that this initiative is in line with the commitment to fostering ecological understanding and supporting sustainable methods for conserving wetlands. Today's event, in fact, assembled very eminent experts today who deliberated and spoke on these issues, and particularly the insight provided by Professor Mark was very valuable. Particularly, he touched about the specific ecosystem services offered by various wetlands across India and the globe, and the evaluation technique of wetland economically. And he'll be deliberating more in the coming 3 days in the technical sessions. We strongly advocate that the program like this should primarily benefit individuals actively involved in the field. ये जे कम्युनिटी છે, કમ્યુનિટીના સાથ રાખીએ તો જ સાચા અર્થમાં ये જે આપણી ઇકોસિસ્ટમ છે અને વેટલેન્ડ્સ છે એ સારી રીતે પ્રિઝર્વ અને કન્ઝર્વ કરી શકાય છે. અને આમાં ખાસ કરીને સેન્સિટાઇઝેશન ઓફ યંગર જનરેશન દેટ ઇઝ વેરી ઇમ્પોર્ટન્ટ. અને આઈ એમ હેપી ટુ સી કે અહીંયા મોટી સંખ્યામાં એવા સ્ટુડન્ટ્સ અને રિસર્ચ સ્કોલર્સ અહીંયા ઉપસ્થિત છે, અને આ લોકો માટે પણ તક છે કે અહીંયા જે આ ટેકનિકલ સેશન્સમાં એક્સપર્ટ્સ દ્વારા જે મુદ્દા ઉપર ચર્ચા કરવામાં આવશે અને જે જાણકારી આપવામાં આવશે, ખરેખર આથી એક ચોક્કસ દિશા બધા માટે મળશે. અને એ ચર્ચા દરમિયાન જે પણ આઉટકમ આવશે એ ધ્યાને રાખીને આવનાર દિવસમાં ફોરેસ્ટ વિભાગ દ્વારા ચોક્કસ વેટલેન્ડ્સ જે આપણા રાજ્યમાં મોટી સંખ્યામાં છે, આના કન્ઝર્વેશન પ્રિઝર્વેશન માટે જે પ્લાન છે એ આમાં ઇન્કોર્પોરેટ કરીને સરસ રીતે આવનાર દિવસોમાં એ પ્લાનિંગમાં સમાવેશ કરીને એક્ઝિક્યુટ કરવામાં આવશે. તો again I would be looking forward to the outcome of the 4 days of this workshop, and again I would wish best of luck to all the participants who will be attending this workshop, and thank you all. Jai Jai Garvi Gujarat. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir, for elucidating the technical aspects of these wetland services, and also I thank for triggering the young minds to take their standard a step ahead in the conservation as well as understanding the value of the ecosystem. સરનું એન્કરેજમેન્ટ સાંભળીને મને એક વાત યાદ આવે છે કે આપે પણ કદાચ સાંભળ્યું હશે, પન્નાલાલ પટેલની વાત છે કે પાર્થને કહો હવે ઉઠાવે બાણ, હવે તો યુદ્ધ એ જ કલ્યાણ. ખરેખર હવે વિચારવાનો કે લખવા ગણવાનો સમય નથી, હવે ખરેખર આપણા વિચારોને એક્શનમાં લાવવાનો સમય આવી ગયો છે. હવે કાર્યક્રમને આગળ વધારતા આપણે આપણા કાર્યક્રમ અને વિભાગના સર્વોચ્ચ શિખર પાસેથી પ્રેરણા લેવા જઈ રહ્યા છે. જી હા, આપની ધારણા કદાચ સાચી હોઈ શકે. આપણે માનનીય મંત્રી શ્રી મૂળીભાઈશ્રીના આશીર્વચનો બસ હવે થોડીક જ ક્ષણોની દૂરી પર છે, ત્યારે એમનું સમર્પણ અને સરળતા યાદ કરીને મને શ્રી દેવાયત આહિરના રાષ્ટ્ર માટેના બલિદાનની યાદ આવે છે. સર પ્લીઝ.
તમે જાણો છો ઇતિહાસ દેવાયત બોર્ડરનો?
આખા જુનાગઢના આમ કણે કણમાં જીવે છે. હું લગભગ અમે વાંચીએ છીએ, જાણીએ છીએ.
નમસ્કાર. આજના પ્રસંગે ઉપસ્થિત આપણા આમંત્રણને માન આપીને પધારેલા પ્રોફેસર શ્રી માર્ક એવરન્ડ, જેઓ યુનિવર્સિટી ઓફ વેસ્ટ ઓફ ઇંગ્લેન્ડથી આપણી વચ્ચે અહીં પધાર્યા છે, વિભાગના અગ્રસચિવ શ્રી, હેડ ઓફ ફોરેસ્ટ શ્રી જગદીશ પ્રસાદજી, આ કાર્યક્રમનું જેને આયોજન કર્યું છે એવા નિયામક ગીર ફાઉન્ડેશન શ્રી સુગુરજી, ઉપસ્થિત આપ સૌ વૈજ્ઞાનિકો, નિષ્ણાંતો, સંશોધકો, વિદ્યાર્થી મિત્રો, વન વિભાગના ઉપસ્થિત અધિકારીશ્રીઓ, અન્ય કર્મચારી, ઉપસ્થિત સૌ ભાઈઓ અને બહેનો, ગીર ફાઉન્ડેશન દર વર્ષની જેમ આ વર્ષે પણ આ વેટલેન્ડ માટેના એક વિશિષ્ટ વિષય સાથે આજના આ કાર્યક્રમનું આયોજન કર્યું છે. આ વર્ષે જે 2016થી આ રીતનું દર વર્ષે આયોજન કરવામાં આવે છે. સેમિનાર શૃંખલામાં ગીર ફાઉન્ડેશન દ્વારા મોટી સંખ્યામાં વિદ્યાર્થીઓને અને વન અધિકારીઓને પ્રશિક્ષિત કરવાનું કામ કરી રહ્યું છે. દર વર્ષની જેમ આ વર્ષે 2024માં વર્લ્ડ વેટલેન્ડ ડેની થીમ જળ પ્લાવિત વિસ્તારોની માનવ સુખાકારીને સુસંગત વિષય માનવ સુખાકારી માટે જળ પ્લાવિત ક્ષેત્રોની પારિસ્થિતિક સેવાઓ જેવી કે મીઠું પાણી, કાંઠાના રહેવાસીઓની આજીવિકા, ખોરાક, અન્ય જીવ માટે આશ્રય સ્થાન, પૂર નિયંત્રણ વગેરેને જાણવા માટે યોજાયેલો આ વેટલેન્ડ સેમિનાર 3 દિવસ ટેકનિકલ વર્કશોપ સાથે ગીર ફાઉન્ડેશન દ્વારા આવનારા 3 દિવસોમાં મંથન કરવા માટે વર્કશોપ સેમિનારનું આયોજન કરવામાં આવ્યું છે. દેશના સૌથી વધુ 23,891 એટલે કે 23% જેટલા જળ પ્લાવિત વિસ્તારો ધરાવતું આપણું રાજ્ય ગુજરાત રાજ્ય છે. ભારત સરકાર દ્વારા સમગ્ર દેશમાંથી 115 જેટલા જળ પ્લાવિત વિસ્તારોને રાષ્ટ્રીય મહત્વના જળ પ્લાવિત વિસ્તારો તરીકે સૂચિબદ્ધ કરવામાં આવ્યા છે. જે પૈકી 8 જેટલા જળ પ્લાવિત ક્ષેત્રો જેમ કે નળ સરોવર, થોળ પક્ષી અભયારણ્ય, કચ્છનું નાનું રણ, કચ્છનું મોટું રણ, નાની કાકરડ, ઓઢવાણા, ખીજડીયા, પરિયેજ આપણા ગુજરાતમાં આવેલા છે. સમગ્ર દેશમાં 80 રામસર સાઇટમાંથી આપણા રાજ્યમાં 4 રામસર સાઇટ નળ સરોવર, ઓઢવાણા, ખીજડીયા અને થોળ આવેલા છે. આમાંથી 2 નળ સરોવર અને થોળમાં હમણાં જ અમે પ્રવાસન વિભાગમાંથી એકમાં 27 કરોડ અને એકમાં 25 કરોડના કામનો વર્ક ઓર્ડર આપી દીધો છે. એટલે પ્રવાસીઓ જે આવશે આ પક્ષીઓ જોવા માટે એને પણ ત્યાં સુવિધાઓ મળી રહેવાની છે. રામસર સાઇટની લાખોની સંખ્યામાં દર વર્ષે પ્રવાસીઓ આવતા હોય છે. અહીંયા દેશ અને વિદેશથી અનેક પક્ષીઓ પણ ત્યાં આ પ્રતિ વર્ષે મુલાકાતે આવતા હોય છે, જે પક્ષીવિદો અને પક્ષી નિરીક્ષકો માટે ખૂબ આકર્ષણનું કેન્દ્ર બને છે. પક્ષીઓના અભ્યાસ માટે ઉત્તમ તકો પૂરી પાડે છે. વેટલેન્ડ પર સંભવિત જોખમોનો સામનો કરવા અને તેની વિવિધતામાં સમૃદ્ધ કરવા માટે દેશના કાંઠાના વિસ્તારોમાં વસતા લોકોની આજીવિકા સુરક્ષિત કરવા માટે દેશના માનનીય વડાપ્રધાન શ્રી નરેન્દ્રભાઈ મોદી સાહેબે અમૃત ધરોહર યોજના ખૂબ જોરશોરથી હાથ ધરવામાં આવેલ છે. કેન્દ્ર સરકારના પ્રયાસો સાથે તાલમેલ લાવવાના હેતુથી ગુજરાત સરકાર રાજ્યમાં 2017માં સ્ટેટ વેટલેન્ડ ઓથોરિટીની આપણે અહીંયા સ્થાપના કરી છે. ગીર ફાઉન્ડેશન અને રાજ્યની સ્ટેટ વેટલેન્ડ ઓથોરિટી નોડલ એજન્સી તરીકે એને નીમવામાં આવી છે. ગીર ફાઉન્ડેશનને સોંપવામાં આવેલ નોડલ એજન્સી તરીકેની કામગીરી સક્રિય રીતે આગળ વધારવામાં આવી રહેલ છે. ગીર ફાઉન્ડેશન દ્વારા વેટલેન્ડની ગ્રાઉન્ડ ઉપર ચકાસણીની કામગીરી તથા દસ્તાવેજીકરણની કામગીરી હાથ ધરવામાં આવે છે. સેવ વેટલેન્ડ અભિયાન અંતર્ગત ગીર ફાઉન્ડેશન દ્વારા મિશન લાઈફ હેઠળ વિવિધ પ્રવૃત્તિઓ, વેટલેન્ડ મિત્રતાના નોંધણીની કામગીરી, હેલ્થ કાર્ડ બનાવવાની કામગીરી હાથ ધરવામાં આવે છે. ગીર ફાઉન્ડેશન દ્વારા ને 5 રાજ્યો રાજસ્થાન, ગોવા, તેલંગાણા અને આસામ, મેઘાલય અને કેન્દ્ર શાસિત પ્રદેશ દાદરા નગર હવેલી અને દીવ અને દમણના વેટલેન્ડ બાબતે નોલેજ પાર્ટનર સંસ્થા તરીકે ભારત સરકાર દ્વારા નિયુક્ત કરવામાં આવી છે. આપણા માટે ગૌરવની વાત છે. આ ઉપરાંત ગીર ફાઉન્ડેશન દ્વારા 2016થી રાજ્યના અગત્યના વેટલેન્ડ જૈવિક વિવિધતા અને પાણીની ગુણવત્તાની મોનિટરિંગની કામગીરી પણ હાથ ધરવામાં આવે છે. મિત્રો, ગુજરાત સરકાર વેટલેન્ડ સંરક્ષણના ક્ષેત્રે સતત પ્રયત્ન કરી રહ્યું છે. આજના કાર્યક્રમ મારફતે વેટલેન્ડ અને માનવ સુખાકારી અંગેનું મહત્ત્વ સમજાય અને વેટલેન્ડના સંરક્ષણ પ્રત્યે જાગૃતતા ઊભી થાય એવી આપ સૌને શુભેચ્છા પાઠવું છું અને બધાને હું આ કાર્યક્રમ માટે અહીંયા જે પધાર્યા છે બધાને ખૂબ ખૂબ શુભેચ્છાઓ પાઠવું છું. ગીર ફાઉન્ડેશને આવો સરસ કાર્યક્રમ દર વર્ષે કરે છે અને એમાં આપ બધા ઉપસ્થિત ખાસ વિદ્યાર્થીઓ, નિષ્ણાતો અને વૈજ્ઞાનિકો બધા જ આ કાર્યક્રમને સફળ બનાવવા માટે ટીમ થઈને કામ કરે છે. બધાને ખૂબ ખૂબ અભિનંદન પાઠવી વિરમું છું. જય જય ગરવી ગુજરાત.
ખૂબ ખૂબ આભાર સાહેબ. આપનું પ્રોત્સાહન જ અમારું પીઠબળ છે. આપનો સરળ અભિગમ હંમેશા અમને સ્પર્શી જાય છે અને વધુ ને વધુ કામ કરવા માટે પ્રેરિત કરે છે. હવે કાર્યક્રમને આગળ વધારતા જે મહાનુભાવો અમારી માટે એમના ટાઈટ હેક્ટિક શેડ્યુલમાંથી સમય કાઢીને અત્રે ઉપસ્થિત થયા છે, તેમને પ્રેમના પ્રતીક તરીકે એક નાનકડી ભેટ આપવા જઈ રહ્યા છે. તો સૌપ્રથમ હું વિનંતી કરીશ માનનીય શ્રી સુગુર સાહેબને, ડાયરેક્ટર ગીર ફાઉન્ડેશનને, કે તેઓ માનનીય મંત્રી શ્રી મુળુભાઈ બેરાનું શાલ ઓઢાડીને સન્માન કરે. માનનીય સરની વિનંતી છે કે તેઓ શાલ ઓઢાડીને સન્માન કરે. ખૂબ ખૂબ આભાર સાહેબ. હવે હું વિનંતી કરીશ માન્ય શ્રી ગેહલોત સાહેબને કે તેઓ શાલ ઓઢાડીને માન્ય શ્રી સંજીવ કુમાર સાહેબ, પ્રિન્સિપલ સેક્રેટરીનું સ્વાગત કરે. આભાર સાહેબ. ફરી એકવાર શ્રી ગેહલોત સાહેબને વિનંતી છે કે તેઓ શાલ ઓઢાડીને આપણા વિભાગના વડા શ્રી યુડી સિંહ સાહેબ, પીસીસીએફ એન્ડ હોફનું સ્વાગત કરે, સન્માન કરે. હવે હું વિનંતી કરીશ શ્રી આર.બી. સોલંકી સાહેબને કે તેઓ શ્રી જગદીશ પ્રસાદ સાહેબનું શાલ ઓઢાડીને સન્માન કરે. હું ફરી વિનંતી કરીશ શ્રી સોલંકી સાહેબને કે તેઓ શાલ ઓઢાડીને આપણા મુખ્ય વક્તા શ્રી માર્ગ સાહેબનું સન્માન કરે. થેન્ક યુ સર. ખૂબ ખૂબ આભાર. ફરી એકવાર તમામ મંચસ્થ મહાનુભાવોનો હૃદયપૂર્વક આભાર માનીએ છીએ. આપની ઉપસ્થિતિ અને આપનું પ્રવચન બંને અમારા માટે પ્રેરક રહ્યા છે. કાર્યક્રમને આગળ વધારતા આપણે આભાર વિધિ તરફ આગળ વધીશું. It would indeed be injustice if we miss expressing our gratitude to all who deserves in shaping this event. Hence, I would request Shri R.P. Gehlot sir, Deputy Director, Gir Foundation, to deliver a formal vote of thanks. Sir, please.
નમસ્કાર. મંચ પર બિરાજમાન મહાનુભાવો, માનનીય વન મંત્રી સાહેબ શ્રી મુળુભાઈ બેરા સાહેબ, વન ને પર્યાવરણ વિભાગના પ્રિન્સિપલ સેક્રેટરી સાહેબ શ્રી સંજીવ કુમાર સાહેબ, વન વિભાગના વડા હેડ ઓફ ધી ફોરેસ્ટ ફોર્સ શ્રી યુડી સિંહ સાહેબ, શ્રી જગદીશ પ્રસાદ સાહેબ, એક્ઝિક્યુટિવ કમિટી મેમ્બર શ્રી R.K. સુકુર સાહેબ, નિયામક ગીર ફાઉન્ડેશન, ડોક્ટર માર્ક, an expert of the workshop and seminar and professor at Bristol, University of West England, તેમજ અત્રે ઉપસ્થિત વિવિધ વિભાગોમાંથી પધારેલા અધિકારીશ્રીઓ, વરિષ્ઠ વન અધિકારીશ્રીઓ, નિવૃત્ત વન અધિકારીશ્રીઓ, શાળા કોલેજમાંથી પધારેલા વિદ્યાર્થી મિત્રો, અધ્યાપકશ્રીઓ, પત્રકાર મિત્રો, સૌને મારા નમસ્કાર. મિત્રો, આજની જે તક જે આપવામાં આવેલી છે અને આજના અવસર નિમિત્તે હું સૌ પ્રથમ આપણા માનનીય વનમંત્રી સાહેબ શ્રી મુળુભાઈ બેરા સાહેબનો આભાર માનું છું. આપણે જાણીએ છીએ કે અત્યારે વિધાનસભાનું સત્ર ચાલી રહ્યું છે અને સાહેબ તેમાં સતત વ્યસ્ત છે. તેમ છતાં તેમાંથી ગીર ફાઉન્ડેશનના આમંત્રણને માન આપીને અને આમંત્રણ સ્વીકાર કરીને આજના કાર્યક્રમમાં સાહેબે ઉપસ્થિતિ આપી. સાહેબ, આપની ઉપસ્થિતિ અમે ગર્વની અને હર્ષની લાગણીનો અનુભવ કરીએ છીએ. સાહેબ, આપે સાથે સાથે કાર્યક્રમને સફળ બનાવવામાં અમને સહયોગ આપ્યો અને સાથે સાથે આજના કાર્યક્રમમાં શ્રોતાગણને સંબોધિત કર્યા અને આજના કાર્યક્રમના વિષય એક્સપ્લોરિંગ ઇકોસિસ્ટમ સર્વિસીસ ઓફ વેટલેન્ડ ફોર હ્યુમન વેલબિંગ પર આપે સુંદર મજાની માહિતી અત્રે રજૂ કરી. સાહેબ, આપે ગુજરાતમાં આવેલા વેટલેન્ડ વિસ્તારોની, રામસર સાઇટ વેટલેન્ડ વિસ્તારોની આંકડાકીય માહિતી આપી. સાથે સાથે વેટલેન્ડ વિસ્તારો આપણને કેવી રીતે ઉપયોગી છે તેની ઉપયોગિતાની માહિતી આપી. તેમજ આપણે આપ સાહેબ દ્વારા અમૃત દરો યોજનાની વાત કરવામાં આવી અને ગીર ફાઉન્ડેશન દ્વારા વેટલેન્ડ વિસ્તારોના મોનિટરિંગ બાબતે હાથ ધરવામાં આવતી પ્રવૃત્તિઓ જે છે તેની વાત કરી. સાહેબ, આપના દ્વારા સ્ટેટ વેટલેન્ડ ઓથોરિટી નોડલ એજન્સી તરીકે ગીર ફાઉન્ડેશન દ્વારા હાથ ધરવામાં આવતી દસ્તાવેજીકરણની કામગીરી જે છે એને બિરદાવવામાં આવી. તે બદલ હું આપતો ગીર ફાઉન્ડેશન પરિવાર વતી હૃદયપૂર્વક આભાર માનું છું. સાહેબ, ત્યારબાદ હું વન અને પર્યાવરણ વિભાગના વડા પ્રિન્સિપલ સેક્રેટરી સાહેબ શ્રી સંજીવ કુમાર સાહેબનો આભાર વ્યક્ત કરું છું. સાહેબ, આપે ગીર ફાઉન્ડેશનના આમંત્રણનો સ્વીકાર કર્યો, આજના કાર્યક્રમમાં ઉપસ્થિત રહ્યા અને આજના કાર્યક્રમના આયોજનમાં અમને સતત માર્ગદર્શન આપ્યું તેમજ આજના કાર્યક્રમને સફળ બનાવવામાં અમને સહકાર પૂરો પાડ્યો. સાથે સાથે આપે આપના સંબોધનમાં કહ્યું કે આપણે જો વેટલેન્ડને સંરક્ષિત કરવા હોય તો આપણે યુવા ધન જે છે એને જાગૃત કરવાની જરૂર છે અને આપે જણાવ્યું કે આ પ્રકારનો જે ગીર ફાઉન્ડેશન દ્વારા જે પ્રવૃત્તિ હાથ ધરવામાં આવી છે એ આ હેતુ જે છે, આ કામ જે છે એને સફળ કરી શકે તેના પર આપે વિશ્વાસ મૂક્યો તેમજ ગીર ફાઉન્ડેશન દ્વારા થયેલા આયોજનને આપે બિરદાવ્યું. સાથે સાથે આપના દ્વારા વિકાસની સાથે પર્યાવરણની સુરક્ષાની વાત કરવામાં આવી અને ગ્રીન ક્રેડિટ સ્કીમ જે કેન્દ્ર સરકાર દ્વારા લોન્ચ કરવામાં આવી છે તેની આપણે વાત કરી. તેમજ આપે ગુજરાતમાં આવેલા જલપ્લાયિત વિસ્તારોની માહિતી આપી અને જલપ્લાયિત વિસ્તારો સમાજને કેવી રીતે ઉપયોગી છે તેની આપે વાત કરી. તે માટે હું ગીર ફાઉન્ડેશન પરિવાર વતી આપનો હૃદયપૂર્વક આભાર વ્યક્ત કરું છું. આજના તકનો અને અવસરનો લાભ લઈને હું આપના વન વિભાગના વડા હેડ ઓફ ધી ફોરેસ્ટ ફોર્સ સાહેબ શ્રી યુડી સિંહ સાહેબનો આભાર વ્યક્ત કરું છું. સાહેબ, આપે અમારા આમંત્રણનો સ્વીકાર કર્યો, આજના કાર્યક્રમમાં આપ ઉપસ્થિત રહ્યા અને અમને પ્રોત્સાહિત કર્યા અને અમારા કાર્યક્રમને સફળ બનાવવામાં અમને સહયોગ પૂરો પાડ્યો. ઉપરાંત આપે ગુજરાતમાં આવેલા વેટલેન્ડ વિસ્તારોના ઇતિહાસની વાત કરી અને ઇતિહાસ જે છે એ ઉદાહરણ સાથે આપે સમજાવ્યો અને રજૂ કર્યો અને સાથે સાથે આપના દ્વારા સહભાગીદારીથી આપણે વેટલેન્ડ દ્વારા જે સેવાઓ આપવામાં આવે છે તેનો ઉપયોગ કરવો જોઈએ, નહીં કે એક તરફ એનો ઉપયોગ થવો જોઈએ. તેની સુંદર મજાની વાત અહીંયા આપે સાહેબે રજૂ કરી. તે માટે હું ગીર ફાઉન્ડેશન પરિવાર વતી આપનો હૃદયપૂર્વક આભાર માનું છું. ત્યારબાદ હું આજના કાર્યક્રમમાં ઉપસ્થિત શ્રી જગદીશ પ્રસાદ સાહેબ, એક્ઝિક્યુટિવ કમિટી મેમ્બર સાહેબનો આભાર માનું છું. સાહેબ, આપે અમારા કાર્યક્રમમાં ઉપસ્થિતિ આપી અને અમને પ્રોત્સાહિત કર્યા અને અમારા કાર્યક્રમને સફળ બનાવવામાં અમને સહયોગ આપ્યો. ઉપરાંત સ્થાનિક લોક ભાગીદારીથી જલપ્લાવિત ક્ષેત્રોની સંરક્ષણની કામગીરી આપણે હાથ ધરવી જોઈએ અને તેવી જ રીતે પર્યાવરણની સુરક્ષા ઉપર આપે ભાર મૂક્યો તે બદલ હું આપનો ગીર ફાઉન્ડેશન પરિવાર વતી હૃદયપૂર્વક આભાર માનું છું. Now friends, I take the opportunity to extend my sincere gratitude to our expert, Dr. Mark Everett, sir. Sir, here I would like to mention that it is our mandate and regularly we organize wetland workshop and seminar. And in continuation this year also, we were planning for the arrangement of the workshop and seminar, and from the resources of the Gir Foundation, we received your contact details, sir. And when we contacted you, you responded Gir Foundation very positively and gratefully and warmly, sir. And sir, you allotted your time for the arrangement of the workshop and webinar, where we had discussion with each other, and you assisted Gir Foundation in the preparation of the planning and the program and the schedule for the wetland workshop and seminar, sir. And also you made arrangement to come here and you made it possible to attend the workshop and seminar held on today, sir. And sir, you delivered a speech also, you presented a presentation also, where you talked about the ecosystem services provided by the wetland. So for all these things, for the allotment of the time to assist the Gir Foundation in the preparation of the schedule and program, I extend my sincere gratitude to you, sir, on behalf of the Gir Foundation family, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Now I take opportunity to express my sincere gratitude to S.V. Ramarao sir, L. Venkatachalam sir, M.H. Khan sir, Jagdish Bakan sir, Ramendra Singh sir, R.N. Samal sir, Sri Dr. Sandeep Kumar sir, Dr. B. Sivchindra sir to attend the function held on today and to present the presentation and to talk about the various topics related to wetland ecosystem services, case study and the success story. So for all these inputs and for all this sharing, again, I extend my sincere gratitude to all the officers, resource persons, researchers on behalf of the Gir Foundation family. And I also take this opportunity to express my sincere gratitude to Sri H.S. Singh sir, C.N. Pandey sir, Sri Bharat Patak sir for moderating the technical session of this seminar. તેમજ મિત્રો અત્રે ઉપસ્થિત પત્રકાર મિત્રોનો હું આભાર વ્યક્ત કરું છું, જેઓ આ કાર્યક્રમનું રેકોર્ડિંગ કરી રહ્યા છે અને આ કાર્યક્રમના પ્રસારણમાં અને પ્રસારમાં ગીર ફાઉન્ડેશનને મદદ કરનાર છે. તેમજ યુનિવર્સિટી અને કોલેજોમાંથી પધારેલા વિવિધ કોલેજોમાંથી પધારેલા અધ્યાપકશ્રીઓનો આભાર વ્યક્ત કરું છું, સંશોધકોનો આભાર વ્યક્ત કરું છું, તેમજ વિદ્યાર્થી મિત્રોનો આભાર વ્યક્ત કરું છું કે જેઓ આજે કાર્યક્રમ ઉપસ્થિત રહીને કાર્યક્રમને સફળ બનાવવામાં ગીર ફાઉન્ડેશનને મદદ કરી છે. તેમજ ગીર ફાઉન્ડેશનના તમામ ટીમ મેમ્બર્સનો આભાર વ્યક્ત કરું છું કે જેમના પ્રયત્નો થકી આજના કાર્યક્રમને સફળ બનાવી શકાયો છે. તેમજ અત્રે ઉપસ્થિત તમામનો હું ગીર ફાઉન્ડેશન પરિવાર વતી આભાર વ્યક્ત કરું છું. જય હિન્દ, જય ભારત, જય જય ગરવી ગુજરાત.
Thank you so much, sir. Thanks to all the dignitaries on the dais too. સાહેબ, વિગતવાર આભાર વિધિ માટે આપનો ખૂબ ખૂબ આભાર માનીએ છીએ. અત્રે આપણે આ વેલિડિક્ટરી સેશનને પૂર્ણ જાહેર કરીએ છીએ. બહાર અલ્પાહારની વ્યવસ્થા છે, તેનો લાભ લેવા વિનંતી. There is a provision of refreshment, tea and snacks outside. Everyone is requested to have it. The workshop participants will be given instruction time to time on their WhatsApp groups. ખૂબ ખૂબ આભાર સાહેબ અત્રે હાજર રહેવા માટે, અમને પ્રેરણા પૂરી પાડવા માટે. सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः, सर्वे सन्तु निरामया, सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु, मा कश्चित् दुःख भाग् भवेत्. एक अगत्यनी जाहेरात છે. There is an important announcement. Everyone is requested to give their feedback form. તમામને વિનંતી છે કે તેઓ પોતાના ફીડબેક ફોર્મ અત્રે આપીને જાય.